Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. I could have bought and walk on a dog book.
We Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
Okay now. don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be it's once again. Everybody be clear. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chop back. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, Mugu, I be the master. Oh, man, I go chop your dollar. I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love, the refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring her. I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my miracle, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. Now me be the master, oh. I hear you. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba.
Hello, can you hear me? Oh, there it is. I thought maybe I'd lost my audio for a moment there. So yes. So all that, all whatever it is that we just heard there. Was that a montage? I think we'll call that a montage, isn't it? A mix of all, a mix of all sorts. Maybe I missed my vocation. Maybe I should have been a DJ. So if I was a DJ, what DJ name would I actually have? MC man from Oyo, or what would my DJ name be? I don't know. But good day to you. Good to be in your company. All that. So we're out twice today because we were out earlier on we're out run about midday, but we're out for a second dosage. That used to be the tradition on this platform, by the way, but we abandoned it. But we are somewhat slowly bringing it back. Usually we have like 2 hours thereabout afternoon session, and then we have a roughly round about 3-4 hours evening session, and that's usually the lot. We abandoned that. We're revisiting DJ Alafin. Yes, there it is right there. It was my no. It will be DJ Oluawo because that's the title of my lineage, Oluawo. No. It's not Oluawo. No, I do beg your pardon. So where I come from, just a little bit of a diversion because that's a Nigerian man right there saying DJ laughing. So where I come from the wider Oyo space, I come from a place called Akimori. Akimori. It's in the local government area called Afijo, but I come from a particular township called Akimori. And within that township, we don't have an Oba. We have an Oluawo. So the equivalency of an Oba, it's not a Bale because it's a higher spec of monarchy than a Bale. So what we have is an Oluawo, and my particular lineage where I come from, my homestead is the Odofin family. So that's the title of my lineage within that. Hopefully you people won't trace me to where I come from. So the title of my lineage from where I especially come from, my own bloodline is called the Odofin family, the Odofin. So the Odofin title. So if I was a DJ, then it would be MC Odofin. So MC Odofin, maybe I should change the name of the platform to MC Odofin. Give me feedback. Let me know if that chimes with you. So MC Odofin in the house, hoping that is meeting you in good health. So, like I said, we're coming out for the second time today. So we're having a mixture of all sorts. There's not that much within the news cycle, and I'm not sure that there will be that much within the news cycle until Monday, until Sowore has his latest riot, his latest day of anarchy. So we will try and live stream that Sowore Day of Anarchy on the spot on the day, and then the spill outs and the fallouts from that, we will have it in conversation over the course of the week. So it's going to be somewhat of a Sowore week, which is exactly what he wants, by the way. Next week is somewhat going to be somewhat like a Sowore week. But this particular week that we're in now, this especially this weekend, there's not an abundance in the news cycle. So we eat what we can get, we eat what we grow, as Abuari often tells us. But you know, I want to show you something actually. So now, by the way, good day to you. Good to be in your company. On that, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and join me on the screen. I say all of these things all the time, but hopefully, very soon you people will start adhering to it because it serves no purpose other than the purpose to serve the likes and the subscription. So like and subscribe. You should really be doing that because if you're coming here with there's no session that we have that we don't average about 1,200 audience thereabouts, but we don't break the threshold of 100 likes. So how can that be? The numbers don't even work. Even if we even if we take into consideration the resentment of a particular demography that doesn't particularly like the tonality of the political bent or the political bend of the platform, we still should be seeing a minimum of 100 likes. We well in excess of 1,200, 1,300 thereabout over every single session. So and then you look at the likes, it's around about 50 something. It doesn't. It's not source for inspiration, is it? It's not an encouraging thing, but there it is, and it doesn't even cost you anything. So I'm not quite sure why you wouldn't click on the like button, unless of course you are some hard-boiled obedient from the back of beyond. So some hard-boiled obedient from the back of beyond. Click on like, click on subscribe if you want to. So those two are mandatory. You must do those two things. You must like, and then you have to be subscribed as well. So the remaining calls to action are optional. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard only if you feel inclined to have the conversation. If you don't feel inclined to have the conversation, that's fine. Share the links. That's also compulsory as well. You must share the links and then super chat towards the stream. So that's highly encouraged, but you're not compelled to do that as well. So the spaces that you are compelled to do is to make sure that you are subscribed, like the stream, and share the link. So it's not what's the difficulty? It's not an assault on your wealth. It's not Nobody is asking you to dig your wallet out of Fort Knox and dust the dust off it, and then part with. No, it doesn't cost you a dime. So why are you not doing it? I cannot comprehend. So do all that. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Super chat to us to stream. So now, let me say this. From this moment, and even from moments previous to this one, um, from this moment until the world comes to an end, that is to tell you that from this moment or up till eternity, Lagos will always be the preeminent city in Nigeria, and there's nothing on this planet that will ever change that. Let me show you this.
Lagos State is set to introduce a new dazzling project called Omieko, which aims to transform the way we move on water, bringing an innovative and sustainable transport solution that's set to redefine inland water travel. Launched by the dynamic Lagos State Waterways Authority, LASWA, this groundbreaking initiative is kicking off in 2025.
You see, even an obedient platform like Arise TV, they have to buckle under the ingenuity and the ambition and the forward thrust of the administration in Lagos. So they keep on telling you that, Lagos has been cornered by Tinubu and is the godfather of the state. He keeps on putting his own people to succeed the governorship space. But it is that continuity in governance that has led Lagos State to where it is now. And it is lack of continuity in governance that has left every other state in a state of comatose. So we have, they've already completed they're near completing the intra-city rail service, which is by far the first in West Africa. And I don't think there's any other economy that can sustain that sort of level of ambition outside of Lagos State. Not in the entirety of Africa. Maybe Abuja can sustain it as well, but there is no economy within Nigeria outside of Lagos and Abuja that can sustain that sort of rail service that they have in Lagos State. Not because they have not because they lack the budget, because a state like River State has the budget, Bayelsa has the budget, but they don't have the mental acuity, they don't have the brain function, and they don't have the future projection and planning, and they don't have a structured governance. They're just a bunch of buccaneers in all of these states, chancers, opportunist looters, caricatures, just look at Edo State, for instance. How can somebody that cannot even speak English, that cannot even read his own budget, where will he have the 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 capacity to think beyond a pedestrian level to reach to lofty heights? Impossible. Impossible. Where will he get it from? Okpebolo. Can you imagine? You see him walking in the gutter and checking drainage and they are chanting that their governor works. You go to Abia State and they build water fountain and they tell you that is not do. It's just these people. The function is not there. The function is not there. So forever and until the world comes to an end, Lagos State will always be the preeminent state in Nigeria. There is absolutely categorically nothing that can change that. So after the rail service and the revamping of the road infrastructure, the BRT buses, now the waterways, Omieko is the tagline that you'll be conjuring with those words very, very soon.
With the full vision realized by 2030. With an impressive funding package of 410 million euros, Omieko is backed by renowned international partners, including the French Development Agency, AFD, the European Union, and the European Investment Bank. The Lagos State government is throwing its weight behind this project too, alongside contributions from the private sector, ensuring that the journey to a better transportation future is fully funded and future ready. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu is passionate about Omieko, calling it a legacy project that aligns perfectly with the Lagos State's Climate Action Plan 2020 to 2025. This initiative is a great game changer for public transport, offering an eco-friendly, efficient alternative to traditional road travel.
And by the way, in all of those creek areas, all these River State, Cross River State, Bayelsa State, when all of these places just is more a good 80% of those places are water than land. How come they don't have jetties? How come they don't have a ferry system? Do you even need any level of thinking to go to that? It's just the obvious thing. You know, why don't they have just these little things? So they are all waiting for the federal space to come and build it. What stops River State to have a reasonable network of waterways transport architecture built around ferries and jetties? What stops that? You know, they have the budget. You know, they don't need, even if they needed signing off from the federal space, they will easily sign it off. But they just don't have it within them. They are not capacitated to think beyond pedestrian level.
Joining us on the show to discuss the Omieko project and how it will change water transportation in Lagos is Oluwadamilola Emmanuel, Special Advisor to the Governor of Lagos State on Blue Economy. Good morning, Mr. Dami Emmanuel, and great to see you on the show this morning.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here this morning.
Right,
I must say this before we quickly start. Lagos keeps leading the way. I mean, you guys, no, this is another.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Did you just say thank you? I said that tongue in cheek. Obviously, I'm a proud Lagosian, and I think in particular,
when we see
you have
Batty,
every
we say
reason to.
you know, but when I see Batty, I say it. So this is a good one.
I think in particular, the waterways has been incredible under your leadership in the last few years, and we've given you commendation a number of times on the show as well, and so it's great.
You know, I've always advocated for this, by the way, and if they get this right, it's going to free up Lagos to no end. It's just going to lighten up the place, because the body of Lagos is water. You know, there is only a tiny little land space, but the actual body of that state, I think Lagos State is actually 80% the lagoon, you know, and then about 30% land, you know, landed space. So ground, whatever. So I'm not quite sure why they've not done this yet, but certainly they should do this at rapid speed, because there's no reason why you shouldn't hop on a ferry from Ikorodu and just pop to Victoria Island and free up the motorways for people who actually need to be using it. And if it's the mass ferrying of workers from point A to point B, then that should be done by that rail service and the waterways. And finally, they are getting there. But which state in Nigeria can ever do anything like this? They're too busy looting their monies and taking it to Dubai and America.
See this new initiative as well. Brilliant. So what is the Omieko project?
Well, thank you so much once again for being here. I'm happy to be here. So the Omieko project really is to formalize water transportation in Lagos State. Currently, as we have it, water transportation is largely dominated by the informal sector. And what we intend to do with the Omieko project is now fully formalize it, just like the way you have the BRT system. In Lagos before, you know, we had the motorways, we had the downfalls, and all of a sudden the BRTs have come and play. I've also seen the blue line and the red line as well, which is also the rail service. So the whole idea of Omieko is to ensure that we can drive sustainable investment, and it's a mix, it's a blended investment of both foreign investment and local investment, but largely a foreign investment initiative, which will see the influx of over 70 electric ferries. It's going to see the upgrade of 20 jetties and terminals. It's going to see the dredging of 140 kilometers of the inland water, which is about 70% of the inland waterways in Lagos State. It's also going to see capacity building for all the stakeholders, including LASWA, who is the implementing agency. And most importantly, also a fund for the existing local boat operators. Because when this kind of initiatives happen, what usually happens is that You leave out the local boat operators, and then they're struggling, and then they keep going, kick them out, and then they start fighting the system. But we have a fund which is going to ensure that we take care of that.
And as you're speaking about that, give us details. How do you intend to incorporate the informal sector into Omieko? Nobody's losing jobs. Nobody's losing.
You know, I actually resent seeing this woman on Nigerian media space. She's a Zimbabwean, or she's not a Nigerian now. So how? I mean, whatever you need, the seat that this woman sits on actually belongs to Tudun Abiola, who was the best presenter they had on that platform. So I'm not quite sure why they substituted her for this foreigner. He can't even pronounce Eko properly.
Businesses, how do we get everybody into the ecosystem?
So the first thing first is that I'm sure you've never heard of any strike on the inland waterways, because we have robust stakeholder engagements with them constantly. But what we told them to go and do was, because they were all individual operators. I mean, there's no way. There are about 356 of them. We're like, there's no way anybody's going to support you this way. So what we got them to do is go form cooperatives. So now, as I speak today, they formed 4 cooperatives. So it's those 4 cooperatives we would deal with as Lagos State, to ensure that these cooperatives are then the ones that are able to then operate the jetties and also the ferries, which this Omieko project is going to also purchase.
So you know, how is this going to integrate, with the modes of transportation? I know it's under the team's agenda, and that's why I was, clapping my hands and all of that. But secondly, apart from the infrastructure build, the jetty, revamp, the investment in this sector, pretty much, what would be that modeling be? The investment in the players in the sector already, how would they be giving that money? Would it be a business by business equity structure kind of thing? Then there's also the need for actual intercity lighthouses, because I used to commit to I used to come to work via the boat a lot many years ago. So I don't see a lot of that lightening of the waterways and for night travel and the likes and things like that. So will this also be on the Cowrie card platform, where you just buy one ticket, fits all and everything, and it goes part of that team's agenda, the multimodal boat agenda?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you look at Marina and Mile 2, as we speak right now, Lamata, who is the agency which regulates rail and bus, is currently building 2 big interchanges in Mile 2 and Marina.
Good stuff.
So that interchange basically means that with your Cowrie card, if I come from Ikorodu, for example, I can get to Marina, get down, get the rail, which is going to Mile 2, and then from Mile 2 probably take a BRT, right? So the whole idea, you're right, the Cowrie card will be used on all of these different modes, and that's how we intend to integrate it as well. And it will help with the fare structure, because the truth about it is that water transportation compared to other modes is slightly more expensive because of the cost components.
Yeah.
But the Cowrie card is going to sink. And I mean, you spoke about lighthouses. I mean, I can understand with that. And to be honest, one of the things we want to do, of course, I'm sure you heard about the E1 boat race, which we had the other, about 2 weeks ago. Yeah, so we want to ensure that we get the commercial activities going on during the day, and then in certain areas.
They are looking to build this thing within the next 5-6 years thereabout. So they are slotting all of the heavy lift developmental projects under the Tinubu administration, because of course they don't trust what is to come. So by the time Tinubu finishes in 2031, then Lagos would have been transformed so much that that the momentum will be unsurpassable. And that's what's going on. Because, they've already perfected, I'm not quite sure if they've gotten the funding already in place, but the plans for the 4th mainland bridge is already on the way. And there's going to be a brand new airport in Lagos State as well in the course of this Tinubu administration. So by the time Tinubu is done in 2031, people will be needing visas. Nigerians, so from other geo regions of that country, they will be needing visas to come into Lagos. They will be. But I have property there, so I wouldn't need a visa. I'll be the one issuing visas. But the Nigerians from other states within the Nigerian space, other regions, by the time Tinubu finishes in 2031, they will be needing visas to come into Lagos. It will be like going to London.
especially within the Falomo via Ikoyi, we will allow night travel, because beyond going to Ilashe, I mean, there are a few resorts now who are also thinking about what to do, but we must ensure that not only do we light up, we ensure that the operators themselves would abide by the rules and the regulations. But the problem we have with night travel is that people have drunk, they've drank all kinds of things. I mean, and then they're coming back, and then so I mean, this is science students. Yes, you get it, and fish and all these things. Yeah, so we also want to be careful with all of that. But yeah, so we're really going to integrate through the Cowrie card seamlessly. That's what it's going to do. That's the Cowrie card.
Sorry to ask this. How is the return of investment going to come? Is this money a grant? Is it a loan? And will you guys now use as a springboard to bring back some of the stakeholders that came in and they've had problems? People like the Uber boats of this world. Yeah, okay. Is this going to be a pedestal for them to come back?
So what we're going to do, obviously, the state will own its own infrastructure, right? The ferries, and we have left.
All right. So I just wanted to bring a little flavor of that. So let's go on from that to the next one. Omieko is happening, and it's happening rapidly. So Omieko is happening, and it's happening rapidly. Let's go on from that to this one now. So now, whenever a politician carpet crosses within the Nigerian political space, the opposition space often asks that then he gives up that seat and they run a by-election, because of course is one that, let's say for instance, a PDP, well, there is what's going on at the moment anyway, but let's say for instance, a PDP politician crosses over to APC, which we're seeing a lot of that happen these days. So when that happens, the public outcry is that he should give up that seat, whichever seat it is, a senator, a governor, whichever, House of Immaterial. If he crosses from the party that he won that seat through via, if he crosses from that party to another political party, the public outcry has always been that he should give up that seat and run a by-election, because he cannot then take somebody else's property to another person's home. Essentially, that's the logic there. But apparently, allegedly, the law doesn't back that. INEC cannot declare governor's seat vacant over defection. And who has the authority to say this is the president of the Nigerian Bar Association. So that clamor came recently again when Diri crossed over from that's the governor of Bayelsa State, when he crossed over from the am I talking too fast? I feel as though I'm talking too fast and I'm shouting. So that happened recently again when Diri, the governor of Bayelsa State, crossed over from the PDP to the APC. So there was a lot of clamor, and I think Kenneth Okonkwo was one of the leading voices in that clamoring. There was a lot of clamor then that he had to give up his seat, or he should be made to give up his seat, or his seat should be declared vacant. No, 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 says the law. INEC cannot declare governor's seat vacant over defection. The president of the Nigerian Bar Association is the authority speaking. The president of the Nigerian Bar Association, Afam Osigwe, SAN, has said the Independent National Electoral Commission lacks the constitutional authority to declare the seat of any governor vacant on account of defection from one political party to another. The statement follows public reactions trailing the call on INEC by the chieftain of the African Democratic Congress and Nollywood actor Kenneth Okonkwo to declare the seat of Bayelsa State Governor Doye Diri vacant. Let's do that entirely all over again. INEC cannot declare governor seat vacant over defection, says NBA president. The president of the Nigerian Bar Association, Afam Osigwe, SAN, has said the Independent National Electoral Commission lacks the constitutional authority to declare the seat of any governor vacant on account of defection from one political party to another. The statement follows public reactions, trailing the call on INEC by a chieftain of the African Democratic Congress and Nollywood actor Kenneth Okonkwo to declare the seat of Bayelsa State Governor Doye Diri vacant after he resigned from the People's Democratic Party, the platform on which he was elected in 2023. Diri resigned his PDP membership on Wednesday during an expanded state executive council meeting held at the government house in Yanagoa, which was attended by the Speaker of the State House of Assembly, Abraham something or the other, his deputy, Michael Ogbere, and the All Progressive Grand Alliance Minority Leader, Edward Brigidi. So that's quite a name right there. Edward Brigidi, Brigidi. Can you imagine that? A name like that. That name will strike fear. I hope he has the gait and the torso to cut. That's a big name. He has to be a big guy. Let me actually see what he looks like actually. With a name like that, he has to be large and imposing. Edward Brigidi. Can you imagine having a name like that? Brigidi. Alano. Edward Iriga Brigidi. Yeah. It doesn't look anything at all. Oh, well, it does look like a brigadier actually. It looks like somebody that will be a brigadier. Let me show you him. Where is he? He's a fat boy. So with a name like that, it necessarily has to be a fat boy. Where is he? Oh, okay. Let me just to show you this, and then we move on. Is this thing not scrolling? If you're not scrolling, then we just. Oh, so there he is right there. So very much so in Yoruba land we say Oruko lo ń roni. So if you have to be an Edward Brigidi, then you have to look like this. So there he is right there, Edward Brigidi. So yes, the president of the Nigerian Bar Association, Afam Osigwe, SAN, has said the Independent National Electoral Commission lacks the constitutional authority to declare the seat of any governor vacant on account of defection from one political party to another. The statement follows public reactions trailing the call on INEC by a chieftain of the African Democratic Congress and Nollywood actor Kenneth Okonkwo to declare the seat of Bayelsa State Governor Doye Diri vacant after he resigned from the People's Democratic Party, the platform on which he was elected in 2023. Diri resigned his PDP membership on Wednesday during an expanded state executive council meeting held at the government house Yenagoa, which was attended by the Speaker of the State House of Assembly, Abraham something or the other, his deputy Michael Ogbere, and the All Progressives Grand Alliance Minority Leader, Edward Brigidi, and 7 other lawmakers. He attributed his decision to leave the party to what he described as obvious reasons. His resignation sparked speculation that he might be heading to the ruling All Progressive Congress. So has he declared yet or has he not? I thought he had already declared. His resignation sparked speculation that he might be heading to the ruling All Progressive Congress. The Bayelsa governor's defection came barely 24 hours after his Enugu State counterpart, Peter Mba, and 3 members of the House of Representatives dumped the opposition party for the APC. Reacting in a post on his Instagram page, Okonkwo argued that Diri had automatically vacated his seat by resigning from the PDP without belonging to any political party. He cited Section 177C of the 1999 Constitution as amended, which provides that a person shall be qualified for election to the office of governor if he is a member of a political party and is sponsored by that political party. Okonkwo therefore urged INEC to act swiftly by declaring the seat vacant and conducting a fresh election within 90 days. However, speaking with correspondents, Osigwe described Okonkwo's interpretation of the law as baseless and unconstitutional. So Okonkwo actually purports to be a lawyer, by the way. He carries himself under the moniker of being a lawyer, but then he's not even a charge and bail, is he? He's a Nollywood lawyer. He's a Nollywood lawyer rather than anything else, just because they handed him some sort of certification from whichever ramshackle institution he went to. Look at what the NBA president is saying about his colleague. baseless and a lawyer is being accused of making unconstitutional statements. That's just if there's not if that is not pardon me, if that is not a withering damnation, then I don't know what is. However, speaking with correspondents, Osigwe described Okonkwo's interpretation of the law as baseless and unconstitutional. According to Osigwe, neither the Constitution nor any existing judicial precedent grants INEC or any authority the power to remove a member of the executive, such as the president, vice president, governor, or deputy governor, for defecting from one political party to another. He noted that the Supreme Court had already settled the issue in Article versus the Attorney General of the Federation, where it ruled that the constitutional provision on loss of seat due to defection applies only to legislators. So apparently, I'm not quite sure why that would be the case. So because if it applies to legislators, then why doesn't it apply right across the board? So it's just that doesn't chime with rhyme or reason. That seems almost senseless even. Um, Yes, he noted that the Supreme Court had already settled the issue in Article versus Attorney General of the Federation, where it ruled that the constitutional provision on loss of seat due to defection applies only to legislators. In 2006, Atiku Abubakar was vice president under Olusegun Obasanjo. They were elected on the PDP platform. And when Atiku defected to the AC, the president sought to declare his office vacant. The matter went all the way to the Supreme Court, and the court made it clear that the issue of losing a seat due to defection does not apply to the executive, only the legislature, Osigwe said. He stressed that the law remains settled and should not continue to spark needless controversy. Here we are in 2025, still wasting time on what the Supreme Court has already settled. There is no provision in the Constitution allowing the removal of a governor because he changed parties. A governor can defect 50 times and there will still be no legal basis to declare his seat vacant, he said. Osigwe urged Nigerians and political commentators to desist from wasting judicial and journalistic time time on matters already resolved by the courts, insisting that the constitutional position is clear and unambiguous. So there it is right there. So that's useful to know actually because it's a recurring decimal, isn't it? That narrative. As soon as somebody crosses over from and Okonkwo, by the way, Nollywood lawyers, it's just a skit. It's as ridiculous gets anyway. Kenneth Okonkwo it's just a clownish man in the entirety of the definition of the word. So this now next piece, it will go yet again like a dagger through the heart of the opposition in the Nigerian political space. Now, Nigeria records first month-on-month food deflation in 13 years, not in 13 months, but in 13 years. So don't now confuse this headline by interpreting it to say that food is the cheapest it has been in 13 years. That's not what this is saying. It's telling us now that the price of food has been going down month on month in succession, which has never been the case. So in whatever, let's say for instance, a bag of rice was let's say for instance, a loaf of bread was 100 naira under Goodluck Jonathan. So it was 100 naira in January, and then it could be 110 naira in February, and then it may drop to 105 naira in March. So that's it to tell you then that it's not falling month on month in succession. So it stays in one price one month, it spikes up a bit the next month, and then pulls back a bit the next month. So that's not a month on month trajectory in whatever direction. But what they are telling us, what this headline is telling us here, is that month on month, the price of food is going down, and they are saying this is the first time that we're seeing this particular sort of trajectory in the last 13 years over the last 13 years. Nigeria records first month-on-month food deflation in 13 years. Nigeria witnessed a historic shift in its inflation dynamics in September 2025 as the National Bureau of Statistics reported the country's first month-on-month food deflation in 13 years. According to the latest Consumer Price Index (CPI) data, headline inflation dropped sharply to 13.02%, down from 20.12% recorded in August 2025, marking one of the steepest monthly declines in recent memory. The major driver behind this decline was the food inflation component, which moderated to 13.8, let's round it up to 9, to 13.9% in September, compared to 21.9% in August. Even more notable was the month-on-month food inflation rate, which printed at minus 1.57, signaling an actual fall in food prices during the month. This is the first negative monthly reading since February 2012, when food inflation stood at 0.113%. So that just tells you then. So everything is pulling together, as I've often said, and I say again, as Tinubu's policies continue to compound, the narrative that the narrative that removes him from office gets that much more difficult to sustain. Nigerian banks flood CBN with over 1.6 trillion naira excess cash as liquidity surges. I can't get the words out anymore. Let me have a sip of water. So again, Nigerian banks flood CBN with over 1.6 trillion naira excess cash as liquidity surges. Nigeria's deposit money banks (DMBs) flooded the Central Bank of Nigeria. The Central Bank of Nigeria's standing deposit facility with deposits of 1.6 trillion naira between October 14 and 17, 2025. Banks consistently parked massive funds at the Apex Bank, culminating in a robust 1.61 trillion naira in deposits on Friday, October the 17th. Fresh data from the CBN's daily money market reports showed that the bank's placement in the CDF rose steadily over the week, peaking at 1.6 trillion naira on October the 17th, compared to 1.4 trillion naira on October the 15th. Earlier in the week, the figures stood at so it just rattles us through the figures. We can get a bit lost in the fog of it all, but I think I have a clip that actually speaks to that space. It unbundles it a little bit for you. So let me see if I have that clip at the ready. Yes, let me play you this clip, which will probably expand on that more.
Nigerian banks flood the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) with over 1.6 trillion naira excess cash as liquidity surges. Now, this is very good news. And what does this mean? It means the banks have more than enough cash in their arsenal. More than enough cash. Now, they are looking for people to come and borrow money from them. Nobody wants to borrow money from bank like that again, because they have lost their most valuable and their most consistent customer, which is the government. Because as it stands today, the state governments no longer have any reason to borrow money to pay salaries or execute on capital projects. Because since the fuel subsidy removal and the naira subsidy removal, allocation to states has almost doubled. States where they collect 10 naira before, some they collect 25 naira now. States where they collect 15 naira before, some they collect 19 naira now. So the states no longer borrow money from the banks to pay salaries, because now they have enough money to pay salary and run some other projects. Because this used to be the case before, and banks were very happy with it. Banks were so happy because, boom, state government don't come borrow 10 billion, 5 billion, 15 billion. They come pay bank back with interest. Though it's good, but it was bad for the state because they get so much in debt that they can't even do 2 or 3 projects at the same time. But now, this is no longer the case. Because the state used to think of, oh, let's do project, let's pay salaries. At the end of the day, they have to pick one. That is why most states don't have anything. They don't have any good infrastructure, because all the money that they get, now salary that they take and pay. And it's not even like they pay the salary all the time. So then some states, they owe 5 months salaries. The way Peter Obi take owe for Anambra when the doctor went on strike, I think it was the doctors or the teachers, they went on strike. But now it is no longer the case, because states now have enough money to pay salaries and run other projects. This is good news, and big thanks to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for appointing this guy, Yemeka Doso. Because what this guy is doing with CBN, when I see the way Naira, they appreciate. And whenever we talk about the appreciation of Naira against the dollar, pounds, and euro, as it is now, some people will say, APC came in, they met Naira at 400, they now took it to almost 2,000, now they are bringing it back and you are clapping for them. Why didn't you mention the subsidies being paid, the $1.5 billion every month being used to defend the Naira against the dollar? Now we have been able to save that money. So this is Naira's true value. Our economy is finding its true value now. Our currency is finding its true value now. This is the real Nigeria, not the Nigeria with filter, because Nigeria, where would they live before? It is social media Nigeria. It is padded Nigeria. It's a fake life Nigeria. It's a studio-made Nigeria. It is AI Nigeria. Now fake. Yes, that's the kind of Nigeria we were living in before. Padded, fake life Nigeria. Yeah, because this government will come patch it up. But Baba Tinubu got there and he said, I am not going to patch up, I am going to bring the house down and build something new. Because that's how it should have been done. Imagine all the decisions, all the reforms that are taking place now. If Goodluck Jonathan has started this, then Buhari continued, then Nigeria for no day as a day today now. We have been able to export more now. We have been able to import less oil, and we have been able to export more than we've been exporting before. Now we import less and export more. This is the first time it's happening in years, in many years. Because Nigeria was so dependent on importation on so many things, but now it is no longer so. Even the most important thing that we import in Nigeria, polypropylene. This thing now that they do gas, they do bottle, they do plastic. Dangote is now producing it in his company. Yeah. So what are we saying here? The country will go okay. Yeah, it might take time because reform take time. So Baba is not trying to patch the country. He brought the whole thing down and is now rebuilding. Good luck.
So there it is right there. As I keep on saying, and I'm going to repeat this severally in the build-up to the big events of 2027. By the time we get to that 2027, and you can see that guy, to all intents and purposes, in Islam, when you join Islam from a different religion, they don't call you a convert; they call you a revert. Because in Islam, they believe everybody is born a Muslim. So if you convert from any other religion into Islam, they don't call you a convert; they call you a revert. So when the wool finally pulls away from the eye of a young obedient, you don't call him a convert; you call him a revert. He's coming back into Nigeria and escaping the madness and the ethno-religious dog whistle that is the obedient space. So the guy now, and normalcy gets back to him. Eze, it's been a moment. Hope you're keeping well. I've not seen you around, Solomon. Good to see you there. So there it is right there. The country pulling together, much to the chagrin of our Peter Obi's space. So what is it going to come? Peter Obi, when we get to 2027, it will go back to the presidential jet and the vice president's villa because he will have nowhere else to go. And then he will say, "Vote for me now. Am I not an Igbo man? It is the what will he use to argue?" I'm just waiting. I cannot wait for the elections to start. What will Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar use to argue for change? That's the question now. Where are they going to claim that they are taking us to that we're not already embarked on? And what are they going to say that this government is doing that they will stop immediately and reverse? This is where the conversation is, because anything that deviates from the course that we're embarked on now, painful as it is a retrogressive step and an unpatriotic step and even almost a felonious step. So it's impossible for anybody to. I want to see what they come up with. Is their country now? Look at their country now. Is you say people is in the IDP camp and they went and spent 10 billion naira on presidential shirty. This is your country now. This is what they were telling. No. That's not going. That no. The gaslighting won't work, my party man. So you have to you have to come up with a coherent blue plan. A coherent part of journey to invite people to embark on to join you on. So forget all of this. Like this. It's all of that is not going to work in 2027. Show your workings. Those three words. Those are going to be the abiding narrative of the 2027 elections. The abiding narrative is show your workings, and by the time everybody shows their workings, it will simply be a case of this. So that's going to be the backdrop theme to the 2027 elections. So that's the backdrop theme to the 2027 elections. So this now mass depositing of monies by the banks into the central bank is because that money now has no use. A lot of that money is often borrowed by the state governors, but because Tinubu is just pumping their pockets with so much money now, they have no need to borrow anymore. And also the room for non-performance is getting tighter. The excuse for not performing as a state governor is getting impossible now to bring forward. You cannot bring forward any excuse that we're not seeing big projects taking place at the state level in every single state. You cannot say you lack the funding, and if you lack the imagination, then and there's only so much you should be stealing. You cannot just continue to steal everything like they do in Bauchi State, that is still paying them the old minimum wage, even though Tinubu is giving them 10 times as much as he's ever had. He's just stealing none of it and taking it to the Middle East. But let's go on from that. This will be the last readout. Let me send the link. If anybody wants to come in, come in. You know how it goes. If you're not coming in, then we just we park it and then we do it again so tomorrow. So now this now answers the funny issue we've not done the main one yet. So we've got two more to go. So this now it answers the funny issue that is agitating the Nigerian landscape at the moment. Is this narrative now of some sort of genocidal activities towards Christians in Nigeria, which the data doesn't tell us is the case, and the Americans seem to be propelling that. The opposition politician seems to be wanting to leverage that. Sarah Ibrahim, one of the advisors of the obedient space, Sarah Ibrahim, she actually sent out notice to the obedient adherents that they should be bringing narratives forward around Muslims spying Christians in order to agitate that narrative and weaponize it against the sitting government. But even the Americans that brought these things to the fore, they seem to be reversing position. We know Boko Haram, ISIS are spying more Muslims than Christians, and it is the toppest echelon of the American society that is saying this. This is a Trump advisor, the senior advisor to United States President Donald Trump on Arab and African affairs, Mr. Massad Balouz, has dismissed recent. Oh, I think we actually do. We have it on clip. I think I may well have it on clip somewhere. If I don't have it on clip, then I just do the readout. But I think I may well have it on clip. Yes, I think I may do.
There's a narrative coming from the US at the moment, disturbing to some people in Nigeria, and that's about religious persecution. That is not the position of the government, certainly. It's that of the Senator Cruz, I guess. And what is the position of US governments regarding this?
This is certainly unfortunate, of course. Any incident, any loss of life is absolutely unfortunate. Those who know the terrain well know that terrorism has no color and no religion and no tribe. People of all religions and all tribes are dying as a result of terrorist acts. But it's very unfortunate. We even know that Boko Haram and ISIS are killing more Muslims than Christians. So people are suffering from all sorts of backgrounds. This is not specifically targeted about one group or the other. However, any loss of life is too many. One is too many, and we should work together in partnership to put an end to this. With regards to, there are other incidents that happen to be in the Middle Belt, for example, where farmers are located. Most of these farmers happen to be Christian, and some herdsmen are going through and they have these incidents. But we definitely, it's not something that we can say is specifically targeted about a specific group. However, we must work together to put an end to this. The Nigerian government and the President Tinubu's administration have recently taken additional measures and put more resources in those areas. And we've seen some improvements in recent weeks. We appreciate those measures, and we definitely look forward to more of those. And we look forward to ending these sorts of acts. Wherever they come from. And we know that Nigeria is a melting pot. Nigeria is a country in which all sorts of religious groups and other groups, ethnic and tribal and other groups are living together in harmony for centuries. And Nigerian population is split 50-50 probably between Christians and Muslims. So this has never been a serious religious issue and should not be. But we appreciate what President Tinubu has done, and we shall continue to work together to make sure it's taken care of.
Fine, good to see you. Good to see you as well. So you last saw in Paris. Yes, all right. How are you? Thank you. Good. Good luck. Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So on what authority is that man speaking? He's speaking on the authority of being the senior advisor to the United States President Donald Trump on Arab and African affairs. So that is essentially the position of the American government, that they don't have that consideration that any sort of Christian targeting is going on in Nigeria. And we even said as early as over the last two sessions thereabout that this narrative, if you look at the quantum of people that are being pied by insurgency in Nigeria, abundantly they are Muslims. So I hope that puts that to bed. So that puts that to bed. Still talking about pieing people, it looks as though now the court has cleared the way for Sowore to send yet a few more young Nigerians to go and chop bullet on Monday. So chop bullet. Our court refuses police bid to stop free Nnamdi Kanu now protest. So the days of anarchy, the Sowore riot, it looks as though he has the backing of law. The Federal High Court in Abuja has refused the Nigeria Police Forces bid to stop the Free Nnamdi Kanu Now protest, allowing it to proceed as scheduled on Monday, October the 20th, 2025. The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, had dispatched. Let's do that Italy all over again. Our court refuses police bid to stop Free Nnamdi Kanu Now protest. The Federal High Court in Abuja has refused the Nigeria Police Forces bid to stop the Free Nnamdi Kanu Now protest, allowing it to proceed as scheduled on Monday, October the 20th, 2025. The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, had dispatched police lawyers to the court to move an ex parte motion against the activist and protest organizer Omoyele Sowore in a bid to legally preempt the planned demonstration slated for the Aso Rock Villa. However, Justice Umar of the Federal High Court Abuja declined to grant the motion, which would have immediately restrained the protest from taking place without hearing the opposing side. The judge instead instructed the police to formally serve notice of their application on Sowore and adjourn the case until Tuesday for a proper hearing. Contested hearing. So what does this mean? Does this, because they cannot be bidding to stop something that is happening on Monday, and then you are hearing the pleas and the arguments on Tuesday, because that ship would have already sailed. So is this then? Are they then suspending that protest, the riot, until the judge makes a decision? So what happens on Monday remains unclear then, because I'm not sure how that's reading. If they are looking to stop something on Monday and you tell them to come back on Tuesday, so what happens on Monday? Our court refuses police bid to stop Free Nnamdi Kanu Now protest. Let me have a sip of water and then we do this one. I'm not seeing anything like a super chat coming through, by the way, apart from Ayo, always Ayo, never anyone else. The Federal High Court in Abuja has refused the Nigeria Police Forces bid to stop the Free Nnamdi Kanu Now protest, allowing it to proceed as scheduled on Monday, October the 20th, 2025. The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, had dispatched police lawyers to the court to move an ex parte motion against activist and protest organizer Omoyele Sowore in a bid to legally preempt the planned demonstration slated for the Aso Rock Villa. However, Justice Umar of the Federal High Court in Abuja declined to grant the motion, which would have immediately restrained the protest from taking place without hearing the opposing side. The judge instead instructed the police to formally serve notice of their application on Sowore and adjourned the case until Tuesday for a proper contested hearing. Reacting to the judicial decision, the protest convener Omoyele Sowore affirmed the court's decision as a victory for civil liberties and doubled down on the scheduled protest. In a statement issued on his X handle on Friday following the ruling, Sowore said, AG of Police, AG of Police Nigeria, Kayode Egbetokun, dispatched police lawyers to sue me. So they are not suing you personally, they're suing them. It's just the ego, the narcissism of the narrative. So what do you mean sue you? They are not suing you now. They are wanting to stop something that will almost certainly spiral into anarchy. So these people will turn up, all charged up with all manners of powder and igbo and everything, and then they would want to use that process to storm Aso Rock Villa, and quite a few of them will chop bullets. And then Sowore will then tell us then that that the government had put thugs in their protest, and it was the government thugs that started the riots. We've danced this dance before. We've seen this movie before. These wild-headed baboons that will gather in that sort of gathering, they will be charged up on drink, alcohol, all manners of weed and all manners of substances, and then they will see it as an opportunity to riot, to cause anarchy. They will chop bullets. A few of them will chop bullets, and then in the spill out of it, Sowore will come and tell us that, oh, the government infiltrated this protest with thugs, and it was the government thugs that started the anarchy. We've danced this dance so many times. In a statement issued on his X handle on Friday following the ruling, Sowore said, AG of Police Nigeria Kayode Egbetokun dispatched police lawyers to sue me in an effort to halt the Free Nnamdi Kanu now protest scheduled for Aso Rock Villa on Monday. However, the judge, Justice Umar of Federal High Court in Abuja, refused to grant the ex parte motion, instead instructing him to serve me notice and adjourning the case until Tuesday for proper hearing. The demonstration, organized under the hashtag Free Nnamdi Kanu Now, is intended to draw attention to the prolonged detention and legal faith of Kanu. The police action was seen as an attempt to leverage the courts to prevent a potentially sensitive gathering near the seat of Nigerian power. The adjournment on Tuesday ensures that the planned Monday protest is not currently restrained by a court order, setting the stage for a potential high-profile confrontation between protesters and security agencies around the presidential villa. This is almost tantamount to a coup, actually, what they're attempting, and the security agencies will view it as such. Any misstep, you will chop bullets. I'm just telling you now, if you have any sons, or even if yourself, you're in Abuja, Solomon, I hope you're not going, by the way. If you have anybody that you care about in Abuja, just tell them to stay as clear and far away from that space as possible. You see anyhow, you do anyhow, you see anyhow. You want to go and storm Aso Rock with a bunch of charged up lunatics that are, and it'll be, the whole thing will be, it's essentially a Peter B event, isn't it? It's an obedient event wrapped around the Sowore banner. Yes, let's take it from this paragraph again and we take it to the end. Nobody in the room, by the way, if you want the conversation, hop on. However, the judge, Justice Umar of the Federal High Court in Abuja, refused to grant the ex parte motion, instead instructing him, him being the Inspector General of Police, to serve me notice and adjourn the case until Tuesday for a proper hearing. The demonstration, organized under the hashtag Free Nnamdi Kanu Now, is intended to draw attention to the prolonged detention and legal faith of Kanu. The police action was seen as an attempt to leverage the court to prevent a potentially sensitive gathering near the seat of Nigerian power. The adjournment to Tuesday ensures that the planned Monday protest is not currently restrained by a court order, setting the stage for a potential high-profile confrontation between protesters and security agencies around the presidential villa. The outcome of the adjourned hearing on Tuesday will determine the next legal steps regarding the protest legality. Correspondent, who's cutting through me? Oh, sorry. Sorry. Can you stay in the studio for a moment, Patrick, so I can just yeah. Uh, the outcome of the adjourned hearing on Tuesday will determine the next legal steps regarding the protest legality. So once the protest has taken place, then what are you determining? The horse has already bolted the stable. So what I mean what is anyway, that's the Nigerian judicial system for you. When they call somebody Justice Umar, what does he know? He's only like some Sharia guy. Do you remember when we had a Sharia guy as the Attorney General of the Federation, or the Chief Justice? Who was that Sharia guy that was the Chief Justice of a secular state? Uh, the outcome of the adjourned hearing on Tuesday will determine the next legal steps regarding the protest legality. Correspondents had earlier reported that Sowore announced October the 20th as the date for a protest to demand the release of the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu. Sowore made this known on his X handle. According to him, the protest would be a historic march to the Aso Rock Villa in Abuja, while assuring that it will be conducted peacefully and legally to demand the release of the IPOB leader. So I think the rest of the country is actually opposed to Nnamdi Kanu being released. I'm totally with everything that is within me. Imagine what all the things that guy had done, all the lives that he has taken, either directly or by coercion, or directing his mindless followers to go and it's impossible with Simon Ekpa on a 6 year stretch in Finland, and Simon Ekpa being the enemy of Nnamdi Kanu. So what releases Nnamdi Kanu but places Simon Ekpa in jail? You must be a lunatic to think let me just play you a little soup song of this. This is a Dele model constituting a nuisance to the political landscape.
That Southern presidencies are dispensable. Well, for more on this, I'm joined now on the line from Lagos by the former presidential candidate and publisher of Ovation magazine, Basharu Dele Momodu. Basharu Momodu, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Always nice to see you and to get the benefit of your analysis. First of all, before we get to the meat and potatoes of this interview, I wonder how you reacted to the news party and to, in effect, opposition politician and fellow media entrepreneur Ben Murray Bruce has decided to defect from the PDP to the ruling APC party and to, in effect, pitch his political tent with President Tinubu. I saw a note you wrote somewhere where you said you watched it in utter disbelief.
Well, I watched it in utter disbelief because I assumed that he worked with us with the Atiku campaign during the last campaign. And that was my belief. So maybe my judgment was wrong. I mean, he attended many of our strategic meetings and all that. But I give him the right, enshrined in the Constitution of Nigeria, about freedom of association, freedom of movement. So I don't have any problems with.
So that's a very poor use of language, by the way, from somebody that purports to have studied at University of Ife and a journalist as well. He gives him the right. It's not in your gift to give him the right. You acknowledge his right is more the phrase, but then of course, what is from Edo, isn't he? Is from Edo.
Well, I watched it in utter disbelief because I assumed that he worked with us with the Atiku campaign during the last campaign. That was my belief. So maybe my judgment was wrong. I mean, he attended many of our strategic meetings and all that. But I give him the right enshrined in the Constitution of Nigeria about freedom of association, freedom of movement. So I don't have any problems with it. Nothing can ever shock me again about politicians. Some people have genuine reasons to move from one party to another, especially if you have some aspirations which you believe will be better served in the next party. But for me, I've seen it all before. In 1993, a few days after General Sani Abacha took power, I think that would have been about November 17th, 1993, there was a meeting a few days after in Chief M.K. Abiola's house. And
Indeed, but just very, very briefly, so we can move on. Is it your sense that the APC is cajoling and coercing?
Oh, all right, this is where I wanted it to get to, because this guy is rather long-winded in his response. You know, I've had to skim through about a good 6 minutes because that opening question is just to ease you into an interview, so you don't have to be extensive and elaborate, telling us, I remember in 1982 when I was MKO Abiola and this, that, and the other.
Just very, very briefly, so we can move on. Is it your sense that the APC is cajoling and coercing opposition politicians to switch allegiance as the ruling party continues to ride high on these defections?
Yeah, what you have asked is a rhetorical question. You've already answered the question. It's a combination of cajoling, of coercing, of mesmerizing, and I'm beginning to feel that Nigerians have been jazzed by some politicians because the behavior and misdemeanor do not appear normal to me. It's abnormal. People who have no business whatsoever. Imagine a second-term governor. Where are you running to? What are you running away from? You know? So for me, it's a combination.
But that statement is making there makes exactly the point. So if a second-term governor who is coming to the end of his because he only goes to the Senate, and I think he can secure that without the support of the ruling government, he will just go and pick the best local government that assures him of a senatorial seat. So if a second-term governor is defecting from the PDP to the APC, then that tells you then that it's not doing it for any self-interest other than national interest. And a lot as the policies of Tinubu continues to it becomes clearer and the impact becomes more pronounced and more visible, it is impossible for anybody to rally against it. And that is exactly the point. So if you're saying a second-term governor that has no skin in the game anymore, no dog in the fight, that it is not looking to the future to secure anything, if he has no stake, then that then that then tells you then, so what else is he? Well, it can't be money because they are already getting 10 times as much. So he can, if he wants money, he can just steal it from his own state. So what else makes him change other than a belief in what the president is doing and the journey that the country is embarked upon? So I don't think this guy. Anyway, this Dele Momodu, isn't he? What does he know about anything?
One of so many things, but I believe one, there are those who want more jollification. So those one will go to where the action is. You know, the federal government of Nigeria is probably more powerful than the American president or the American government.
Look at that on a national platform. For all of the permutations, it was brought in as somebody that has some sort of expertise in the subject matter. And they're asking him to speculate as to why governors are defecting from his party to another. And the main reason they can come up with is jollification. Can you imagine that? These are the sort of wordings you expect from somebody like Peter Obi. Well, you expect it from Dele Momodu as well. It's not as though he's the brightest water in the bunch.
President Tinubu is definitely one of the most powerful democratically elected presidents in the history of Nigeria. And I predicted it on a different platform in 2022 that this was going to happen. And that night, a lot of people fought with me that what do I mean that we're dealing with potential dictatorship? But it's clear that someone somewhere does not even want any competition in 2027. So they will do everything possible to make sure that there are no stronger candidates. And unfortunately, the masses in Nigeria are also hoodwinked very easily. They believe that, oh, you are just crying wolf where there is none. And they are telling me, oh, this one is a bad candidate. That the candidate that can take on this assignment is the one that they are trying to destroy, and the poor people are falling for it. That's why I said we have been jazzed. It's obvious. Once you see the ruling party attacking some particular candidates, and in this case, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar and my good friend, the former governor and former presidential candidate, Peter Obi, the way they are being attacked, disparaged on a daily basis, you will know that between those two, there is something that the government does not want.
Well, let me.
But the government is not actually setting out. I don't think quite the government has ever fired the first salvo in the direction of the Atiku Obi space. The government is often fighting rear guard against these people. They are fighting shrapnels are coming in the direction of their governance. So when these people go out and they slander the government, they misdirect information and they try to undermine government achievements and policies, then the government has to respond back. I don't think the government has ever really launched at these people except in defense. So are you saying that they should get easy and free shots at the presidency without any response, like the docile Buhari did under his tenure, just gumlessly stealing everything and killing people without being able to respond to anything?
Let me pick you up on that, because you recently asked Peter Obi and other presidential aspirants to play what you called the ethnic religious card.
All right. This is exactly where I wanted to land. So it's inviting Peter Obi to repeat just as it was 2023 again, going to church take your country back and all of that Muslim ticket and vote for me, I am Igbo.
Because you recently asked Peter Obi and other presidential aspirants to play what you called the ethnic religious card in order to defeat President Tinubu in 2027. Well, what do you mean by that?
Oh, it's obvious that the ruling government has already turned this into an ethnic battle, and it's going to be a battle of North versus South. That is why when you saw PDP apparatchiks
and in a battle between North versus South, the Edo man, of course, with the Northerners, look at that. You'd have thought it fed enough from his torso. Look how we don't even know where the chin is. Look, where is the neck in this? It's just one. Anyway, let me not say that.
APC apparatchiks, all of them struggling to insist that a candidate must come from the South. They know that President Tinubu has already locked down the South. And nobody, not Peter Obi, not Goodluck Jonathan, will be able to catch up with him where he is right now. To start with, he has a bottomless pit of resources to pour into this next election. So he has locked down the South. If Peter Obi decides to go alone now, I don't know from which party he can do that. He's no longer in Labour Party. And President Jonathan, since he left power, I'm not aware that he has fraternized with any of the parties. I'm not aware that he has built new structures and he has built upon old structures. So elections are run based on structures. I always say that. Some people will say, no, we don't need structures. But you need structures. You need agents nationwide to protect your vote, even if you are the most popular.
So if he acknowledges and concedes that they need structures, then on what basis then is he suggesting that they are going to defeat Tinubu? Because outside of the APC, the only other party with a structure in Nigeria is the PDP. And they've now gone to the ADC. They have no offices in any of the 775 local governments. Never mind staffing, never mind presence. They have nothing in terms of structures. They have no governors. They have no legislators. They have absolutely nothing. And more importantly, they have no money. So what exactly is he imagining would happen?
Politician, for as long as you are not able to protect your votes, you will lose a lot. So that is why I have said they must play the ethnic card using the Isaac Newton's law of motion. Actions and reactions are always equal and opposite. The opposite for Tinubu's total lockdown of the southern regions will be for the north to retaliate from the north. So then, in terms of religion, President Tinubu is already locked in. It's a marriage by force between him and his vice president, Kashim Shettima. There is no way he can offload him at this stage without causing monumental crisis. I know he will be tempted to say he wants to go into the north central or what we call the middle belt to go and pick a new vice presidential candidate. I believe at this stage that will cause even more chaos than what they are trying to run away from. So the religious card is that whoever the northern candidate is will be a Muslim, and the southern vice presidential candidate will be the northern candidate will be a Muslim, and the southern will be a Christian. So that way you will have a decent balance. There will be no controversy between the religions that, oh, we don't want a Muslim ticket. I know that they got away with it the last time.
Yeah, I was just going to say exactly that. They had that the last time, so how did that pan out for you?
Or it should be smoother for a northern candidate than for a southern presidential candidate.
So, in effect, Basharu, you're saying that the 2027 presidential election has become an ethnic contest, and the only way for the opposition to stand a chance is to command votes from the opposite direction, so that the race for the ticket is essentially between the likes of Atiku, Kwankwaso, Tambuwal, El Rufai, and even, as you suggested, Emir Sanusi Lamido, Sanusi, if he decides to step into politics. But I mean, coming from a southerner like yourself, some may think that that sounds almost diabolical at a time when the South has only served 4 years of its 8-year term at the presidency.
There is nothing diabolical about my suggestion. I know you are a very knowledgeable journalist. Please, do you want ethnic scammers? I call them scammers. Hagiographers who are just being pretentious, okay, and diabolical, to borrow your own word. When was
imagine for a moment, compare this guy with somebody like Donyi Okukwe of blessed memory. You know, because they occupy somewhat the same sort of space within the political landscape, but it contrasts this guy, this character here, with somebody like Donyi Okukwe. It's like light and dark. It's like God and Satan. You know, And by the way, this guy he has no political calculus, so I'm not quite sure. He's not saying his views are very pedestrian. One, they are asking him why governors are crossing over. He's saying it's for reasons of jollification, and he's saying Isaac Newton. And so he's not offered anything that is pungent, incisive, or thought provoking. It's just bland pedestrian nonsense.
Was it written, and where was it written in the Constitution of Nigeria, that the North must do 8 years and the South must do?
Enough of this, man. This guy is a witless wonder. There's no function there. So I'll send the link again. If anybody wants to come in, come in. I think the link is already there. I'll send it again. We play the Kegite music, see what happens.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bọ́bí Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And that is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. So to the rescue, we have BT. So it's BT in the house. So good to have you here. What's going on, BT? Wagwan.
Well, man, what's going on? I was coming. I'm like, you can't shut it down. So let me just jump in and hop in before you close it down. So
people have been dipping in and out. I saw Pato and then he dropped Comrade Omorui. So people are bouncing up and down. I'm not quite sure. Maybe they'll come back. But what are you making of the news cycle? Dilemma Modu, I think it's just it's not it caught somewhat of almost a pathetic figure in the political landscape now. I don't think he offers anything new. They are asking him why governors are crossing over. He's telling us jollification, but they've cleared up this narrative that governors they have to vacate their seat if they cross carpet. Sowore gets the go ahead to go and have his day of anarchy on Mondays, which is to tell you that some people will chop bullets. The food prices dropping at a quite an astronomical rate, much to the chagrin of the naysayers, and the Americans are refuting that they think that Christians are being targeted. So, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Good morning. I came in briefly on the morning session, afternoon your time, and I just echoed what the American representative just said today. Like you also mentioned, and you agree with me that they're kidding Nigerians. This narrative, and I was labeled the tribalist on your platform for pointing out the obvious. So to that point, they know what's going on. Obviously, they have intelligence reports. The question now is, can the American government help with stopping the funding, because that's the best way to stop this insurgency in the country. It's what is a source of funding? People have said it's backed by the Qataris. And by the way, there was a list that the Qataris released during the Buhari administration that showed those allegedly sponsoring the attacks in Nigerians. I think they have some Nigerians on the list. I'm not sure if Tinubu is following up on that list, or there have been no reports after the release of those, or allegedly there was a list, right? One man, if you can refresh my memory, during the Buhari administration, right?
Yeah, there was the list, and then Abubakar Malami buried it for whatever reason.
Yeah, so they need to look into that. So the sort of funding is where I think the American government.
I think that list came out of Dubai or Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, that part of the world. So I'm not in support of boots on the ground, but in terms of intelligence gathering and costing of the funding source, I think the American government can help with that. But the one that really excited me really the most is the report about the Omieko, the one that you reported earlier. The Omieko.
Was that the first time you're hearing it? I was so excited when I saw it.
No. I mean, I didn't know they were going this far with boat service. So that means that the E1 thing was not just for show. It was to launch something bigger than that, right? That was the whole plan. So they used that event to launch this. So I think this is big. It's huge for Lagos State. Interestingly, Pato is here. A family member of mine years ago actually had some similar suggestions years ago to that Ogun River side. Was going to build hotels and redesign that area, but it got shut down because the market women were opposed to. They've been selling here for 100. They had their own issues too. But I think if Lagos can succeed with this project, then people in states like Ogun State, like Bayelsa, like you rightly mentioned, one man, Rivers, all those riverine areas, that have this huge population in their millions, should also look into this. It's cost effective. I mean, and I think it's something that we as neighboring states
and they have the budget for it, so they have no excuses.
They are spending 100 billion on secretariat in the river states. I don't know what's going on in Rivers. I mean, they have the resources, one man, to do even better than Lagos with less pressure. So that Lagos at this point, one man, I know you joke. I mean, jokingly, like you said things like Lagos. We might need visas to go into Lagos in years to come. I'm starting to buy into that with you, one man. Lagos might need to have their own passport or their own special entry key code or key pass, and you have to meet some requirements. Part of it has to be mental, by the way, to make sure you're normal before you come in there. So I mean, Lagos. By the way, one man, you forgot to add one more thing to this. They are going to start building their green line in December. Did you know that, woman? They're going to start.
I did not know that, but what I'm noticing and picking up is that they want to put in all the big heavy lift projects under this Tinubu administration, because by the time power changes hands, then the opportunity is gone.
So I took my time. I looked at the proposed phase 2 of the blue line. I looked at the red line, and I looked at the green line. There are about 18 stations. No, sorry, 18. There are about 18 stations across the 3 networks that have interconnectivity between the rail service, the lake, and the train station. Sorry, excuse me, my phone went up. Give me 1 second. Hold on.
All right, brilliant. We could hear in the background that your attention is needed. Should we go to Comrade Omoruye, who I know is a dyed-in-the-wool Sowore adherent. So it looks as though the court has given you the go-ahead to have your day on Monday. But I'm looking at it with trepidation because every time these things happen, it always leads to it would
Yes.
lead to some sort of anarchy. Oh,
Yes.
are you back, BT?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, all right, carry on. Sorry, Omoruye.
Oh, the Monday. Oh, no, I'm not gonna get. I'll let the comrade. That is his own area. He's a comrade, so he can get into the emotion, which is who is clearly being sponsored by someone at this point. But the if you look at their transport model in Lagos, like even the Blue Line phase 2 coming up, they are connecting the waterways with the bus service and the rail service. And they're doing it across the state where you have 3 modes of transportation you can take. That is amazing to me. For they know what they're doing. But one man, take your time to look at the Green Line. I mean, we've mouthed at the Blue Line, the Red Line, but the Green Line, I love the way it was designed. They're taking it off the island on the I think the lake. I saw the design. I liked it. Green design. I think Lagos. Man, excuse me, one man. Sorry, comrade, go ahead. I think I have phone calls. Go ahead, Omari. Sorry, I'll come back in a second.
All right, thank you. One man.
Yeah, good to have you.
Good evening, everybody. You were trying to lay the foundation for me to come in.
Yes,
Can I go ahead?
I was just saying that the court has given you the go ahead now to have your protest for Nnamdi Kanu. But I was saying I'm looking at it. I won't say I'm looking forward to it, but I'm looking to it with a sense of trepidation because every time we've had this sort of outings, it's always led to the loss of lives. But what is your anticipation for Monday?
All right, I think it's not about Sowore. I really pity the guy Sowore for the situation he finds himself. I don't really know who he's fighting for. This is a guy that has been, it's not just starting it today. Before I go into that, I want to first of all say that it is the inalienable right of citizens to protest for whatever, whenever they have grievances with the authority. So having said that, the authority should not allow it to degenerate into anarchy. That's why they have to inform the police, even when they were not constitutionally mandated to do so. Police should be able to give protection to protesters. Protest is part of civil disobedience. So if people are aggrieved with the government of the day, they can come and they have every right to say, this is what we want. This is what we want the government to do for us. So it's within their inalienable right to do so. And the authority, you can see some people trying to come up with a counter protest on the same day. That should not be a welcome development, except they're calling for anarchy. They should not look for an avenue to say that among generation where it has caused confusion or anarchy in the state so that they will have opportunity to get him arrested once again. I know he's not afraid, but then I'm afraid for him because I don't even know who he's fighting for. Those that he's fighting for, they're accusing him of trying to score some cheap political goals. They're telling him he's trying to gain fame and popularity. I mean, this is somebody that fought recently for police, protested for police that have been beating him. Even after beating him up, he came back. When he was in detention, police broke his hand. He came back and said it's not enough for him to turn his back on them. I don't know why we don't really value people that mean well for us. Even I'm not surprised though. Ganifa Wahimi did the same thing. We never recognized who he was until he died. Jesus Christ did the same thing for us.
Comrade, please, let's not put them in the same bread with Jesus Christ. That's going too far.
No. I'm just I'm not putting anybody. I'm not making a comparison. I'm saying I'm not surprised at what people are doing.
But don't bring Christ's name into it. But
no, when Jesus Christ came, he was not recognized prophet. I'm making a parable. He even is in the Bible. I'm a Christian.
Come here, Father. Come on. You know I was come, but this is my thing.
Can you let me have my turn? When it's your turn, you can correct whatever mistake I make. I'm not perfect.
It's not correcting you. He just wants to engage with you a little bit.
It gets too serious sometimes. But go ahead, comrade. Yeah.
Sorry, sir. You know that's my tune. I'm not agree with you, please. That's just my tune. It's natural, please. See, when Christ came, he said, "Who was the son of a carpenter to tell her he was his Messiah?" Till he was killed. Today he's being celebrated. Ganifa, when he came, we never recognized who he was. Even that's why the pro bono, the cases he took upon himself for people, without getting paid for it. Don't forget he contested at the time. He could not even win. Even the Ojukwu that fought for recognition, he fought against marginalization of his people. At the time he contested, he couldn't even win. So we've had a series of heroes that have come and gone. We start crying when they are gone already. When they are with us, we don't recognize them. I'm surprised those that are supposed to even cooperate with Sowore. At least we are not saying he was going to jump in there to just remove Nnamdi Kanu from prison or from detention. At least to show solidarity, you need to see what they are telling Omoyele Sowore. But my question to this set of people, if they are here, if they can hear me, Omoyele Sowore, was he contesting 1993, 1994 when he stood behind Abiola like Olomo Rock, putting everything on the line to die for not just for Abiola, but for the people's mandate, which we believe in. We were all there. We were all behind him. We didn't support him because he was Jerry Obama. We didn't care. We're not even members of any political party. We're neither for SDP nor for NROC. We came out because there was need to do so. The people mandate was at stake. That was what we did. But this Gen Z, this generation, I don't know where we belong. My heart bleeds when I see the way the country is going. This is something that has been fighting for the past 3 decades. 3 decades and a half. He wasn't contesting when he did all that. Now, people are even saying he's doing it just to gain obedient support. Omoyele does not care about obedient support. Even if he dies for them, they're not going to support him. They're not going to vote for him. We are not surprised about that. So give him the little support they can. You can see what they are doing using every platform. You go to every platform, what they are saying, castigating the man, Sowore is not the one that will lead the Igbo fight. It should not cause confusion for them and all that. That is appalling. They are forgetting.
Let me ask you a question, comrade. Why is it taking that protest to Aso Rock? Why is it? What's the link between what is protesting for and Aso Rock? Because we have the judicial buildings in Abuja now, the Supreme Court buildings, the Ministry of Justice, etc., etc. So why is it taking it to Aso Rock?
Yeah, I think Moyole is beginning to be angry. I don't know I wish I could give you an answer to that. I think he wants to take it to. I think Moyole is doing everything possible to get the attention of. I started like I said from the beginning. I feel for him. I think this time is not. I feel for Moyole. I'm worried. I don't know why he's embarking on this and why he's taking it to that level. Don't forget, he has a serious beef with the IG on one hand. Recently, he had a problem with, he made some utterances against the president and all that. I just pray that he will not walk into their trap this time around. If you're walking into a trap, even if you're putting your life on something, at least you're dying for a cause. The people he's dying for do not even recognize the effort he's making. So I'm worried. I feel worried for him. I know he doesn't care.
Comrade, this is about the 5th or 6th protest that Sowore is doing under this particular administration. What was that big one he did? End poverty or something? He protested for Dele Farotemi. He protested for the police, as you said. And this is not the first Nnamdi Kanu protest. He even attempted it in 2024. So what's the purpose? None of it has ever really yielded anything of any real meaning. So what's the object of the exercise? People are saying it's just using it to get traction in the media space and to curry political favors. What's just is getting somewhat tedious now, and by next week he'll be plotting another one just to get into the news cycle again. Do you think it's just clout chasing? You know, I mean,
No,
what's he doing it for? He's never had any gotten any result ever.
that is your own. I would dispute that with you, but then that is your own. You win it from a very narrow prison. Oyomojele has gotten a lot of results, but people are not, because of the environment to find ourselves. They say in an unjust society, the best place for the just man is the jail. That's the way you look at Omojele Sowore. If not for the likes of Omojele Sowore, Babangida by now maybe will have still been in charge. If not for the likes of Omojele Sowore, the likes of Abacha will have still been in charge. If not for Omojele Sowore, the democracy they are enjoying right now, people paid for it with their sweat and blood.
The man
It
died.
takes the likes of Moshe to push the military out of where, for the likes of Buhari and Tinubu to come in. So if you say he has not yielded any results, I don't know where you getting that one from. To us that know the value of what he's doing and what he has been doing for the past 35 years, he has fought gallantly like a hero, and he has yielded a lot of results for us.
But it's not
And
connected.
people, depends on where you're looking at it from. For us that know the value of what he has done, I think he has yielded a lot of results.
But it's not connecting with the. But to your point earlier, with all this that he's doing that you think is valuable, it's not connecting with the average Nigerian. So that begs the question: how come you're helping people, but they don't see the value in you? Not you, but the generality of Nigeria, they don't see the value in what he's doing. So why do you think that is?
Yeah, can I answer? Okay, can I answer you?
Go ahead. I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
Yeah, that is even why.
Sorry, comrade. Answer him, then bring it home so we can move it around a little bit. But stay with us so that we don't have that many people yet. So we move it around quickly and then we'll open it up. So back to you.
Yeah, let me answer him very quick. That is even why, like the last time I met him, I said we thought we were rugged, we thought we were dogged, we thought we fought for Nigeria, but you have taken it to a different level. If you look at the kind of fight Omoyele is fighting, he's fighting for both his enemy and his friends. Those that liked him and those that hate him, he doesn't care. I think that's one thing that is even giving him the courage to move on, because he's not waiting for anybody's validation to do what he does. I don't know where he's getting that courage from. People are castigating you, people are bringing you down, and yet you're fighting for them. You cannot blame that one on Omoyele Sowore. It's one thing for you to do what is right. That people are not getting, and they're not getting you, giving you credibility for what you do. You cannot blame yourself for doing what is right. You blame the people that don't know the value of what you're doing for them. But to say that he has not done anything, he has not yielded any results, I think that is not. That would be acting. I mean, that would not be too fair for the person of Omoyele Sowore. He has paid his dues. He has put everything on the line. What we see is the figure of Omoyele Sowore. We don't consider the family he left behind in America. The children he left behind when he went to Nigeria. Before he went back, he was released by Buhari. They have gone to be, grown-up adults. What about his sick mother? What about his extended family? Every activist you see on the street, you think is just limited to, the consequences of the suffering is limited to that person on the street. A whole lot of family members, a whole extended family, a whole village could be suffering because of the risk Omoyele is taking on daily basis for Nigeria. But you can't blame him. Just like this particular one is fighting now. The people that are supposed to be behind him, they are also, envious, or either they are envious of him or out of hate or sheer hate or bitterness. They're already telling you, we don't send you, we don't want you to do this. You're doing it for fame. You're doing it for. The question again is, was he contesting 1993, 1994 when he stood behind Abiy? The answer is no. And he's not waiting for anybody's validity to do what he does. I think that what makes Omoyele a different human being. Thank you.
Sorry. All right, brilliant, excellent. So thank you, comrade. We go on from you to Patoski, if it's ready. So Patoski, the floor is yours. The Americans come out to debunk this genocide Christian narrative. The Nigerian Bar Association president comes out to debunk that the INEC can cancel. They can vacate a defecting politician's seat, and then Omoyele Sowore gets the go ahead from the court to have his day of riot or whatever it is that he's doing. And then this one now, Nigeria records first month-on-month food deflation in 13 years. So it looks as though the price of food dropping astronomically. And Nigerian banks flood CBN with over 1.6 trillion naira excess cash as liquidity surges. So there's that as well. And Dele Momodu talking gibberish on national television yet again. So whichever entry point you'd like, Patoski. All right, we don't
Yeah,
have fully have. Oh, you are there. Okay, yeah, carry
yeah,
on. Oh, you've got
okay. Yeah,
your crackling phone again. Is this a crackling? Yeah.
I don't know. Nowadays, it's just it's okay now.
Pato, you need to stop using Nokia phones at this
No,
point.
it's actually
Nobody
no.
uses Nokia again. Eh?
I know. I think you are buying a very cheap phone because there are some iPhone that it's not really iPhone. It's already the casing.
See,
You know, it's already
okay.
discovered like that. So,
I don't know whether it's the network or something. Maybe you should go to someone else. Go to Ola. Oh, can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, we can hear you now. But so Ola, no, it's still is crackling very heavily. Maybe
Yeah,
we go to Ola,
maybe you
and then
should
when
go
you
to
get to a
Ola.
better spot.
Go to Ola.
So Ola,
Yeah.
Ola, take the floor, but let me bail out Ola, and then you just guide it through. As ever, the only super chatter is Ayo, or always ever Ayo. So thank you, Ayo. The rest of the audience are poverty stricken, but thankfully we have 1 millionaire in our midst. So I say that in jest, of course. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. It's election bit more. So with your permission, let me bail. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
okay. Patoski, abeg, go use your laptop. Let us stop using fake phone.
Oga
Babati.
Patosi, can I say one thing before?
Comrade, you cannot. No, comrade, you not be allowed.
Just 1 second. Just one
No.
second,
The
please.
same energy you gave me earlier, I'm going to give you back. No, you're not allowed to
No,
speak.
sorry, sir. Sorry,
You
sir.
see how we're here.
Sorry, sir. I wanted to talk to one man real quick because I don't understand the kind of policies we are playing. When we saw what was coming to Edo State, the havoc we were trying to impose on Edo people, we shouted and we complained. The likes of one man and a lot of people on this platform said there was nothing bad in somebody not being able to express himself or talk to his people. Now you are saying you are castigating us, you are bullying us, Edo people, for what you people impose on us. I don't get it. Must we play politics everything? Can we be objective for once? I know he already left. I forgot to tell him before he left. Thank you.
Okay.
Let me respond to comrade.
Okay.
I don't call
I'm
people
back.
for Benin. Then say that guy they try. This one where they talk.
What
So
did they do? What did they try? Which people you call? The people you
that
call now?
flyover for this one. That no be project.
What the question you should ask yourself? Does Adeso actually need a flyover? What
Leave
about the
that
road
one.
before you get to Adeso? Do you have access
No,
road to Adeso before you talk of flyover?
leave that one. And the guy don't dey do road for. At least he do road for Ora. He do road for
It's
Ora.
talking about an elephant project.
They don't ignore us things for that side. The guy they remember us. And the guy
Okay, are
now.
you from Ora?
Yes now.
Okay, but I mean, I'm not
My people
saying
they
he's
Benin.
already the governor. We are not
My
campaigning.
cousins they home, they village. But my brothers, then they Benin. So I dey call them,
Yeah,
they say, I said the man knows how to speak English. He say, I beg, leave that one.
is the flyover
And
a priority?
my people where they Benin are very educated people, academics,
Okay.
scientists, all of them. So they no be. They say leave that one. That people who are speaking English things, what did they do? So leave this
Okay.
one though. But I say they like him.
Okay.
All this
I'm not
grammar.
remove. I don't have the power to remove him. The campaign. I'm just reacting to what one man said earlier on. He was like, we don't have the vision. We don't have the people that can, perform another Lagos in any way, not do other part of Nigeria. That is dangerous for us. If everybody keeps moving to Lagos,
Let me do this something before I step down. Let me
Pato,
step out.
before you come up, what is the quality of his cabinet? Let's forget him for a second.
Quality in terms of what?
The quality of the commissioners.
He just appointed. I've not even gone through all of them now. I know
Please do, because
I know affect you.
because let's leave him alone. Who he has around him will say a lot about his administration in your state. So maybe one day you can come back and give us a breakdown of who.
Okay, yeah. But from what I'm seeing so far, he's on ground personally, and he's listening to people and giving people. Even if you are not the kind of strategic or those high level kind of leader, but if you are a leader that listens to people, at least you are able to deliver what people want. You understand? And if you're able to do that cumulatively at the end of 5 years or 4 years rather, it would have amounted to it will amount to a good performance. He's on ground. Even Comrade Omori cannot deny that. The guy is on ground. He's close to the grassroots.
That is relative. That is objective. You said it's on ground. He just asked you the quality of his cabinet.
Wait, now
He is surrounding himself with
I just told you
some political hallelujah boys.
I know but I've not gone over the other ones, and
those are political rewards or political jobbers.
You challenge, yeah. So that's the thing. But so far, the feedback I'm getting is not doing badly at all. You understand? But what I'm even what I want to ask you, comrade, is that do you think that protesting for the release of Nnamdi Kanu should be prioritized over protesting for the insecurity in the southeast to stop? Omoyele Sowore is trying to rally around leaders from the southeast to fight for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. Why can't he rally them around and say this killing in the southeast must stop, and let him push that protest, let him call attention to that place? He might not be able to do that because the same people he's fighting to release are partially responsible for the state of insecurity in the southeast. You agree with me? Before now, they used to say, oh, Fulani herdsmen. But now that Buhari is gone, it's no longer Fulani herdsmen. And the point is that it is obvious now that these people, the same people that are telling people to sit at home, might be the ones who are responsible for the insecurity in the southeast. You understand what I'm saying? If they want to test their popularity,
but they are saying it, Pato. Publicly, they want him released, but privately, we know that they are the ones holding him in prison. If you know how Nigeria works.
No, insecurity, because the insecurity in the southeast is caused by these people. So if they want to know test their popularity, southeast now, Monday, they sit at home. Let them use that Monday to protest in southeast and say, all of you, instead of sitting at home, come out and protest. Not force them. Let them say come out and protest and see whether you will see people that will come out. Because from what you are saying now, they are not even the people from that side are not willing to even go out and protest for him.
They
are not willing because they are just suffering from these guys. The businessman who has business, who has his shop, who has everything that cannot open on Monday, that people are moving to Asaba from his Onitsha and his market is reducing. Will he go out and protest? Or that has lost cousin, or a community in the southeast that has lost their Igwe, that their Igwe was kidnapped. There was a video I saw recently that people started bringing out 2 Igwe were kidnapped. Eventually, one of them was deceased in custody. The other one was released by military. Courtesy of all these guys. So what's he protesting?
You asked a question earlier. You almost answered your question. I don't support everything. There's a bad way of doing a good thing. You could be fighting a just cause, but with the wrong methodology. I don't subscribe to the approach of Nnamdi Kanu, Hulan and Sinker. But then, was he fighting for a just cause? Was there marginalization? The same thing, the same issues that led the same factors, both remote and immediate factors that led to Nigerian civil war. They are still with us today, especially in the southeastern region. But do I believe in his approach? Not, not everything
No, okay,
he
let's
said.
start as well. What are the marginalization that you are even talking about now?
Okay.
In what area?
Pato, can you finish the food in your mouth first before we can?
Sorry,
Exactly.
Daddy,
And you see,
I mean,
there was a question you asked me, like,
in what area are they being
there was a,
marginalized?
okay, there was a question you asked earlier. I wanted to address that one first of all. If it would be better for him to fight, does he even supposed to require Omoyele Sowore to fight for the insecurity, to awaken the consciousness of political leaders from the Southeast before they can curtail the insecurity indirectly or directly they cause to themselves? No. The answer is no.
Did you watch the show of shame of one of the House of Rep member from that region when he was challenging the speaker? And the guy said, dude, you have my phone number. You can come to my office. Why are you this public display just to... And that's what my issue with the leaders from that part of the country. They make a show of nothing on TV, but behind the scenes they do nothing. And the speaker was upset, like, dude, what are you doing on public forum? You have my number, you can come to my office and we'll discuss this thing. But you're trying to make it like you're actually defending this guy on national TV. And this
Can I even shock you? I even shock you?
Yeah.
Do you know a lot of them will prefer Nnamdi Kanu to remain in prison, to die there? A lot of them.
They are the ones behind it. No, like I said, they are
apart
the
from
ones.
Kanu, let me say this before I eat. Some of them not even. I have the two of them here on both sides. If you take a census among them, you sample opinion. Majority of them don't even subscribe to the Biafra agitation. They want to remain. They prefer to remain in Nigeria. I have one of them here living. We live together. One of them, he would do everything to remain in Nigeria than to belong to Biafra. Sometimes they fight among themselves. So we know what is happening. The internal problem, the internal factors working against Biafra is even stronger than the external factor militating against it. I rest it there.
So
I don't know if that will answer your question.
No, you have not addressed the second question. I said, okay, when you are talking of marginalization now, marginalization.
Oh, marginalization.
Yeah, marginalization. In what sense were they marginalized?
Oh, they are marginalized.
Or what are they suffered that other parts, especially in the South, have not suffered?
Yeah, there is marginalization everywhere in Nigeria, but then it's like the issue they are talking about now. People are talking about genocide. If Christians are saying it's against them,
I mean,
it does not stop us.
Southeast, that's what I'm
saying. No, I'm giving you an example. I'm giving you an example with this one. If you say there is marginalization everywhere, we the minorities are even suffering more marginalization than every other group. But then it doesn't stop them from saying if that I'm being marginalized does not stop another person from saying he's being marginalized. They're talking about their own.
Who is marginalizing them now?
Yeah, let me tell you something that is happening in the Eastern region that I've come to realize recently. There is, I don't want to mention certain things. I don't want to use the terminology they will use. There is internal squabble. There's a minority that are economically and politically empowered as per the greater majority of the people. So they have their own internal, thing. They don't want to speak it in public, but the thing is there. If you go deep or if you're close to them, you will understand what I'm talking about. They don't feel those people genuinely represent their interests. I mentioned people like Uzodimma, for example. If you mention Uzodimma, they don't see him as an Easterner. They don't see him as a Biafran, as a true Biafran. They see them as traitors and betrayers. If you ask them why, the parents not from there, they start giving you reasons why they feel they are not part of them. So that one is everybody has his own our own problem in Nigeria.
Because the APC.
No, not really, right? not necessarily because of that. There's a term I will use here.
Now.
No, that's not the only reason. There's a term I will use, but people will not be happy. I don't want to use that kind of terminology on this platform. They have their own bickering. You see an Igbo man being a governor. If you get close to them, they will tell you, they will explain, they will give you 1 million reasons why they feel that one is not part of them. They will want to tell you it's a Fulani agent in their midst. They will give you reasons why they think so. And they will give you historical background of the person.
Yeah,
I know exactly what
the marginalization question now. In what way are they marginalized?
Yeah, the presidency, for example, if you see, after the war, we came up with the 3 arrows of reconciliation, reconstruction, and rehabilitation, we have not really, the Nigerian government has not really done their own part when it comes to those 3 agreements.
Comrade Omoruyi, can we just please stop there, because all this idea of they are being marginalized, you understand? Who are the people that are not marginalized? The South, just by the virtue of luck, they got to that place. Now, this Tinubu that is there today, you understand? There was every tendency that they couldn't have got this thing, but the man just kept waiting and kept building. You know, he was building his network, he was building his political base before he got to that place. Now, when you said people are marginalized, are they really building and preparing for this? Do you understand? We even know someone that pretended that he meant well for Nigeria, that be jumping up and down. We see how he messed that thing up. So why will you give someone on the platter of gold? If anybody want to grab the presidency, the person should go and work towards it. Go and read the history of Lula of Brazil. Go and read the people like Mandela. You understand? So, Obi, that all of you wanted there initially today, you understand? During the time that the like of Tinubu, the like of Aferewani and all those Nadeko, the time they were all just facing persecution, that they've been chased around, who are the people that you are expecting now to hand over the mantle to? Are they fighting? So let's the one that is qualified among those, let those that are qualified among those people go and build the base. You don't just by emotion, by saying, okay, let me dash it that you give to people. No. You see what Tinubu said the other time, you say, grab it and run away with it. You understand? It does not mean you go and perpetrate violence, but it's just telling you that you should fight for whatever you think belongs to you. Are they fighting? You understand? Instead of fighting, they were busy joining those people that want to that want to dabaru things. But what are we talking about here? So to me, I think this presidency, honestly, there should be a way to decentralize it, but because it's becoming a serious joke. By the time people are saying, no, let us just consider all those stuff. No, I don't share that, please. Thank you.
Yeah, you're right. That was even what I told somebody in one forum. Do you know this time they accuse they are not comfortable with the alliance between the Southwest and the Northwest, especially. And I reminded the person of they were almost getting there. That alliance was actually initially between them and the North. It was of recent. This thing just the table turned, and I think they have their own way of playing their politics. I wish they could learn politics the way they know business. I think it would be better for them.
But comrade, if you dare suggest that to them, you'll be labeled a tribalist for trying to help. If I tell you that in Nigerian politics, you have to reach out to across the aisle to other tribes, to other groups. You have to make friends. You have to sacrifice for other groups for them to then, in turn, vote for you when your time comes around, right? So what you're seeing right now from their new crops of leaders is they now understand that. So them decamping to APC is towards 2031. They want that VP. So everybody that is decamping from the South now is pretty much running for that VP because but you must first invest your political capital first, right? To help other people. Then years down the line, they will help you too. That's how Nigerian politics works. But if you dare suggest that to them, they're going to call you a tribalist. You don't like them. But that is how politics work. You must invest in politics.
Can you imagine, Babati, if they had supported Buhari and Chuma Kadigo that
My
time,
goodness, easy.
as far back as that time?
Do you actually know that
they would have done 8 years?
Do you actually know that from 1964, even up to Ekweme Shagari era, the alliance was actually there. They were almost getting there until this alliance. I don't know how Tinubu was able to, until this alliance between Tinubu and Buhari. You know, the greatest alliance was actually between the Southeast and the North. So if they had continued in that trajectory, I think they were getting closer to the seat of power. You know,
No, they did.
this is
They didn't negotiate. You know, when you are in an alliance, but you are not negotiating, you are just grabbing money and benefiting yourself. Going to the alliance with a vision in mind. When Tinubu got there, he went there with a vision in mind. When Ekweme was vice president with Buhari and Shagari, what was his mindset? They were even stronger than almost the North in terms of cabinet because Southeast had the VP, Southeast had the Speaker, Southeast had the Senate President. You can imagine. VP was Ekweme, Umezuke was Speaker, Joseph Wires was Southeast, though South now, was the Senate President.
if you remember what they did to themselves, struggling for the Senate seat. Do you remember during Obasanjo how they changed the Senate presidency among themselves?
No, that's
Among
because they are not
some
together
people?
now. They've been changing it, but it was changing among them. It was
Exactly,
between
that's what I'm
them.
saying.
So the point is that they didn't consolidate their position and negotiate power. Look at their position in during Jonathan's time now. They were strong. When Jonathan was there, that's how they succeeded. When Obasanjo was there, they made their mark. When Jagari was there, they made their mark. But they didn't see when power was shifting in the north. The dynamics of power in the north was shifting. And it
Pato,
was shifting to Buhari, and they didn't realize that.
Pato, can I ask a question? Towards the end of Buhari, even if you did not vote for Buhari the first time, towards the end of his second term, everybody knew this thing was coming down south. Let's forget APC for a second. That PDP ticket should have gone to the east, but there was work to be done to secure that ticket. Like I've always said, like I said, Atiku stole their birthright. I've always said it on this platform. But they didn't even come together for that ticket. They were all, look at the show of shame for in that PDP primaries. About 7 people from the east running for the same ticket. Look at them in the APC too. You should have come together and said, this is our time in the PDP. We have worked for the PDP for almost 16 years. This is our turn. But he did not do that. So I don't understand their politics. And look at the way they banned Okorocha for even daring to even reach out to the north, Okoro, Awusa, and all this kind of nonsense. So anytime you want to reach out from that part of the region, you are branded as non-Eastern, like you're betraying your people. How is making friends from the northern? How is that betrayal of the East? Who came up with that narrative? So you can't. So you can't make friends with Yoruba people or Fulani people or Hausa people, but somehow you want the presidency. How are you gonna win?
So which region are they friends with? Which group are they even friends
at
with?
this point, I don't know. You tell
because
me.
now they hate Yoruba more than they hated Fulani in the last 4 years.
Yeah, are you not even surprised? Are you not surprised at what happened to Afghan as a party? You know, the way it's all the way Jagaban started, right? Between 1999 and 2003, he was able to hold that region. You know, for me, it was able to hold that region. You know, the Southwest for a purpose, right? In 2003, they wanted to have a sympathy for Obasanjo. Obasanjo capitalized on that. He leveraged on that where he wanted to seize the whole Southwest from Jagaban, you know, except Lagos State. But he did not stop at that. He worked assiduously again, you know, to gain the region back to himself. He was not just building that region for building sake. He had a vision, he had a mission, he had something in mind he was doing. I would have expected Peter Obi to build on Afghan, the legacy of Afghan for Juku, to hold that region, you know, so that when they go for negotiation, they will be negotiating on a platter of, on a stronger, formidable force than everybody wanted to, you know,
Comrade,
get
you're
it at
missing
the
the
same time.
point. Comrade, it's like you missed my point. I'm saying that even if Peter Obi attempts to negotiate, they will brand him as a betrayer of his own people.
With the point I'm making here, imagine the whole of the 5 southeastern states under the same umbrella, like Jagaban did to Southwest.
Yeah.
You know how that would have given them a big political mileage, right?
But I'm saying that could have been achieved under the PDP because they have like to Pato's point, they've done. I mean, the East is Southeast baby now. They've always voted PDP over the years.
Yes.
So how come you could not cash out when the time was right for you? That was your opportunity last in 23 now. That was your ticket. How come you could not come together as a region for that ticket?
You couldn't even get a VP in the Southeast. He went to Delta State. You can imagine.
Yeah, you know.
And if you remember in 19, even the East, their political leaders were not happy with Atiku for picking Peter Obi, if you remember.
Yeah, they had to say they were not consulted. They have a lot of homework to do before coming outside to say
I didn't get
this
that.
is what we want.
In 1919 and 2019, they were not happy with
a lot of them were against
picking Obi. Obi was not up to
They said they were slighted.
Okay, that he would have chosen them instead.
Yeah,
see what? Look at what happened. Look at what happened when Atiku went to Obasanjo. He wanted to do everything to pacify Obasanjo to reconcile with Obasanjo. So he nominated 3 people for him. He started with Konjo Iweala. Atiku said that was not a party member. That the PDP will not be happy. He mentioned Soludo. He said that Soludo wasn't a party member. So he now said, what about Peter Obi? So to be able to reconcile, to be able to get the support of Obasanjo, Atiku opted for Obi against what the Igbo politicians were planning at home.
That's the political calculation of what value is Obasanjo, of what political value is Obasanjo.
But I'm saying,
don't say that, bro. Don't say that, bro. You know they had them.
Let me tell you. Come in.
Pato, hold on.
Is that a question? You want me to answer you?
No. Wait. I'm saying that back then, as P2B, you will have done your homework. If they pick you and people don't really want you, that is your job to fix. Guys, listen. I'm ready for office. Support me. That's your job to do.
I'm one of your own. No matter all of us cannot be there. I'm here representing you. I will not disappoint you.
He didn't do that now. He didn't do that.
I understand what you're saying, but the one that said Obasanjo has no political value, it's more than what you are seeing. Obasanjo is one of the owners of Nigeria, quote and unquote.
Obasanjo has no political value.
He has a lot. You want me to tell you?
Wait, now 2007, Obasanjo's daughter lost Senate in Abeokuta. Obasanjo was in power.
It's more than what you saw. What happened behind the scene is more than what you saw.
What happened?
Okay, let me tell you the political value of Obasanjo. Like you said, the daughter must have lost a senatorial seat. If they tell you the beef that was between Obasanjo and there were a lot of rumor, between they had their own beef. I'm not going into that. But to say Obasanjo has no political value, it's not just because of his vote alone. He has the network. He has the political network, north, south, east, and west.
Like what?
So he can put.
Like writing letter and telling people not to vote for Tinubu. Did this succeed?
If you say Obasanjo has no political value, I think you don't understand the nature of Nigerian politics. I don't want to argue with you. So that
Obasanjo, no, we are not arguing. We are trying to put like you see. What I've discovered is that people ascribe power to people that people don't have. You understand? They say, the Baba. In Abeokuta today, I'm telling you, the man no even fit say he want to install a governor. He cannot. Even the chairman of his own local government, Abeokuta not. He cannot.
Patoski, I tire. Obasanjo no get political value, and yet
as of today,
Obasanjo's political value extends beyond the shores of Nigeria, bro.
I don't want to argue. Can he install anybody as a governor now?
It's beyond that. It's beyond what you are saying. Because the table has thrown against him. Now he might not be able to do it.
The thing is not even talk against him. Obasanjo stopped being a party member when he tore his PDP card. See, if it was still there, it's totally different. He decided just to request himself, but
You know, get
saying it doesn't have political value, I don't necessarily agree.
No,
You understand?
okay.
in the words of Tinubu, but by Ella retire, it wasn't
Oh,
because he
Lord.
chose to. It was because the reason why he did that, because he lost his own word, so he was losing relevance. So he had to save face. That turn of party ticket wasn't because he
He
wanted to
lost his
do
own
it.
word now.
He had to do with Ola. Koni choice.
Before then, he had problem with Goodluck Jonathan. You don't
Exactly.
you don't understand
now
that
if you tell me
Obasanjo
what
contributed to
happen
the
in
loss
the
of
local politics.
Yeah, not because he wanted to do it, but he had
Obasanjo
no
was one
choice.
of the reasons why Jonathan lost. You don't understand that factor?
It's because Jonathan no get political strength. Well.
That one I'm now.
So what are you saying now?
See. This story that Obasanjo doesn't have a political value. I think it's a joke just taken too far. We don't even
It's not
have
a
to
joke.
even discuss that.
Thank you, my
We are
brother.
telling
Thank you,
you
my
why we
brother.
no go discuss that.
No, Opatoski, you can believe whatever you want to.
We are telling you what is happening on
said my
ground.
own.
What is on ground?
Ola, the man lost his echo and telling me that he has political
He
value.
has political value.
Imagine.
I hear
The
you now.
demise of PDP you seen today started with Obasanjo leaving PDP. I don't want to go too far.
How can someone that is still among the Security Council in Nigeria will say
So
it
why
doesn't?
does that make it?
Hold on. There are people. Even we cannot even say the like of Gowon, the like of IBB, and the like of Atiku Abubakar. They don't have political value.
No,
Why? The question is this: how come that people still go to them whenever they want to do things?
I just
So
told you.
it's not on the election day alone.
You
It goes
see,
beyond the election
Ola,
day
get
alone.
this Sokoti
Even
most
backing you
of
to be there. No,
Get this
there are
Sokoti most
something. Patosi, there are something we don't say. Even if you don't like Obasanjo, it's another thing entirely.
It does not have political value. You will say
I
why?
hear you.
I have
Bro, that is
somebody
a
you have
mistake.
more
That is
than
a joke taken too far. The impact of being made in 2023 was partly because of Obasanjo.
Okay, now that's that make obedient follow.
He was one of the factors that contributed to what
It
Obi
was
achieved.
Obasanjo that made obedience to follow Obi.
I don't want to argue. You're looking at
So
the politics like the way you read the literature.
obedience in Benin, the obedience in Ibadan, it was because of Obasanjo. What are you saying?
Politics has a lot to do with contacts. It has a lot to do with contacts.
Is it Obasanjo that made the obedient in Lagos to vote for Obi? Is it Obasanjo?
Bro, let's not overflow this issue. To say Obasanjo has no political value, I think it's a joke taken too far.
I'm asking you a question. Is it Obasanjo that made obedience in Abeokuta to vote for Obi?
Indirectly. He has his own contact everywhere.
No, now.
Former head of state, not just two-time. Former head of state as a military head of state, and former president, a two-time former president of Nigeria has no political value.
Former head of state, Babangida.
You can't even say that one of Jonathan, not to talk of Obasanjo.
Hold on now. Former head of state, Babangida, he was going to run a primary in 2007 against Atiku. They say, okay, they should do a northern primary. When Babangida saw that Atiku was going to beat him hands down, he withdrew from that primary. He withdrew because he knew that
He didn't withdraw. Obasanjo, from it depends on different rumor everybody heard. Obasanjo told him, according to the rumor that I heard, that he asked IBB that he will have to step down, that they are presenting Yadwa. So they were not even ready to bring IBB in at all.
Value. Let's go back to Obasanjo political.
No. Sometimes when we want to make some kind of judgment, there are something we don't joke with until until it is tested. All this kind of assumption, Obasanjo has no value. But if anybody want to contest election today now, they still go to Ota to see go and meet this Baba.
Political value, but not to the point that you not as high as you are making it look like.
One of the problems that people has today is
people ascribe power to people that they don't have. People ascribe power to people that
at least Babati has repented, so I don't even know.
No. I'm saying it's not impactful enough to sway the election like you think it will. Is my point. It's not that
one of the problems Atiku has it tomorrow as for Nigeria presidency is Obasanjo.
No, that one I don't know. That one has multiple problems. Not just
there is
one.
something.
I say one of them is Obasanjo.
There is something I heard from one elder. He said, if you want to become the president of Nigeria today, and if you don't know those people they call the class of 1966, he said, forget it. See, if IBB
did OBJ want Tinubu?
No, if IBB,
hey, don't move the goalpost now. No, they did the OBJ. He told him in he's on tape. Go on YouTube. Baba. No. Tinubu told him point blank. Hello, retire. He told him, like, dude, I'm coming for your spot. He wasn't begging you.
No, we don't even have to stress. That's not the point. Don't let us go. You understand? What I'm saying is this: if you have IBB, if you have Danjuma, if you have Abubakar, if you have Obasanjo, and go on move against you, you understand? Even if you are going to win eventually, you said you will know what you are going to pass.
Nothing will happen. Nothing.
I hear you. Stay there.
Nothing.
Stay there.
Nothing
I got to stay there for Canada.
I asked him now.
Do you believe the owners of Nigeria? Do you believe there are owners of Nigeria? Do you believe in that?
Those people Yamutu Abiola, and all we were just to jump up and down, and nothing happened.
That guy, you are directing certain people in Nigerian politics. Let's not overflow the issue. Let's move on, please.
We are ascribing to people the power that they don't have. That's what I'm saying.
It's beyond what you can see on the surface.
By the way, guys, who came up with this Awolowo versus Tinubu legacy nonsense online? Like, Tinubu is good and Awolowo one. I'm like, why are we comparing?
That's unnecessary.
I'm like, who came
no
up
basis with that? No basis of that comparison. It's not what
they want argument. See, let me tell you one thing. Tinubu may eventually be better than Awolowo. So a person that is still alive, don't rate him yet. You understand? Is he in the category league of the Awolowo? No. But can he achieve and surpass Awolowo? Time will tell. So that's what I would say. Because it depends on the context.
If you mention Awolowo today, what easily comes to your mind? You remember free education. You remember free health. I mean, adequate health, for the masses. You remember community development and all that. I understand Tinubu is striving so hard to make more money available for governors who are also criminals at their state levels. So there's nothing for me, this is my own personal opinion. The likes of Awolowo they had a bigger vision for the critical masses of the Nigerian people. Free education, if you mean, that was what I was expecting from Tinubu too, being an Awoist. Stand for something, even if it's just one thing. It's not there. I know you can talk of a coastal road. I mean, that one is good, but something beyond that, something more people-oriented, like Awolowo was known for free education, free healthcare. With a lot of money you getting from subsidy removal. I mean, that's why I always tell people, I think he was so much in a hurry, and people don't believe that. You have the courage to take strong, bold decisions. Make it, people-oriented, so that critical masses can benefit from one particular thing you'll be remembered for as a legacy, project.
Comrades, you Eda will say we are fighting because of Oja. Oja is responding. Say, who is that silly person fighting at my backyard? That's exactly what you are doing. When you talk of all this subsidy you are talking about, I don't know how many times I would try to explain that Nigerians were not really benefiting. You understand? It's just like someone that is worth, let's say, ₦1 million, and someone now, I got your 1 million naira, I was giving you stipend of 1 naira, 100 naira every year. You understand? If the person is going to give you 1 naira, 100 naira every year, he is not ever going to give you your 1 million. So that's in other way, he's stealing the remaining. The question is this: some people, you are making money, and some people are sharing. You understand? This is advanced sharing, but they just have to use something as small screen to eat. Now, the money that is meant to build hospital, the money that is meant to develop our educational facility, the money that is meant to build road, some people are eating the money, and to make it worse, you are now borrowing. You are printing money. Even the resources you are supposed to get.
I think we are almost saying the same thing.
We are not saying. So the thing is, removing that subsidy, we allow that oil and gas industry to develop. Maybe the one that government was managing and just maybe you just employ maybe 5,000 to 10,000 people. By the time you free the industry, you'll be talking on maybe 500,000 and above job. And those 500,000 will not even stay there. It will generate others, and people will even be able to pay tax. And we have more money to do better. We have more money to fund security, to fund security, to fund social welfare. Today, okay, tell me, when was last time anybody got student loan 0%? And people are mocking that student loan now. You will not know. Some people are speaking of our law of free education. Some people in the next 2-3 decades, they will be talking about this NEFON that helped them attended their program. That's just the way it is. People were mocking our law when it started free education, because free education was not free, because all those farmers, all those people in Ekiti, they were taxed. Ekiti Cocoa was used to fund this thing, and they taxed people heavily to do. So it was not as if free education was like, oh, the money just came from the sky. No, they pay tax. And those that did that, you could not even escape tax easily. So this idea of removing subsidy is rushing. There's nothing rushing there. There's nothing rushing.
Can I ask you a question?
Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, a lot of people are of the opinion, including myself, that the removal of subsidy was long overdue. But do you think it would have been better if there was adequate planning instead of just, it has made more money available to the governor? That is there's no doubt about that. Don't you think it would have been more appropriate? Do you think it would have been more appropriate and more fruitful if we tied this surplus money, more money to certain projects or certain areas?
IBB tried to remove this subsidy by increasing fuel pump price. In fact, he went ahead to make sure that he completed the Port Harcourt refinery. You understand? And as it was increasing, the thing keeps changing, environment keeps changing. He was unable to remove it, he left. Now, Obasanjo tried several times by raising fuel pump price. The thing never happened. Okay, there was a time that Jonathan announced that, okay, subsidy has been removed. Do you understand? No, was it Jonathan or Buhari? I can't even remember. What happened? The market value again, the market event even overtook what was happening. So the thing is, the best way is for government not to even have at all. That's the best way. So that, take that, okay, ask yourself a question. When was it? Okay, tell me if you can remember since the time that they've removed subsidy on kerosene. Who are those people using kerosene? No be poor people. No be now people.
I'm not arguing about the removal now. I'm saying, my question is, don't you think it would be more fruitful, more beneficial to the Nigerian masses if adequate planning was on ground?
What is adequate planning?
Okay, what we have right now, subsidy has been removed, right? The masses are making to go through some hardship, right? The money coming from the subsidy, which is a lot of money, state allocations have doubled. Some areas have tripled. The money, a lot of money going to the state governors. The money is in one way or the other being embezzled. I'm saying the planning I'm talking about.
When was the last time? When was the last time you heard that state cannot pay salary? When was the last time you heard that?
We are saying the same thing. They are getting more money.
No, that's not the point.
I'm talking of channeling of this money so that it can get to the.
You are saying life is not easier, but during the last government, they were owing workers. I'm now asking you, when was the last time a state governor, let us know that state governor so that we can shame the state governor. When was the last time a state is owing worker salary?
I just acknowledge that they're getting more money. But my point is,
and now, if workers are getting their salary now, and they were not getting their salary before, let's compare. And they've increased salary, at the same time, right? Now,
by what percentage compared to the inflation?
No, let's even forget about all those theory for now. We don't start with that. How much were they earning for 35 to 35,000? How much was the minimum wage? To how much? You understand? To how much currently?
It was 28,000 before.
Yeah, what's the minimum wage now? 80,000 or what's the amount? 75. And yeah, we are seeing how much. So okay, you were earning 28,000 and a bag of rice was 60,000. Even assuming the bag of rice is still even 60,000 now, minimum wage is 75,000. See, sometimes we don't understand that some of these corrupt elites, they fund all the media, they fund all those people that are very eloquent in the society just to dabaru everything. And before you know, if that your revered podcaster, River Rufai, if they present thing to you, you believe just because already they are confirming your bias. That's the situation in that country today as we speak. We are not saying everything is rosy, but yet we want to compare when minimum wage was 25 or 35,000 to when they've now moved it to 75,000. Yes, we know there's still inflation there for sure. What you are not talking about is this. What about 500,000 students that would not have been able to pay their school fees, that they got student loan? And you know, the beauty of that student loan is this: is zero, and you are not paying, you are not under any obligation to pay if you are not working. It simply means that if you graduate, if you are not working in 10 years, you are not going to pay.
You know the advantage that student loan has increased the disposable income of the parent, because that money
exactly
would have come from the pocket of the parents.
Exactly.
That means
so
more
the
money
household is
available for the
richer.
parent to spend.
Exactly.
Mr. Ola, the subsidy removal is not a bone of contention here. My question is, are you satisfied? Okay, the doubling of or tripling of allocation to state governors, one should have expected more responsibility from them. Are you satisfied with the level of responsibility at the state level?
I don't know, but the question is this: most of all, we focus on the federal government. It's only Babati that is here now to tell us, you understand, to tell us what is happening in Ogun State. And because it's following. So people don't follow up because everybody wants to go to Abuja. And that's where the problem is. What I can tell you today is, I don't know how it is happening, but I don't want to give it to ingenuity of someone there. The question is this: how is Ekiti State, for example, generating more VAT than Osun State? How is Oyo State having, or is it 3 times the type of VAT you are going to generate in the entire 5 states in the eastern region, the southeastern region, geopolitical zone? So the question is this: when you are asking me this question now, who I go ask? I can only tell you what is happening in Ekiti, and Babati is telling you what is happening in Osun State. So I don't know what is happening in Ondo State until someone in Ondo State will come here. You can come here and tell me what is happening. So that's the only thing I can say. Our focus is so much on, let us get to that center. Ask yourself, you and myself, what is the business we even have in Abuja when we have a state?
Ola.
That will tell the story.
Ola, did you observe something?
We're almost saying the same thing here. The impact.
You observe something. The states that have youth that are always speaking out against government, their governors are picking up. A state like Ogun State, I know average Ogun State boy in Abeokuta, they are very enlightened, they speak out. Or Ekiti State, they speak out. Edo State, they even get patience at all. They are speaking out. Look at all these governors in those states. They have to sit up. Even this Ogun State guy, he was not doing well before, but he had to sit up. But look at the entire, how can the entire Southeast be contributing less VAT than Oyo State? Because instead of speaking to their governors, they are busy attacking Tinubu, attacking Buhari, attacking this one. And that's the issue. That's the issue. They are saying, oh, they didn't bring port to Southeast. How can you bring port to a landlocked area? Seaport to a landlocked area. That's how blinded we have been. They should dredge the Atlantic and bring ports. And big, what's the size of vessel that can go in there? So that's the kind of thing. The states that are speaking up, their governors are responding. Look at what's happening in Niger State. Look at that guy. Is that not helping? If you say the federal government should have channeled that money, the law forbids the federal government from doing that. That money is going to the allocation account. It's savings that would have gone out of the allocation. That savings will go back to allocation. And the law says that it should be shared. If Tinubu tries to do it, if the governors go to court, they win. They have a precedent. Rotimi Amechi already took Jonathan to court and they won a case. So if Tinubu tries it again, it's not going to even stay. It's not going to reach 1 month before they do the hearing through amount because there's a precedent.
Pato, do you think that we Nigerians failed Tinubu when it came to that LG Council autonomy? Because to your point, I think the way they share the money to the state government is the right thing to do. Now, enforcement of rules where they don't steal the funds is another thing. Okay, but I felt like the people did not put enough pressure on their governors to really liberate the LG councils, and I think people did not rise up to that occasion. And to your point, I'm very vocal about my state, but some people, they keep quiet. They don't say anything about their state. And I think that's the new Nigeria now. Everybody, I mean, look at, to your point, Dapo, look at the Songo Abeokuta Road. I have to give this YouTuber, this young YouTuber credit that used to follow Sowore.
Shagun Olo.
That guy, do you know how many protests is led in that Songo area? I was even in. I have some correspondence with him.
That's small boy. That's small boy.
We are working on something on something that I'm trying to work with him on to publish some documentary on the water corporation thing in that. But do you know how many that guy has led in that area for almost 3 years by the youth? They apply pressure. So when you see that thing being done right now, they put pressure on that to do the road, to fix the road, even though it's a federal road. He has to take it over from the president. That this was not too much. Okay, I would do it. I would do it myself.
Which road are you talking about? Sango Road?
Yeah, Sango coming from Lagos into Sango to Abeokuta. That road was terrible for years.
Very, very, very terrible.
But it was the people that put pressure, on their governor. So when we say you should do the same thing in your own region, and you say, "Oh, they didn't give us A, they didn't give us B, they didn't give us C." No, you fight for it now. You do that. The same energy you used to for whatever. That same energy, put it into protest.
Babati, you used the right word. You said, did we not disappoint Tinubu? Because what Tinubu did was to open that space. The citizen would have responded by protesting against governors by now.
Exactly.
Because Tinubu already did his own part. Maybe that was what he was thinking, that, oh, if I do it, people with all these governors are making, because he didn't want to go against the governor directly. But if he did it the way he did, and the people now push it to the table of the governor wouldn't have had any choice than to say okay, because the police wouldn't have stopped the protest, because the police knew the federal government position with respect to LG. So, but everybody kept quiet. If Sowore'S are leading local government autonomy now, that would have been a better protest.
Imagine that, okay, they sent alert to LG Council for the first time in 15 years, and we all say, okay, Oga or Pato, Ola, let's show up at the LG Council to know what's going on. Oga, you don't collect money yesterday. We saw the alert. How far? That kind of pressure, you know what I'm saying? If anybody say, okay, focus on your own area. Oh, guy, you don't collect money now. So what's up now?
They'll be looking at
Can I
people. Be looking at LG
can I can I can I shock you? Can I shock you in that regard? Can I tell you what's going on there?
What's up?
They allowed you think. You're allowed to think the local government boss has gotten. The local government chairmen are actually like errand boys to state governor. Does it not surprise you that
now? But that's my.
Is that what we are saying now?
You know, before the money used to go to the governor, and they will now give them small cuts.
So, is it going through them?
No. Now it's not anymore. They changed it now.
Is it going through them, bro?
No. That's my point. What happened in Oyo is what you are saying, where they got the money and they are by themselves now giving the governor their own money willingly.
Yes, that's the arrangement. People before they were made to go into.
I'm saying, listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that before it came to the governor first and went to them. Now it's coming to them directly. I'm saying that when the money is not coming to them, for them to even dare to now willingly give the money to the governor, that is where we were supposed to come in and say, the money stays here because we have the money.
It's for us, the people.
Exactly.
Oga Patoski, Babati, and Comrade Morui, I'll be back. I want quickly record some presentation. I'll be back after 30 minutes.
All right, bro.
But Comrade, do you see my point? Once the money now
I understand what you're saying.
Nobody showed up to say, "Oh, the money is now here with us." So don't dare put the money in the governor's purse. We did not show up for that. Nobody. We didn't show up. So if you don't show up and put pressure, they have no choice. Okay, they have a choice, but you get my point. So
but I think, I think this generation need to redefine their agenda. When the military were there, me, I was of the generation that fought the military to a standstill.
And they were even more brutal.
Yes, now we knew what we wanted. We wanted them to go. We wanted them to go. Especially Abacha at that time, I was really, really involved. In the Abacha must go rally, meeting. Do you know how many institutions in that country I traveled to? The first semester of my final year, in short, I can almost count the number of days I spent in school. I was traveling with my group from school to school to school to school in the night,
yes.
In the day, from school to school to school. Abacha must go. Release MKO on June 12th. So all these things, if we had kept quiet and relaxed like these people, it would have been difficult. Now we have democratic governance there. It's even easy to handle. And Nigerians need to be very, very, we are supposed to be making progress. I'll give you a good example. When my brothers were in school, do you know that they have collegiate arms of every political party in Nigeria there? In those days, they had the action group, university campus group.
Yes.
You know that these boys in this floor, in this hostel, their action group, these boys in Kiniko, you understand? Even during MPN time, in the universities, they have their student leaders. People like Ebenezer Babatope, they were action group student member in the university. Then, people like Olo Noguru and the rest. So, all those, that was the period that created the political consciousness in them, because from maybe 100 level, you were already a member of that party, and you already you have a constituency from that university of that party. You understand, you're already aware, you know what governance is, you know what is the role of who. You won't be sitting here as a graduate and be telling me that, look at Nigeria, Tinubu is doing nothing. See, that country, there's no water. Somebody here who is supposed to be educated, living abroad, is blaming Tinubu because there's no water in his own state. You understand? Because he doesn't even know how the country is being run and who does what. So all those things, those political consciousness and awareness that we had in mind then was one of the things, were the things that helped us to say, okay, we are standing up to fight the military, to rally people. When we say there are protests like this, there are times we don't plan the protest, nobody go know. And
Yeah.
you see, when we were in school, they were really for us. So, do you know we had students who were, they used to call them NSO then, not DSS now. They were NSO, National Security Organization. Then later they became SSS. They had SSS who were students.
Yeah.
Because they knew that.
I don't know the period you're talking about. You know, what about the civil? Those that were not members of political parties, they had affiliation with civil rights bodies like CLO. I was a member of CLO. I was a member of Amnesty on Campus. I was a member of Committee for Defense of Human Rights. I was a member of so many groups. You know, we could liaise with them, and it was very formidable. You know, once we cough, then the government of the day will catch code. I mean, once we sneeze, they will catch code. But today,
comrade,
what you have today, I can't even believe what is going on.
Comrade, what I'm saying is that those kind of movements are needed in the LG councils now.
Exactly.
More than ever. The youth,
they are on TikTok. They are on TikTok shaking their
the youth should have been taken over. You see, when it comes to councillorship, it should be youth now. When it comes to LG chairman, it should be all you, because you have the number, the pressure is less. You can spend less money. You can come together and overwhelm a council and win it.
I don't think the councillor should even be older than 20 years, 23.
The law says you can run for that councillor at 23 years old. You can run for councillor if you want to.
You should be more than 23.
In Kwara, we have lady
one girl,
27 years old. She's there now. 27 years. She was at 26 years old. She won.
That girl, right?
Yeah.
In the House of Assembly. Yeah.
Poly girl, she won. So it's possible. But my point is, she was, like, to your point, comrade, she was in school an activist herself, but she focused her energy on her own area. She wasn't fighting Abuja. You see my point? She focused on her own area. And she won.
And the girl did try. I saw what the girl was doing. I saw her project. She did try.
And now,
and she's close to her people.
So even before she ran for office, they already knew her. Even my own friend won a councillorship. It was under APC. The guy never really spent that much money. Guess what? Almost since I've known him, he's been doing his NGO for years. So when he was ready to run for office, it didn't take too much for him to win. They already knew who he was
because of grassroots popularity.
Exactly.
I did same in my time. See, politics is not as difficult as people, look at it, right? Once you close to that, you have that grassroots connection. You have that grassroots relationship with your people. They don't really need much money from you. If you've been with them, if you have identified with them, when you call for office, you want to run for any office, they will be there to identify with you.
Because they believe you.
Exactly.
When you promise
this one of our own.
They will believe you.
Exactly.
Do you know what he did? Him winning that office gave him access to more funds to help them with what he was already doing. So when he won, he just got more money, more access to resources to help them, tailor business, agriculture, everything. So they were getting more money. So, so this idea of so if I see anybody say, I'm a youth, let's go and fight in Abuja, let's go and get I'm like, what are you doing?
Comrade, do you believe that if you had wanted to go to House of Rep, do you think you would have gone to House of Rep?
You would have won now. You would have won
10 years ago. And by now, you would have been governor of Ondo State. By now. That would have been an opportunity. That would have been an opportunity for him to showcase what he could do. With the money coming from Ondo State, you know those states are not producing states. Sowore's would have transformed that state. They have deep people.
You could imagine when Mimiko living wasn't even having a formidable platform. Then he went to Labour Party. If Mimiko could win from Labour Party, then just imagine. I understand what you're saying, but Sowore's thinking, Sowore's mentality is different from a lot of people have advised him to. Why not start from local government? Why not start National Assembly? Why not start as House of Assembly member and all that? He doesn't seem to see from that angle. He feels you be like a loner, like you'll be consumed by the system. So he's looking at the bigger picture. He's looking at the bigger picture where you'll be able to wield enormous power to control things and make things happen. I think that's his own calculation.
It's like a
So he will
small
tell
fish in
you.
a very big. It's like a small fish in a very big river now. But if it goes to Ondo State, it will be a big fish in a small river. It will make noise there. It will do something with what he can do in Ogun State, Ondo State. Look at what people are saying about Peter Obi. At least Obi has something to say. Go and verify
Yes.
whether
Yes.
he's saying the truth or not. But Ondo State case would have been different because Ondo State has more money than Anambra, and Ondo State is closer to Lagos, so people will know. Unlike Anambra, people need how many people won't go travel to Anambra to go see. But Ondo State is not far now. People, if something is happening in Osun Ondo, people in Lagos will know. And once people in Lagos know something, it's already all over Nigeria. It's already all over Nigeria. So that's the thing now.
So what if you ask him to go to National Assembly, where he will be there as a lone voice? Well, who do you now leave the presidency for? Those
No,
that
let me
are
tell
not,
you, if Sowore's is in National Assembly, that
Yes.
means he has the floor to speak. He has immunity on that floor. On that floor, he can say anything. No police go arrest him.
And he
Lock
has
am
the
up, do all
exposure,
those
the
things.
audience that
And he
matters.
has the audience.
But in that has to so whether we have this own way as a minority voice, but the majority will always have their way. So at
But
the end of
that
the day,
voice,
it will be tantamount to effort in futility.
no, that voice will be more pronounced. Now,
To what
he has,
extent? To what extent that he has said, even if it doesn't happen, right?
it will be more pronounced than he is currently. Now, he has, if he goes abroad, he can go outside the country and speak like somebody speaking on behalf of a group of people authorized to do so. And
And
then,
Malema is doing in South Africa.
yeah.
You have a point there, but Sowore's does not reason from this, angle. He has to take charge where everything. How will have enormous
We
power to turn
cannot.
things around.
We discussed with Foley comes here now. He's our good friend on this platform, and we told him the same thing.
Exactly.
We told him the same thing now.
The guy is not a bad guy. The guy is not a bad guy the way people want to brand him like.
So he
He
needs
just
to
that.
go. He needs to go and show what he can do. Look at the security in there. He would have transformed the insecurity in Ondo State. That alone, he will say, look at what I've done with security in Ondo State. Look at what I've done with agriculture in Ondo State. Look at what I've done. And it's easy for him to sweep Southwest. If he transforms Ondo State, he can use his influence to sweep Southwest. And he's a young man, he has enough time to do that. How if you transform Ondo State?
They will say, look at what he's doing over there, can bring it to your state.
That was what happened. It was Fashola that made Tinubu to sweep Southwest. So forget to. It was his performance. That was why.
Yeah, that was why it was even difficult for him to remove him, to deny him a second term.
Yes, that was why people voted for Amosu in Ogun State. Just like they are doing Lagos. Fashola, everybody wanted to be like Lagos. You can imagine if it was Ondo State. I say, look at what is happening in Ondo State. And you have money. You have money and you don't have pressure. You have land for agriculture. You have oil. You have bitumen. You will be doing something to your bitumen. Ondo State and Edo State has this. They say Nigeria is the second largest deposit of bitumen in the world. Though. And that Nigerian bitumen is in Ondo.
No.
They're also oil producing state. The part of Niger Delta.
One of the most, I'll say the one disappointing state in the Southwest is Ondo, because they even have sea line. They have seashore now. They have
exactly.
You have sea line. You have oil. I don't know what Ondo. Honestly,
you have seashore. You have line. You have oil. You have good land for agriculture, and you have young people.
They have the longest shoreline in Nigeria. Sorry, in West Africa. I read. Ondo has.
So what do you want?
I don't know because
You can discuss.
I was watching
You
the
can,
video of
you can develop maritime. You can
uh,
develop tourism.
I'm watching the video of Angbola one. It was driving across the Lagos Calabar coastal road. You know, they already made the path. When it got to Ondo and it was already, I'm like, wow, they have this beach in Ondo State. I know it's untapped. Nobody, it's just empty. I mean, my goodness.
Beach.
Yeah, now just long miles of beach, nothing.
The governors are waiting for allocation every month to come, so they're making them lazy.
And let me tell you that beach side is from Sowore's side though. Sowore's from Etiomi now. First side with rational mind. Omori Omini Sowore now.
So why is not them advocating for that?
I don't know. He didn't. I don't know. I think Sowore also. I think he doesn't listen to advice.
Yeah, look at what happened. Look at what happened. The greatest mistake was made in 1999, and that regret came from. I think that biggest mistake came from Ganife Worini. A lot of people were not. Well, you see, those that really fought the military to a standstill had opportunity to take over the reins of power.
Exactly.
He just called a meeting and said, "These people are not serious. We'll be better off fighting from, if than coming us to, they're not serious." I was a part of, I attended that meeting. A lot of people felt Gani was saying the truth. I think if he can see from his grave right now, that would be his greatest regret. After fighting the war, after fighting, you almost won everything. A lot of people just back out of the political.
They just came and take.
Yes. The likes of Ibori from nowhere, Igbenedion from nowhere, from Abacha boys, although it was also an arrangement, though, if you look at it very well, because the civil rights, those that were critically involved in the civil rights movement were not involved in the political participation and the political movement. He gave opportunity to those military errand boys to hijack power. Before they realized the mistake, by 2003, 2007, it was already too late. So I think that was a big mistake. So Sowore came with anger, like, oh, look at those enjoying the fruit of what we fought for. He's trying to, he's working, I think, without planning. Well, I say without much planning this time around. And the civil rights movement is no longer what it used to be back in the days. So before the likes of Falana started running to their states, the backupers of this was started running back to seek political power. I think it was already too late. That singular advice from Gani in 1999, I think it was a big blunder.
Femi Falana would have been the governor of Ekiti by 1999.
Yes, because they were very popular and very formidable.
Yes, now.
They were all over. They were everywhere fighting. I mean, it's very painful, though. That was a very bad foundation.
I think I heard Sowore also talk about that. It's one of these regrets that leaving after because he left too. He had the issue with the injection with lead that he had.
Yeah, he had the school with the court crisis in Unilag.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even before then, Sowore was he left. 1993, 94, he was around. Between that period, I think he left. In 1999, where was Sowore? I think Sowore was already in New York.
I'm saying that back then, the barrier for entry was very low for people like him to run for at least something in Ondo back then. He would have gotten something, even if it's coming.
Yeah, even with the support of the likes of Abiola and Co. Abiola would have been very, very, he would have had a lot of support. Sowore would have had a lot of support from people like Abiola and Co.
So, but going through this route where people that you are led to be fighting for are even, and you're not. My thing is this: even if I'm making mistake, comrade, you must learn to change tactics, adjust. You see my point? Adjust your approach to people. But if you just want to be done, you just don't want to change anything, you don't want to listen to advice, it's my way or the highway, then nobody will want to do anything with you because of that perception.
So that's not area. Sowore's not a realist. He should be a realist.
Yeah, you also consider
He
where he's
cannot
coming
be a
from, his
president of
background.
Nigeria as he is now. He cannot be.
Yeah, a lot of factors are working against him.
Omori, we are not
Doctor cannot
fighting.
produce somebody like him.
We are not fighting the military anymore.
And now
That era is gone. You need to, but it's still the way it talks. The thing is still in the uni doing a aluta. No, you are over 55 years old now. You're not a child anymore. This is not the military era now. Your approach has to be soft. You cannot be. It's like Nigerians. Sometimes they are very stupid. The way they even. You cannot be abusing people that you claim you want to rescue. Your tone of voice has to be more welcoming, more understanding, more compassionate to their plight. Not blaming them. They are the victims, not they are the victims.
You mean the masses of Nigerian masses or the political leaders?
I'm saying the Nigerian masses are the victims. You don't blame the victims for voting the way they do or how they do. You must first have empathy.
I think in that regard, I think Sowore's is trying. Yes, because I can't do the kind of thing he's doing right now. Because if I look at the people I'm fighting for, and they turn around to backstab me, to call me all sorts of names.
But they will do that, comrade. But that is from years of conditioning now. It's like you go to a slave camp. Back in my days in college or the grad, we used to do a program for girls that are in caught up in sex trafficking and stuff. Even if you try to save them from their pimp, they go back. But you cannot blame them because they've been, since they were children, they've been exposed to that. So to them, that's the only way what they know. So if I want to
become a habit.
Exactly.
Like a habit.
So if you want to save a sex worker from what they're doing, you don't blame them for being that way. They don't know any better. Your approach has to be different. So Nigeria thing is more like a rescue mission. You don't blame the victims.
Yeah, you just came up with a very valid point. You blame Sowore now for not being empathic with Nigerian masses. Don't you think Sowore is, very patient human? From what I can see, I mean, this is a guy that has been okay. You think they know the Sowore message is not resonating with Nigerians because he's not doing it the way they expected him to do it, or the Nigerian masses are just being lackadaisical, being docile, and
when you say, okay, hold on. When you say, oh, they collect money from the politicians, they are not doing it. But why do they do that? They've been conditioned to do that over years. So if you are coming in, you must first understand that this is why they are doing it. So when you speak to them, you can't say, oh, if you like, go and collect money. You must do better. No, they've been conditioned to do that. You need to find a way around it.
And the leaders on their own, they have weaponized the poverty against the people.
Exactly. So you cannot blame the people that okay. Now let's say we are even lucky that I'm not that old compared to you guys, but at least I grew up during the military era, right? So I've seen all that. So forget me for a second. Forget me, Omori. Think about those that were born in the 2000s. That all they know is this democracy that we have now. They don't know Sowore from Abela days. They don't remember. They don't even know who he is.
Yeah, it's even now that they're watching most of his videos on YouTube. So most of them are surprised, like, oh, this guy has been fighting. I was looking at comment. This guy's coming over.
So they are the ones that will tell you because Obi lost, they will go and protest that
the military should come back.
Exactly, because they have no idea. They don't have
or what military did to some of us.
Exactly. You see, you see my point now. That's the issue.
Yeah,
they tell you Burkina Faso is better.
They have no idea at all. So and guys like, you should know me now. No, but they don't. I do, you do, but they don't.
Yeah, please. I have another question. That has been agitating. Something has been on social media for the past few days or few weeks. there's this general belief, people trading blame, people trying to generalize, something that is not, it's supposed to be a general problem. If you talk of genocide, whether it's political, whether it's religious, whether it's ethnic genocide is genocide. Instead of people trying to give it ethnic or religious coloration, don't you think it is better to deal with the issue, whether it's a religion, whether it's Christian, whether it's Islamic genocide, whatever name you want to call it? That should not be the bigger picture. I think the bigger picture should be dealing with nobody has been able to dispute the fact that people are being,
do you live in America? Where do you live?
At the moment, I'm in America, but I'm always in Africa.
The American audience, you need to understand the way they reason. If you just say genocide, it does not hit. Once you introduce, if you want the Christian right in America if you want them to support any cause, you need to introduce the religious element to it. It's more hard hitting in the media, in politics in America. If I say genocide somewhere, it's okay. But if you say they are killing Christians because of their belief in Christ, that gets attention from the religious right. They're the one running the show now with Trump and friends.
Even when they are not actually Christian, even when they are not actually Christians.
They are not. Somebody will tell you that look at the way they dealt with Vivek the other day, Vadiswamy. They're like, we love you, the way we support your values, the way you talk about our America, but I'm sorry, you are Indian and you know the Christian white American. So they put that white Christian nationalism, they put it on their head like they are the real Christians. So if you're not white, you're not really one of them. So the only way you can get those kind of people to support your cause is to introduce the religious element to your. So it said that I remember I had a cousin that fought in the Iraq war. Now, back in the days, that thing was marked. Do you know how people joined the army in their thousands in college to go fight in Iraq? They made it that it was some kind of religious war. I'm not kidding you. It was a religious war. Like, you Christians are fighting the terrorists, devils, Islamic devil. That's the way to all those young kids that were going to join the military. They thought they were using the church, that they are fighting for God against the demonic forces across the world. That's how they got them to join the army in their thousands. I'm not kidding. So that is very key to the American politics. You have to introduce that element too. So, but in Nigeria's case, they are using it to exploit for resources. Of course, you know what they want now. You have
that's another angle to this whole conversation.
But you can't get
in as much as I don't want to.
You can't get into that area. The whole play is this: they want a clear split between the Middle Belt and what we call the North. Once they can create that separation, where you isolate the North, so the whole point is politically it favors it because they want to isolate the Northwest. Once you can break them away, not like practically like they leave Nigeria, but economically, politically, once you can, then they can then help you with the Middle Belt, because that is where you have your Medemedes, or that's where it is. So they want to redefine what the Middle Belt is, make it Christian. So when they come in, when they sweep in anyway, anyhow, then the excuse will be, oh, we're just here for the Christians. So remember, they're not even saying that the Middle Belt has Muslims in it in the American media. They're not doing that. It's like, whoa, this place is a Christian area and the Muslims are invading to dominate them. That's what that's the way they're doing it. So that's the whole point, is to isolate the Northwest in Nigeria.
Yeah, who do you think is doing that? The foreigners or the local politicians?
I mean, if it benefits you politically, won't you jump on the bandwagon?
certainly. But another point I was going to before you jumped in.
Go ahead.
Another point I was trying to make, right? Is obvious that Buhari was shielding a lot of things. Buhari did not take certain action because he felt he was, he was protecting his guys, his boys. That at a point he was even nominated to, to negotiate on their behalf and all that. When he came to power, it was no surprise that he wasn't actually taking drastic action against certain things that were happening in the north. But my question, like I said the other day, now that we have somebody from a very courageous leader, somebody that is tough in taking certain actions. There were already a lot of allegations against certain persons. We have individuals and organizations that were listed as sponsors of this banditry and series of attack, whether in the north, in the south. So, do you think Tinubu is taking enough action in dealing with such individuals and groups? There was a list. There was somebody I watched on the CNN one day. He said that he was not supposed to come out and speak, considering the kind of job he has done for Nigeria. A kind of secret agent. They don't come out in public to talk. He said what they did. Look at their findings. Look at what they did, and look at the report they gave to the government. They never acted on it. He even went as far as saying that most of the people that were indicted by their committee, they are in government today. And another list came from Arab Emirates. Do you think, let's not play politics with this, like I said the other day, do you think Tinubu is doing enough to deal with such sponsors? Yeah. Let's be honest, let's not play politics with this.
I've not seen enough done. Like I raised that point earlier. But the first thing we need to ask ourselves, if you remember, there was a tape of Bala Mohammed years ago on China's TV when he was saying that the Fulani man can go anywhere in Africa, that if you are Fulani, pretty much you're in Nigeria, and they can go in and out. And he was not really challenged about it. So the first question we need to ask ourselves is, who is a Nigerian? So if you notice what Tinubu is doing, he wants to introduce biometrics now in politics when it comes to so they need to first define who a Nigerian is. A Fulani from Niger and a Fulani from Chad is not a Nigerian. But customarily to that part of the country, they don't see no different. So part of what they're trying to do is to capture who a Nigerian is, especially up north. Tinubu is working on that one. I don't know when we're going to have our census. So that would be one part. When it comes to that list, I have also raised that concern, like, why is he not acting on it? By time, we should have some people in jail now. Now, the question now is, does he need America's help to fight this war on terror? My concern is, anytime you bring America in to help you with something, it never ends well for your...
They may do more damage than the solution they try to profit.
It's like...
And like this transactional leader they have, he might be looking at our resources, on one side, as a means of negotiating to come and help us, and other nonsense. His economic interest will be his primary objective.
And they can make a deal with the terrorists, and they will kick you out, and they will put them in. Look at what they did in Syria. The guy is their friend, though. Bestie. They made a deal with you to come in, and what they did, the head of the terrorist movement, they killed that guy and they put the head of terrorists as the president.
Now that we don't want them to come in that regard. No, some people have concern about America coming to an area, they could cause more confusion than they try to solve. But my point is, like you said before, what are we doing locally to deal with, when you deal with the supply chain, you deal with the sponsors of those boys. Those boys will not have access to the sophisticated weapons they go about killing people with. Yeah, but now that we have the list already somewhere, why not dust one of those files and start acting so that we might not really... When America's...
You need foreign, because it boils down to their funding. You still need foreign support to cut the funding off. So that's where people like France and all these people come in. They are obviously getting funds from foreign soil. So you can't address that locally. So you can fight them locally. They will keep coming because the money is still flowing. So you must know where the money is coming from and cut that off, which requires for foreign support, international collaborations and stuff like that. That's
But
where.
do you think we are
This
serious
is
by now? A lot of people, some people
let me
are
ask
supposed to
you,
have been on trial.
this insecurity that is happening now, I think it's because of resources. So look at what's happening in Kwara State. That part of Kwara State where they are having security now, I heard that there is gold there and some resources in that mineral resources in that place.
Just like Zamfara.
They said they saw helicopters dropping supplies. So that tells you this is
in
even
that Kwara State.
Yeah, helicopter.
I have a friend now from that place, my colleague here in Canada here, we are working together as one. It's their village, and his father has land there. And they say they found gold around that area. I say that's why they started killing people now.
Do you know how much gold is right now? $4,000 $4,000
per ounce.
4,000.
Can you imagine?
So and you wonder why they were. So right now, once you find resources, it's a cost now.
I think
Nigeria
needs to just.
Bro, look at my concern here. I have another concern. I was on this platform one day when I raised this issue. I'm very happy the way you guys are. You are being honest with at least somebody said he's not doing enough. You know what somebody told me here? He said he knows the fact. Because he has been around for a very long time too. As a young senator, moving from a young senator to a two-time governor of governor state. Lagos State. He's not a baby in this game. But somebody told me on this platform that Tinubu will not do that. If he tries that, they will kill him, they will eliminate him. I'm like, what do you mean by that? It means we are helpless as a nation. If a president has no, you praise this guy, you praise this guy to high heaven as a very smart politician, as one of the best politicians around. If he doesn't have the courage or the political will to do the needful, to deal with these people squarely, it means we are helpless as a nation. Do you think he's playing politics too with the insecurity?
I mean, they will always play politics. I wouldn't dismiss. My point is this to you: America's interest in Nigeria's politics and security pretty much guarantee that your president will come from the south. If you notice now, before America's interest a few months ago, El-Rufai was all talk. We will show Tinubu this. We will deal with him up north. Ever since America started talking, they're even the one begging Tinubu, please. Have you heard them boasting anymore in the north? That bragging, that thing went away.
Tinubu, look at another day. There was a day this guy came on. Was it on Rise News? Galadima. He was saying something about how they came to Kwara. The fact Basajo wasn't doing enough. He was given to deal with OPC, and the fact OPC was against their interests, was against their institutions in Kwara. That was how they brought. They had two options. Some people suggested the military option by seizing power through the barrels of the god, and another school of thought was of the opinion that they should project somebody that would be hard enough. That was why they went for Buhari, how they brought Buhari to power and all that. So, with all these things at our disposal, all this information at our disposal, I expected President Tinubu to do more. We know them, we know these guys. If the allegation against El-Rufai in Kaduna, for example, contributed to the reason, according to them, I know it was politics, to the reason why he was on screen as a minister, those allegations are still there.
But Omori, with that level of allegation, the guy still get mind to go say he won't run for president, and nobody even say, "Oh, guy, what are you doing?"
Yeah, nobody is being questioned. Nobody is on trial. That's the point I'm trying to make, bro. Are you comfortable with that as a leader, as a tough leader, a bold leader like Tinubu?
No. You see, El-Rufai, his survivor depends on his ability to take a position, either be in government or for him to take a position that is strong against the government. So that if they want to try him for anything now, they will say it's because he's an opponent.
But it's politics.
Like
Does it
Obi
really
now,
matter what people say? Does
Obi
it
has
matter what
said
people
some
say?
things that Obi has said some things that ordinarily they should invite him for discussion. I'm not saying arrest him, invite him. But nobody can do that now because
Yeah.
they will say, so that's what is happening.
Did
Then
you
I
just say
think
nobody can do that now?
I
Did you
think
say when you
I
have a
think
tough?
Tinubu is playing politics. But
Okay.
the reason why he's playing politics is this: if Tinubu goes all out to fight insecurity in the north, the opposition will use it against it the way they used against Jonathan, and his base in the south is not very strong.
Do you
Jonathan
think? Do you think his action will be different if he wins in 2027?
he will win. Yeah.
You think his action will be different in
Yes,
the last 4 years of his 8 years?
yes.
He will take a more tough,
Yes,
tougher action.
yes. Even Jonathan would have taken tough action, but Jonathan felt he was going to win. If Jonathan knew that he wouldn't win in the last 4 years, he would have taken a tough action. But I think the Jonathan's service chiefs were not good. That miniman, that Ijo guy, he saw all this Ijo in the tribalizer. Make good
But here,
decisions.
Jericho was ready to fight. He already started before
He was ready to
they
fight, so why
eliminated him.
didn't he fight?
No, he started though. Before you remember the
Let
way
me
he
tell
died,
you,
the circumstances
I
surrounding his
have
death.
me and from my family in the military. Do you know how many officers and soldiers were dismissed by Ejeka? The army wey we talk say no get personnel, they dismiss them. During Ejeka, you were sending soldiers to the front without good. They count rounds for them. Then they count bullets for soldier. That time, you can go and verify this thing I'm saying. During Ejeka minimum. So it is like that, you understand? So, but if Tinubu now consolidate his base in the south, even when the north is against him, he wouldn't mind. But even Jonathan that time, the south were in support of him,
But
not fully.
can Pato, what if Tinubu is able to sweep the south, also win the middle belt? Like I said, that isolates the northwest. And that gives him leverage in the second term to really move in.
Yeah, I think that's what he's trying to achieve because
And
he's not
he
sure
will
of
still
that
have some votes.
northwest.
He's going to get some vote from the northwest and northeast, because the
He's still going
governors
to
there
get
will not
some
be
from them.
sleeping. They want
Yeah.
to come back. They want to
But
work.
I'm saying in terms of the security, fixing the security issue, it's like once you have the south and the middle belt in your pocket, then you can easily kind of dictate how it goes in the
But the
northwest.
southeast and southwest is not sure for him.
Exactly. So you guys, once again,
Let me tell you, the problem, Tinubu's problem is really southwest. Though. All the southwestern youth, forget you can't count on them. I'm telling you that they will
Are you
support
sure?
him.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
I'm telling you.
What do you think is responsible for that? The hunger in the land?
Obedient. It's just hatred and propaganda. Oh, they have embezzled our money. Tinubu is embezzling money. Nigerians are suffering. All those. They don't process information at all.
Bro, who is speaking? Who is speaking? What's your name, bro?
They were born, Pato, like I said, they were born in.
Is that Patoski?
Yeah, it's Pato. Listen,
Okay.
They were all those kids, they were born in 05, 06, 07. That's the problem. They don't know anything.
The Gen Zs.
Yeah, now they don't know shit. It's all Twitter and Twitch and YouTube. They don't know, they don't have any sense of history. Nobody taught them anything.
The same people who have collected student loan, no? The same people who are collecting grants now, the same people who are going to technical school for free and getting paid, they will still say, they are still their money. They know the process, they know they even know reason waiting that they talk. They don't ask themselves, am I talking sense? Am I talking sense? They do anyhow. Let me tell you, I was telling my brother yesterday, last month. I had a brother, when I was growing up, my parents were not very financially too buoyant. So all of us were in school together. So my older brother had to join the army. You understand? To be able to support himself so that they can focus on me and stuff like that. Do you know that I was discussing with him last 2 months, and I was telling him that, do you know, if we had this nail for that time, you would have gone to school, because he had his O level, he had everything. You understand what I'm saying? He would
Yeah.
have gone to school direct instead of now joining the army, struggling, and you understand. So, but this generation of students, they don't go know the value of that one. They won't know. Nigerians, they just feel that I was looking today. We're trying to look for school for my girl and stuff like that. I looked at school in the US, dentistry in the US, over $100,000 per session. Dentistry that you will do, the whole money you will spend in university in Nigeria, you know, go past 20, you know, even reach 20,000.
Can you bring Remy back in? Remy.
I brought him in now.
No, bring him back in again. It's in okay.
So at the end of the day, when you look at this generation, they don't reason. The Southwest, when I'm talking to them, obedience, this and that, Tinubu is this. I say, can't you even?
Do you know, Pato? Some of them didn't even know that they have no clue about Obi's record as a governor. They have no idea. Hey, it's coming to change. No, tell me about his record. They don't know.
They say tell them go and verify.
Hey, now, he saved 17 million. How? They don't know. He didn't beat them in school. They don't know.
Yeah, bro. I have a concern here. I don't want to sit down and start making a permutation on who is going to win and who is not going to win. Where, with the way things are going, except something, and I believe in what God can do. If Tinubu is ill or hardy between now and 2027, the way things are going, I don't see Tinubu losing the election. I don't see Tinubu relying on Nigerian voters to emerge the winner. What do you think about this? I don't want to start analyzing.
It's not going to without rigging. It's going to win.
I mean, look
You said without rigging, it's going to win.
Yes, it's going to win.
Omori, look at
without rigging.
Omori, my brother, look at.
I thought you just said that the Southwest and the Southside is not sure for him.
Hold on, Omori. In the history of Nigeria, have you ever seen a more pathetic opposition in your life than all these clowns?
Exactly.
I haven't.
Look at the jokers now. This is the worst. I've never seen any worse in the history of Nigeria. These are the worst. They don't even
that was the point I was trying to make. I was coming to that because I don't see. It's like all of them are working for Tinubu. So I don't want to sit down and start analyzing who has strength, who has weaknesses and opportunities.
The greed of the oppositions will destroy them.
They are already destroyed in a way.
Now it destroyed them in 2023. It will destroy them in 2020.
I'm not seeing any formidable opposition anywhere. They are losing every day. They are telling you it doesn't matter. One government is gone. Second one is going.
How many are even party members of ADC? Till now, they don't have any party. How many months is the election?
They're even saying they could move it to November 2026. It's not taking.
Pato, fix your mic. We can't hear you. You're breaking up. Pato, your audio is terrible.
If he's not talking, let another person talk now.
Okay, just got your wallet. I mean.
Oh, me telling.
Anja. What's up? Go ahead, Simba.
I do. Comrade Omori, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning from here. It's okay. I did fine though. How your side?
Fine.
I did enjoy this with me. Not do where these people they at least they balance their conversation. Now your own one side, one way traffic. I they ask the question, I they benefit from their conversation. They give me, they go talk and the way it be. Politics sit there, but then they make me feel say, okay, these people are, they the objective. But your own now, one-way traffic, wah. So maybe we'll try and enjoy this conversation, please. If I ask you any question, I don't mean any harm. Play politics with them. Still give me a level play of objectivity. Thank you, sir.
No wahala.
Welcome,
No
bro.
Okay, yeah, man. Earlier, you guys are talking about the new generation. That I think we can't blame them. It is because of the kind of education that we're giving to them these days. They, on their own, they are not actually curious to know. You understand? And I think maybe because of the advent of the social media, they are being influenced by what they hear more on the social media than the real fact that is on ground. You understand my point? So I think that is why they are behaving the way they are behaving. You know, even my own children, sometimes I have to sit them down and try and give them, tell them stories, things. And they say, but daddy, we don't know. We don't know that is but what we hear on the social media is different. I will tell them, well, social media, anybody can just come, even with lies. So they are being influenced in so many ways that they don't even know which one is the truth. So that's their problem. I don't know if
I think I disagree with you. Don't you think they say you who wears the shoes know where it pinches, right? Don't you think they are being realistic? The reality on ground is affecting them, and they are reacting based on what they are, facing on daily basis. Don't you think they're talking based on what they are facing? We can talk, we can praise this man. Yeah.
We all school in the, at least me, I don't know, but from what I can gather from the way you are talking, in the 90s, early 90s, when we were in the universities, what we face in the universities, these young guys, they don't face it. If I tell you what I face, what the problem, the kind of difficulties that we face in the universities, when I was in university, I don't know about you, I don't know the university that you attended. These people, they are enjoying these days.
In terms of what?
They have bank accounts. They can easily call their parents. During our own time, when you are going to school, you go to school, you pack food stuff. You understand? They will give you just small money. Everything that you need to eat, they will give you. You carry palm oil, carry vegetable oil, carry Maggi and everything. The only thing that you probably will be buying, maybe bread and all those if you want to. And when your money finishes, the only thing you can do is to carry your bag again, borrow money to go home. And so I don't know what you think that they are facing now.
No, okay. I know what you're talking about. Actually, I face more than whatever you think is. In fact, at a point I was self-sponsored. I don't want to go into all that. That would not permit me. I have to also, sometimes missing classes, missing tests and everything just to survive in school. Even as a student, I was a student. Instead of going to parents to get money, at a point I was actually taking care of my younger ones from the little business I was doing. So that's a discussion for another day. My point is the general perception that, if you listen to the people on the street of Nigeria, you don't need a prophet to tell you that they're facing a lot of hardship. Affording a square meal has become a problem. The cost of living is on the high side, skyrocketing. Don't you think they're talking based on what they are facing on daily basis? That's my point. They feel the government is not doing enough.
I think I've told you. Let me give you this. In the late 90s and even the early 2000s, in my practice, so I'm not even talking about schools. That time, there is no day you will not see a child with malnutrition. I'm not talking about small malnutrition, severe malnutrition. All those ones that will look like all the Somalia this thing, like kakash. You understand? Because of poverty. We don't see them again these days. You know, let me tell you this. Social media is what is amplifying and making our problem to look as if it was worse than what we have experienced. Let me give you an example. When I was working in Edo State in the early 2000s, there is no time I would travel that will not be armed robbery incidents on the road. There is no time. There was no time that I would travel that won't be any armed robbery incidents.
Especially between Okada and Benin.
That
Especially
Lagos
between Okada and
was
Benin.
Around what period? What period was that?
Like Patoski,
2000.
I experienced it between Akure and Owo. I experienced it between Okwela and Okini on 4 occasions.
Between Okada and
Benin. At that time, even if you remember, at that time, I was using V-boot. They don't bomb me well. Make I carry that V-boot go Benin. That time, that was when they were doing in Benin by 7 p.m. in the evening. They no boy you well, make you come out for Benin. But all those occasions, if not today, you will see videos. People will view it. They will say now maybe 10 people have been kidnapped, and all those incidents I mentioned. It will be limited to we that will experience it, because there was no smartphone. Nobody can even make any record. No, there was no even internet for us to even put it out there. These are the children today that they have smartphone, they have data on their phone. They can even call their parents and say my money has finished, and they will send money to them. So I don't know what we experience. We experience. They never see one quarter of it. But this day, everybody just saying, everybody can complain. That say, I'm not saying everything is good, but for us to now say, okay, maybe things were better than now, I don't think I can agree with that.
Another point, if you want to assess Tinubu now as a fan, as a big fan of Tinubu, you look at GDP, looking at reserve, looking at allocation to state governors and all that. At that level, you feel he's performing. But to them, they feel it's not trickling down to their level. The poverty, the hardship. That's what I mean. I don't know if you get my point. I'm not talking about.
Comrade,
I'm
sorry, Remy.
Can you hear me now?
Remy, hold on, John. Check his response, comrade.
Okay,
You
good.
see, comrade, just remember that Tinubu has just barely spent 2.5 years. Do you know that we didn't hold Buhari as accountable as this in 8 years? The way we are so critical of Tinubu now, we don't even criticize Buhari reach half of this. Buhari that was printing money, borrowing and
to
printing
be able to
money.
pay salary.
Yeah, printing. Don't say they borrow a loan to pay salary. They print them like it did me.
When Governor of Edo State raised that issue, they were all against him. He said he wasn't supposed to say that. Abasaki.
No, people printed money during COVID. It was during COVID that he raised it.
It was Obasaki that raised that alarm the first time. You remember?
During COVID, almost every country printed money. US, China, Japan, France. People printed money during COVID. He printed money, but after COVID, he was still printing money.
Obasaki said to be able to even pay governors allocation, they have to print money.
It was like COVID opened his eyes, and he was just printing money. We didn't criticize him like this man. This man just barely spent 2.5 years. What are we saying?
Atoski, another thing that people don't know about that money that they printed. They are saying, hey, Tinubu has borrowed more money, our debt has increased, and all those things. All those money that they printed, it was converted to a debt. It's a debt too.
Hey, no. Not debt.
But people don't understand it.
Not debt. And it's part of costing inflation.
Exactly.
There's so much money in circulation.
Patoski, just yesterday, CBN released a report that they just mop up about 1.2 trillion from circulation. I think the problem we have is that if you have unity of purpose in that country, we play politics with a lot of things that we are not supposed to be playing politics with.
They should tell Obi is guilty of that. Obi plays politics with everything. Everything. If Tinubu, if Tinubu win, they will say, how can the president be win?
Can I make my contribution now?
Sorry, Jeremy, go on.
I was looking to Nigerian man talking about Nigerian youth or something like that. Even if they put the voter's card in their doorstep on that election day, they will just close their door, take their pizza, election voter's card, and the pizza. They will take the pizza and leave the election voter's card. They will leave it there. These people, the orientation is not good from childhood. They don't care. Only what they care about is they just stay in their room, press their phone or with their laptop. I'm not saying everybody, because the apathy to voting in Nigeria is high among our youth. Some of them might probably prefer to go and play football. Some of them might probably prefer to hang out with their friends or something like that. And there's nothing you can do about it because the orientation was not there from the beginning. You cannot compare your own orientation when you are young to compare to the orientation of people of nowadays. When we were young, my father, if you fail math, you already have 12 stroke of cane. If you fail English, 12 stroke of cane. Those core subjects, there is stroke of cane. And when you say stroke of cane, your brothers will carry you and flatten you very well. But nowadays, what are we are the parents now. We don't do like that again. Even before the age of 16 or 17, we already buy phone for them. We pamper them too much. And those ones that are not pampered, they go to any length to do whatever they want. Some of them go out, they will call it Ozu. And when they Ozu, some of them find themselves in Yahoo rituals. Some of them find themselves in the hookup or whatever. So I don't know. I think I'm even afraid for the future of Nigeria when it comes to their own generation. By that time, maybe all of us here would have been very old. Who knows? So on election day, the reason why they know because they won't come out. At the end of the day, maybe at the result you are going to have in your hand might not be up to 20 million, the total votes. And when you talk about the opposition, you should ask yourself a very good question. Is this truly opposition? Is this the way they play opposition? You just criticize, you do not offer your own solution. How are you going to do it? How are you attracting more traffic to yourself? Since 2023, if we must tell ourselves the truth, how many people are really convinced that this Obi, I should vote for him? Instead, people are moving away from him. What about Atiku? What about Erufa? No. And when you talk about Tinubu, of course he has his own flaws, so many, but you cannot tell us that since 2023, he has not moved the needle. We all know where we find ourselves in 2023 when we are using money to withdraw money from the bank. Today, you are no more doing that. He has changed it. The economy is moving, maybe not at the speed you want, but at least we have seen that there's a lot of changes. The price of foodstuff are coming down, maybe at not a rate you really want. So I think a lot of Nigerians that are smart, they are taking the opportunity and their life is getting better. Why majority or some people, they think complain is the most important thing. And when you complain, your life will not get better because you'll be stuck there. And when you follow a politician who is a billionaire that he doesn't really care about you, just want the power, and you are screaming yourself out, blah, 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 blah. If money is not dwindling, can you believe that Obi have 200 stores in Trade Fair Complex? Since how many years ago?
1995. He acquired it since 1995.
And then we come on and solidarity, oh, it's not good. Did they demolish his own stores? No. Since
he got it, he got it when he was made the chairman of Port the Convention.
That's when Abacha said,
they gave them that Trade Fair Complex to use that time. That was when he acquired it.
Oh my God. I think at the end of the day, I just hope that the reason why I'm a little happy is because Nigeria are more becoming politically aware. I've seen a young woman on TikTok nowadays. It's a Yoruba girl. She is calling out the name of governor of Ogun State. She will go to some street or some road that's in a bad shape, record it, and call their name, and tell the governor, this is exactly how much you collected in federal allocation for this month, for that month. What are you using the money to do? The president tell us to undo our governor. I'm calling on you, come and fix this road. That is the way it should be. Although it's still a lone voice, but as more people are aware and calling on their governor, because this is a lot of money. Just more than 2 trillion naira was distributed among the 3 tiers of government. That's a lot of money for development to go into the state. I remember Jigawa State Governor said they are debt-free. No more debt. Only state in Nigeria, no more debt. They don't have CC to pay back. So all the money going to them is for infrastructure development, increase the salary or whatever. But I don't know the northern governor, maybe there are people now not holding them accountable. But we must give this guy, please, if you sit down and really look at it, he really tried under 2.5 years. Compared
Mr. Remy, can I ask you a question based on what you just said?
Go ahead.
All right. Like that woman you just made mention of, that is very good. But do you think at the level of institutions in checkmating corruption, do you think this administration is doing enough? Like EFCC, SCPC, and the rest of anti-corruption agencies we have. Do you think they're looking the other way? Do you think they be silent or giving support tactically? I mean, in a way, they're encouraging corruption in the system. Do you think they're doing enough to deal with corruption? Given the level of allocation going to the state governors right now, do you think we're getting a corresponding development for them?
I will answer your question this way. To me, first and foremost, your governors have immunity when they are still in power. Because they are the ones that receive a larger chunk of money, more than the local government. So first and foremost, there's nothing you can do about them where they are still in power. The people that are supposed to do the check them much is their state assembly, which most of them are doing nothing. But in terms of corruption or whatever, since this government came in, the early one we have is about that woman, that doctor, that Cross River or Akwa Ibom, that light complexion woman. And fortunately for this government, he has not stolen the money. So they quickly suspend her, and at the end of the day, they did not make her minister anymore. And if we want to say the truth, we might not say that. To me, I think they are trying their best, considering the amount of money they are generating and the way our external reserve continue to increase, and our GDP also showing favorable, and the export to import is also good. I mean, favorable. So fighting corruption is not just going to the public and say, because in Nigeria, like if you said this person is corrupt, you have to prove at the court. It's not that just by mouth. You have been a politician before. You know how these people behave. So on that,
I wasn't a politician. I was an activist.
You said you're a politician. You said you hold a public post before. That's what you said here, Abi.
I was politically active, not just a politician. Like the way, like the way the likes of.
If I want to say something to you, I will say you are also part of the people that have corrupted Nigeria.
No. I didn't play politics to that level. I never had. They never gave us a chance.
Who do you follow? Who do you follow that time?
Okay, on campus, we chased away but no, not just. I can't say. Okay, collectively, there was this agitation against the military rule. So when they left in 1999, I think I left school in 1999. We were very active we were grassroots mobilizers, both on campus and off campus. So somebody came to me like 2000, come and contest for at the level of councillorship then. But I didn't even know what was actually, what politics was all about. So I said I wanted to go and serve. So I didn't participate. And generally, there was this opinion that the military were not prepared to hand over. So after fighting the military, there was this general belief that they were not serious, that we should stay back and continue to fight. That one came from Ghana. A lot of people subscribe to that. But the smart ones like Tinubu and Co., I didn't know how they were able to go behind other people to participate. So by 2033, when we came back from service and all that, 2003, 2007, the real activists were struggling. The foreigners of this world were rushing to their states to go contest. The Agbakobas of this world were rushing to their state. Ghanaians were rushing back. I think it was already too late. So that was the level.
Comrade, the likes of
Tinubu. Not answer my question, Comrade.
The likes of Tinubu has been contesting before 1999 now.
I think 92 was the senator.
Somebody who was a former senator in 1992.
See this politician now. I asked him a simple question. He gave me a very
He didn't belong to any party, but he was supporting PDP that time because
I supported
Anini. He was following
No. Let me answer that. Okay, I didn't know that was what you were asking. No. I never saw Anini. Who were the few? So okay, from the beginning of the politics was fighting for the people's mandate. Abiola's mandate, a stolen mandate. That was my beginning. That was my first active role in politics. So, after fighting for Abiola's mandate, we thought Abiola was coming after the death of
Abiola's mandate stolen. Was it stolen?
It was stolen. It wasn't just stolen.
Who stole it?
See, but you don't come. You want to complicate this conversation right now.
I don't. What I mean. Is just clarification. Now, when you say something is stolen, that means somebody actually took it from him and used it.
It was stolen. It was
it was denied.
Okay. It is just semantics. You're trying to use this is on an English class. It was stolen by IBB and the David Marks of this world. So he was denied.
Comrade, don't mind Simba. He was, remember when he was a teacher in the university.
That was why I wanted. As soon as he came in, I knew he was coming to make it complicated. So to answer your question, so by the time I finished my NYC, we came back. PDP was everywhere. So if you shouted PDP, then their slogan was "Share the money." Most of us were not comfortable with that. We felt after fighting the military, now that the military is gone, we're getting worse than what we had in Abacha and IBB. The rate at which they were sharing the money. That's why if they're crying right now, this seed of corruption they sold, in fact, they don't have any reason to even complain because of what they did between 1999 and 2007. Who were those that brought Shomole to Edo State, thinking that we will have a better alternative?
Comrade, sorry to butt in. So you can see that time you're a little bit naive. I want to tell you something today. Everybody go to one cause because of an interest. And if you can aggregate your interest very well, you get what you want. The same the same fire you are talking about, because he was late, he was confused. At the end of the day, he also wanted to be a governor of Ekiti State. Did he get any vote? Zero. So
that was much more. If they had started 1998, 99.
So people that are fighting the military government that time, the so-called people you are following, they already have their own interests. Some of them are positioning for themselves for House of Assembly, some for senatorial, some for gubernatorial. But you, because you are a little bit naive, I'm sorry to use that word, you do not.
No, I was naive. It's not an insult. I was naive. I didn't even know much of politics, as much as
I do now. That time, maybe today, who knows? Maybe you might be a commissioner. Maybe you might be a senator. Maybe you can be a rep. So
you could imagine community coming to me to beg me to come and contest for councillorship. I said no. I wanted to go and serve and come back.
So, a friend of mine considered for the councillorship that time, but because he was also naive and he thought that councillorship is the head of everything, he felt so arrogant and so proud. And by then, after 3 years, they did not pick him again. And that is the end of his political career. But because he does not understudy the big wigs and continue to follow them along that trajectory, because in Nigerian politics, you have to do boy for some time. If you are not ready to do boy, don't go and join them, unless you have the money.
That was another angle. That was another angle to my, when I came back, we're not happy the way PDP were running their show. So it was kind of opposition. I started from the opposition. I even brought a political party to my community, to my area. So, we had a lot of support. But then, no matter what you did at the polls, PDP will not allow you to see the light of the day. So we fought that one until we got a voice in Oshomole. As at the time Oshomole came on board, I also contested at a local government level then. The election was, we were ring out of the system. Oshomole was in court. So where tribunal declared Oshomole the winner, I left the country. I couldn't wait for the appeal court to make their judgment. So when they made their judgment, some people were like, come back home, come and reap the fruit of your benefit, of your labor and everything. I was already trying to decide whether to settle down where I was or to go back to politics. My mother too wasn't, happy. She didn't want to see me coming back for politics because of what I passed through before leaving the country. She was almost dying every day for my sake. So she was on the side of, oh, don't come back. It's better for you to suffer wherever you are than to come back.
But at the same time, if you look back, you are not also bad at the end of the day. Everybody has a path, and that's the path you have taken, and you do not regret it at the end of the day. So maybe your mates that joined politics, maybe they too did not pass through some stage. So
probably I will not even be alive today because the way we were treated by PDP, we want to pay them back in their own coin. Maybe by now my enemy will have been eliminated.
Yeah. So you look at Mr. Fix-It and Annie in Edo State. It was all in all. It was everything at that time. That guy is so slippery that he got whatever he wanted to get.
His place became a political mecca in Uromi.
Yes, of course.
People were coming up from Madiguri, from Kanu, just to come and get political blessings.
We have people like that in Ibadan. Adedubu was like that. Everybody go and worship. It's like you are worshiping these people.
There was not in their category, though. I was in their opposition.
So, no, I'm not saying you should be there. I'm trying just to say that people just say politics are just a simple game. They don't know that for you to take it.
Earlier on, you are talking about corruption. The kind of democracy that we are practicing, and even the nature of our people does not actually encourage fighting corruption. I will tell you, if Tinubu arrests somebody now, we are the one that will reach so many. Okay, look at when Emefiele was arrested. People started saying, hey, is he the only one? Is it because maybe he's on opposition? This. Why do we do that? El-Rufai, earlier you were talking about El-Rufai, about the security situation. El-Rufai is not the bride of the opposition and of the people. I see Arise TV defending El-Rufai now. Can you imagine?
Dr. Simba, does it really matter whether they defend him or not? If you have part, if you have your part, do your investigation. If you have your part against him, deal with him squarely. A courageous leader like a Tinubu in your own world must have the courage to deal with any situation, no matter who else is God.
I don't know. I'm not in the legal profession, but the kind of judiciary that we have in Nigeria. Okay, let's take Nnamdi Kanu case and Samuel Ekpa case, for example. Look at how they speedily dispense the case of Ekpa, and the one for Kanu is still dragging. Now look at your mentor. Now is the one now saying Nnamdi Kanu is an innocent guy.
Who is my mentor?
Are you not a Sowore's man?
You don't know if I'm Sowore's mentor or Sowore's my mentor. Why would you confuse?
In addition to what you just said now, do you know sometimes I just look at Nigerian politicians and sometimes I look at some Nigerians, they are very
No, Sowore remains my man. He must always be my mentor.
He's not your mentor, he's your guy.
He's my man anytime, any day. I believe in
Comrade, let me ask you this question. How do you feel when you look at the atrocity these Kanu have committed in the southern eastern part of Nigeria, and when you look at the atrocity, the way he encouraged people to burn down so many things in Lagos that time during the NSAS movement, how would you feel? A lot of people that have lost their loved one because of this. And in this same country, some people are coming out to protest to set the guy free. Sometimes I wonder that I think an average Nigerian, sometimes they are so gullible, they don't even know their right or left. How can somebody, and when you look at the way they sentenced Simon Ekpa, also they committed a lot of crime in that region. sometimes let the Lord just take his course, for God's sake. Go
No,
and
they should
defend
try him
whatever.
now. They should convict him. That's what we are saying. He's been
Yes,
kept there
let's
for
put
too
after
long.
conviction, then we cannot be talking about whether they
He's
should
been kept there for too long. Look at Simon
Yeah,
Ekpa. They've done him a sharp sharp.
Well, when the sentencing,
Patoski, if they are protesting, say, oh, we want speedy trial, is different from say the guy is innocent, there's no need for him to be in detention, free him. It's different now.
yeah, Simba. Thank God for that. The question was actually thrown at me, but somebody just intervened. The issue is you almost answer your question. You gave two scenarios. One of Kanu in Nigeria after the adoption from Kenya and all that. The other one in Officer somewhere. You could see the short period with which that trial was completed. Now, if you just suppose that one to what we're talking about, the Nigerian judicial system, a lot of people have the opinion that if you see, just like what Buhari was trying to do to Sowore's, if you didn't have any case against him, discharge him and let him go. If you have something against him, you don't have to take all this long, today, tomorrow, from one adjournment to the other. People feel justice delay is justice denied. If you don't have anything against him, let him go. Especially when he was discharged earlier by a court of competent jurisdiction before his house was invaded.
Is that what Sowore is saying? Is that what Sowore is saying? No, sorry. I don't want Comrade to escape this one. Is that what Sowore is saying? That
yes,
because it's delayed, they should. Is that what he's saying?
Yes. Let me tell you what. Let me tell you. Let me explain to you. Let me explain.
Wait now. Let me add.
You are, if you ask me a question, you let me explain to you. You can't ask me a question and you provide the answer by yourself.
Go ahead.
So, you remember he was initially released out of from detention. Somehow, he was somewhere in he said his home was invaded by the military. A lot of people were, by there. So he escaped and ran to Kenya, to somewhere, UK. I don't know what brought him to Kenya. I don't know where, he was abducted from there. A lot of people are of the opinion that the way
he jumped the bill. He ran away.
No. He was invaded. His home was invaded.
He violated the terms of his bail condition. He violated. They said it should not be seen among 100 people or a certain area. He violated it.
Was that why the military went? Was that why the military went there for Python dance?
So no. This is not he violated it, and they need to go and pick him up. Even in America, if you violate.
Was that why the military went to his home?
It's not against Kanu.
Python dance is not against him. It's another thing entirely.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, what led to his escape from Nigeria was the Python dance in the southeast.
It wasn't Python dance. Python dance was actually, all this, the way they tag all this, it was against insecurity in the southeast. It wasn't targeted.
But the military invaded his home. Is that true or false?
If they forget about what actually make them to invade his house? They wanted to arrest him now, and he escaped.
Over what?
Oh, somebody that didn't fulfill the terms of
Simba.
You should have allowed wait for the court, the next court date. The next court date so that you could.
Comrade, you see what you are doing now. That is normal of an average Nigerian. Whenever you don't look at things from their merit. You are trying now to defend Kanu, to discuss.
No. I will never. You were not here when we started. I started by saying there is a way you fight a just cause with a wrong methodology. I do not subscribe to his own methodology. His utterances and all that. You were not here. That's people that were here already. I said I wasn't part of such a mental.
Thousands of people that died from his atrocities. Thousands of people that he has killed. And then you will now be talking like this, say, okay, just.
But how long do you continue to hold him without trial? You cannot continue to detain him indefinitely. That's not what the law says.
How is that one affecting you?
It's a human being. He has you assume he's innocent. You assume he's innocent until the contrary is proven by a court of competent jurisdiction.
No, it's not a human being. It's not a human
being. It's not a human being.
It's not a human being.
See, but you don't come. So he's not a human being, he's not a citizen of Nigeria anymore.
You cannot be talking about somebody who's violating fundamental human rights of others, and then you now be using that one also to get a. What do you mean by that?
We are saying the same thing. If you feel he was wrong, he have done something wrong, convict him and let's see. Instead of just putting him there indefinitely. For how many years now? When was he arrested? When was he abducted from Kenya?
The issue is this. How is that one affecting you?
And the abduction, the kidnap from Kenya was also wrong.
Let me ask you, the continued detention of Kanu, how is that one affecting you?
It's not about me. I'm not complaining. But you should be treated as a human being, as a citizen of Nigeria.
Is he treating he himself? Did he treat other people like a human being?
That's why the court should have decided before now. We are saying the same thing. I don't know what I'm talking about. He was arrested because they felt he committed a crime, right? He should have been tried by a court, and the court, he was discharged by a court. The military going to his home was wrong.
I don't know why you get
and the kidnapping from Kenya was also wrong.
I don't know why you get agitated for the delay in dispensing justice to him. Why?
It's not about me. It's not me complaining. It's not me complaining. He should have been treated like a human being. You assume he's innocent until he's convicted by court of competent jurisdiction.
No,
that's the legal position. I'm not angry. I'm not complaining for him. I'm not his lawyer either.
Kenny, you want to come in? To me, as far as I'm concerned, if they lie, they should detain me for 10 years. Let him be rotting there. That's what he deserved.
Yeah, if Buhari kept him there indefinitely, as soon as Jagaban came in, I was actually saying, I was one of the people that felt Jagaban's administration was going to take a different dimension altogether. Either you speed up the process or whatever, at least deal with the situation as it is, not keeping him there indefinitely from one adjournment to the other. Who does that? Justice delayed, they say it's justice denied. I don't subscribe to his method.
Simba, good morning.
Good morning, Kenny. How are you?
I did, my brother. Good morning, everyone. In the box. Listen,
good morning, welcome.
Because of, see, he's only a criminal that would defend Nnamdi Kanu. Anybody that defend that guy, that person has no human feelings, right? My brother that is speaking, that is asking for his release. If I want to ask you this, if one of your family or your friends are one of those that find during the NSAS people, 130 people die fine at that time, right?
Do you say during NSAS? You said during NSAS?
Yes, during that time when Nnamdi Kanu was telling them to go and fight people, go to Lagos, go and burn down airports, go to Tinubu, buy Governor Sanwo-Olu.
Who was responsible for the killing of people during NSAS? Was it not the government of the day?
It's not government. Just let me finish, my brother. Let me finish.
Who deployed those military? Who keep people at the toll gate?
Can I finish? Okay, let me finish. We are not talking about government right now. We are talking about Nnamdi Kanu. It's directive that gives to people. If you want me, I can play the audio to you, right? So millions of people lost their businesses at that time, and somebody is advocating for him to be released. So if your family member is one of those people that died at that time, will you ask them to release him? Or if sorry to say, you know what I mean, if your close friend, your wife, your child, your father, your mother, if one of them are involved in those struggle and they tie them, a policeman that was servicing in Nigeria, dying. You understand? So that's
I'm not justifying. I'm not trying to justify the killing of anybody, but those that were shot at the toll gate, we are not saying anything about that by government of the day when they started blaming themselves. If Commander-in-Chief started blaming the state governor started blaming the other one.
You see, government, okay. Now, even I don't want to drag you to the answers. I can tell you, authoritatively, that nobody died in answers. I can tell you that. Nobody died in answers.
But over 200 corpses they found in the mortuary. Where were those discovered? Where did they get them ones from?
Which Which mortuary? Which mortuary? Show
The
me.
mass
Show me
burial
the
that took
mother.
place,
Show me
you were
the
not
mother.
aware after
Okay, hold
answers.
on now. Show me the mother, the father, the family of those others that are fine. Show me one of their mother. I say, oh, that person is my daughter, is my son,
I have
is
a
my
lot of
husband.
them. I can
What
show
are you
you where
saying?
they,
And you're not saying they should do this now. They can that's on the side. Then you are saying government delayed him for the past how many years? He is the one delaying himself. Nobody. It's not government. He himself they asked him to open his defense. He was playing with delay tactics. Today I'm sick. Tomorrow my belly is paining me. Next tomorrow something else. They are the one delaying themselves, and you cannot compare that with what happened with Sowore'S. Sowore'S, the lawyer in Finland, they are not in cocoon with him. The lawyer in Nigeria, they are the problem. Our lawyers, they know this guy is guilty. They know the amount of evidence that the government has against him. They know he cannot escape it. That's why they are playing delay tactics. So nobody should blame government for how long he's been there. If you like, he can be there for 30 years. Let him continue playing delay tactics. He's the one delaying himself.
is that what the law says? He can be there for 30 years? Is that what you just said?
Yes. He's not okay. Who is
Do you know in law, no matter what you think he has done, it's assumed he's innocent until the contrary is proven by court?
That's why they've not started his trial yet. They asked him to open his own defense. He has not opened it yet. Why is he not opening his own defense? When government already submit their own, they say, okay, Mr. Mano, okay, this is our this this is the case.
Are you aware that he was discharged by the court?
He's not discharged. He's not discharged. That's a lie.
He was discharged at a point.
He's not discharged. They withdraw some case against him, and some of them were still pending.
Are you aware the military invaded his home? Invaded his home before he escaped?
Yeah. If it's a criminal now, if they invaded his home, so what has that got to do with
somebody that was on bail? Somebody that was on bail, you should have waited for the next court date to get him rearrested.
Some people. He's one that orchestrates those things. No government official.
He was the one that brought the military to Abia State.
It's not military. It's those people that he bought gun for. You understand? So
you guys are. He was those that he bought gun for that wanted to kill him.
He's the one that delayed himself, my brother. He's the one.
No, the military under Buhari did not deny the invasion of his home at Afaraku, Abia State.
Okay. Is this anyone? Do they visit what's his name? This guy, this Yoruba guy.
Sunday Igboho.
Kenny Mighty, the question you can ask is that the state does not have power to invade anybody's in Nigeria, so they have the power. They are the security people.
Was there need for that military invasion?
No. Whether there is need or there is no need, they have the power to invade.
He was enjoying his bail. He was on bail. If he went contrary to his bail condition, they should have waited for the next adjournment date. To detain him.
Is that how the law is?
That's what the law says. That's the position of the law.
That's not the way.
So after his bail.
When has the Nigerian military become a Nigerian police or DSS?
My brother, that's not an excuse.
The invasion of his home was unnecessary by the military. The abduction of Kanu from Kenya, the kidnapping of Kanu from Kenya was unnecessary. Let's not support what is wrong. Two wrongs cannot make a right. I wouldn't because of the method he used, begin to support the evil tactics of the government too. We are not a bananas republic.
My brother, listen. Let me they arrest him. That's past. He must face his own consequence of his own action. So anybody that pleaded like that idiot Sowore'S Nnamdi, that one a bastard anyway. He's looking for popularity. He wants to grow his own thing. So he doesn't know how to do it. You know, as I said, even the Igbo now, they are talking against Sowore'S now. That you cannot use Igbo to be your political party. How can you agitate him? Asking for people to protest. Then you want to do it. You want to go to president's house. They will buy them. Anybody, if you have family, tell your family not to go. Anybody that buy, they buy for their own family, not to go up. You want to go to see, you want to go to see, you want to go to seat of power. Who does that? You want to go out, you want to go out as president because you want popularity. They will buy them. I can't wait for Monday to happen. Let them go there. Anybody, even you, if you support them, they will buy you there. Go and say you don't have any other place to go and protest. Now where president, where seat of power they? Now where you won't go? Say because you should wear it. They will buy him. I pray say they buy him that day. Now idiot.
You said you pray that they buy Sowore's? You pray that they should buy Sowore's?
Yes, they buy him there, yes.
Of what benefit is that to you?
Because an idiot, they will rest about this. All this
You know, Nigerians don't value the likes of Sowore's because you don't know what it takes to fight for the people.
He's a fool. The guy was assassif. Tell me what is assassif.
He has achieved a lot. We already discussed that. Maybe you were not listening to us. Sowore's has achieved for Nigeria what Martin Luther King could not achieve for America. Sowore's has done for Nigeria what Mandela could not do for South Africa.
He still believes he's a student. He's a fool
without the people like Sowore's, by now Nigeria will have gone into oblivion.
Like what? What has he done? Than protesting as a student union.
I should go and sit down. Why did you sit down here? Without the likes of without deviant like Sowore's, by now, military, IBB and Abacha will still be in charge. Will still be ruling over you.
What has he done?
You don't know the value because you.
Which value? Is it the only first? Let me ask you. Is it the first? Is it the first person that will be a student union president in Nigeria? Is it the first person or the only one?
Yeah, those ones did. Those ones did their unionism. Sowore's has taken it to another level.
Which level? He's an idiot. He's a
fighting
fool.
for both his friends and his enemies. Tomorrow he's going to fight for. Do you know Sowore's once fought for Tinubu? Do you remember Sowore's once fought for Tinubu?
Sowore's is the enemy of Nigeria.
No. He has fought for Obi. He has fought for Abiola. He has fought for Tinubu. Tinubu at a point was closer to Sowore's than yourself.
He did for Fabiola. I was alive. He did for Fabiola. No, don't tell me that. What's it done?
Did you say he did it for Fabiola?
He carried knife. He did for Fabiola. No.
You don't need to carry gun to fight.
All of us were students.
What role did you play?
All of us were discreet. All of us were discreet. Okay? I was there.
Oh,
all of us were discreet.
okay, you fought too. You fought too. You just admitted you fought. You said you never fought.
Kenny.
That's contradictory.
Kenny, but comrade.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you a question. Don't you think Sowore's is playing politics with Kanu's case?
Can I answer you?
Hey, Dad, I answered the question to you now.
Okay, we already dealt with all this. Maybe because you just came. I will answer you by asking you: was Sowore's playing politics when he stood like a rock, like a Romo rock behind Abiola? Was he playing politics when he fought for Jonathan? When there was listen, let me answer you. Let me answer you. You just asked me. I'm coming. I'm laying the foundation. Can you let me answer you?
Kenny, please let him talk. Kenny, calm down.
Okay, all right.
Well, Sowore's had no political ambition in 1994 when he put everything on the line in fighting for restoration of not just Abiola's mandate, the people's mandate, our mandate. We were ready to die, and we lost a lot of people for that cause, and we don't have no regrets. Sowore's fought for Jonathan when the president was critically ill. Even when he died, they never wanted to disclose it. He took the lives of Dora Akuyile and Sowore's through his reporters of this world to disclose, to break that jinx, to be able to break that deadlock. So he wasn't having any political ambition. Was he fighting for, to gain relevance? If I may even answer your question. What gives people relevance? What gives people importance? What gives people fame? Whether in business, whether in entertainment. Is it not ability to identify a need and provide a solution for that need? So what is even bad if you're already seeing a need, seeing a lacuna in the trial of Kanu, and he's taking advantage of that to gain some political mileage. He's not even doing it for that sake. Because I just told you he wasn't contesting in 1994 when he fought for Abiola's mandate. So when he fought for Jonathan, when he fought for Obi, when he has been fighting, when he just fought for police recently, you think those police were going back to vote for Sowore? Sowore is not even in the race to win, he's not desperate to be Nigeria's president. He has been fighting for 35 years for both his friends and his enemies. Even those that wanted to kill him, he has fought for everybody.
My brother,
Was he doing that for political ambition?
It's not fight anything. I agree with you. It's not fight anything.
You don't know Sowore's value. A person like you, you don't know Sowore's value because you see everything in your political prism.
Hold on. 1994, let me tell you. I was using my mom pick up to carry people, to go and protest.
Oh, were you doing? Were you not fighting? You don't know that was a fight you were doing?
So which fighting? Which fighting?
Okay, what do you call fight? Is it physical?
We're having fun. We're having fun. At that time, say you are fighting. Which fight?
You were taking. You said you were taking your mom's pick up to go carry to convey people. You don't know you were fighting for actualization of that mandate.
Hello guys. Okay, comrade, you started by saying that because as you answer your question, but maybe you didn't know. You said you started by saying when he was fighting for Abiola, fighting for Jonathan, that time he was not contesting.
But he fought all the same. He fought all the same, right?
This time around,
why are you not saying that he's taking advantage because of political leverage?
No. Those times he was not contesting. Maybe he was laying his foundation. Now he has a political ambition, and that is why I ask you. There's a difference between Sowore then and Sowore of today.
No, if he fought for Abiola in 1994, if he fought for Jonathan when he was not contesting, when there was no political ambition, what makes you feel he's fighting for Kanu now because of political ambition? You are contradicting yourself.
I'm not contradicting myself. I think
that's a big controversy there.
This particular one, I think he's actually politicizing it. That's all.
No, if he fought when he didn't have ambition, what makes you think he's fighting now because he's contesting?
Let me tell you, every other person.
And those people are not even going to even shock you. They're not going to vote. Even if Sowore died for them, they're not going to vote for Sowore.
You cannot.
Does that answer your question?
I didn't have political ambition. You can't dispute.
Simba.
If he fought for Abiola when he had no political ambition, it is wrong to conclude that he's fighting because of political ambition now.
So Simba, the problem with your argument is that you kind of ignore the work Sowore did. Even when Nnamdi Kanu was in court the other time, he was going to court to the point that he almost got. He was almost killed. In going to court in solidarity with Nnamdi Kanu. But look, sometimes we have to be honest with ourselves, like what Mr. Mori said earlier. I don't support the utterances and actions of Nnamdi Kanu. But if we at the same time want to promote a democratic society, fairness in the justice system, we must advocate for fairness in the justice system. How do you prosecute? How does the state? Hold on. The state cannot claim to say they don't have the resources or what they need to expedite this court case. It's going on for how many years now? 3 years, 4 years? Like, where on earth do you have one single case for 4 years? It doesn't make sense. Like, just get done with it and let's move on. If he's found guilty, he's found guilty. And if he's not found guilty, let him go.
You are busy on the other side, entertaining bandits and terrorists. You call it them for meeting. You bring it them with a private jet to meeting. You give them pepper souping and jollificating with bandits somewhere.
Comrade, let me explain. Let me respond to him.
Do we have one country or two countries?
Wait now. You are the one that will say you are speaking on. Let us have orderliness, please. Okay. Kenny, response to what Hakim said.
Okay, Simba, thank you for the opportunity. You see, people are just ignorant of the. I'm speaking now. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
See, people are ignorant. Yeah, people are ignorant of the law, and they're ignorant of the truth. Whether they know the truth, they don't want to say the truth. Yeah, because they're just emotional for nothing to defend a criminal. I said before, Nigerian government, they are not the one delaying the judgment of Kanu. They are not the one. Kanu and his own lawyer and his own team, they are the one delaying themselves by playing the
How can they delay? The highest they can do, the highest they can do is file applications. You can treat every application within 2, 3, 4 days. Why do you need 6 months? Why do you need 1 year?
No, wait now.
The highest Kanu's lawyer can do is file application. That's all. They cannot do anything.
To you now. Let me explain to you. They do a lot. See, government of Tinubu is giving them chance to follow the route of the law. Yeah.
Do you know your government was even wrong? Initially, they brought the wrong charges. They said treason for treason to.
Let me finish.
You insulting people. You don't need to insult people to make your point.
Who did I insult? Did I insult anybody now? I've not insulted anybody. Right?
Yeah, go ahead.
And his team. Kanu and his team, they're the ones delaying. If you remember, Kanu personally asked government to change his own the justice. That he doesn't want that person to deal with his own case. They have to withdraw that case from that person, give it to another person. So that's what that one head to that place. In that place,
this thing that you are talking now, should that ordinarily take up to 1 year or 6 months or 3 months? Can you not expedite situations like that? Can you not just expedite these situations and get rid of the whole thing?
They can't expedite anything. Let's take one by one. Okay? When there's nobody who wants to take the case anymore, they have to look for the person. They have to look for who will take the case. After they get the person they can look at the case. You are not saying you are sick. They should fly you to abroad. They should do this or they should do that.
Even a convicted criminal is not denied access to medication when they are sick.
So they didn't deny him in anything.
It's within his rights. He should have access to a doctor.
Let me speak now. They've asked him to open his own defense. He refused to open his own defense. You understand? Let's try. They want to start to try. He refused.
From treasonable felony, you move from treasonable felony. You could not prove that. You move to terrorism.
Yeah, but
terrorism.
Listen. Even if he failed to open his own defense, right? At least they could get to a situation whereby the judge could say, "Okay, I'm going to come to judgment if you're not going to defend yourself." Why do we have to? It's been too long.
No.
We cannot keep saying, is delaying the case. It's delaying this. No. The government needs to put the hammer down and say this case. Hold on. The government needs to put the hammer down and say, the judiciary needs to put and say this case in the next 6 months is going to be done and done. Regardless of what application you file, regardless of what you do, we are going to come to a judgment in 6 months' time. That's all. Finish. And everybody will know where they are.
I'm waiting trial for 5 years. Who does that?
We would have known by now if it's to be asking for pardon for Nnamdi Kanu or something else.
How can they pardon somebody that they've not judged? You need to face his own trial.
No, did you listen to me? I said if the judgment had been done long time ago, I said by now, maybe if he was found guilty, maybe by now we would have been discussing maybe pardoning him, or maybe if he was not found guilty, he would have been gone. That's all.
He's the one delaying everything. He's the one delaying the judgment.
Let me tell you something. Let's forget Nnamdi Kanu for 1 second. There are a lot of Nigerians, ordinary Nigerians, that are walloping in Nigerian prison today for minor petty crime.
Are you celebrating that? Is that a compliment?
Come on,
a compliment?
Come on, you guys are just using Nnamdi Kanu as the, but no, forget Nnamdi Kanu. There are many more Nigerians that are in prison today, 2 years without any judgment. Court today, court in 3 years' time. Come on, forget
for spilling the foul.
Are you telling me that this does not happen? Does anybody deserve to be in that situation?
My question to you.
All those Nigerians that are also stalling the case.
My question to you. my question to you, has Kanu opened his own defense since they started this thing? Has he opened his own defense?
I'm
It's
asking
Kanu
that
today.
all those
Tomorrow it
other
could be you. It
Nigerians,
could be
all
your
those other
brother.
Nigerians,
How can
all
they
those other
judge somebody
Nigerians,
that has opened his own
are
defense?
they not also opening defense?
If you do that, you be the
Are
first
they
person to
not also
come out and
opening
they
defense?
didn't allow him. They didn't allow you to defend himself, or they put you in prison. You will be the first person to come out and blame government for that.
Bro, nobody is supporting Nnamdi Kanu. We are talking about a justice system that have to be fair to the
That's what I'm
people,
saying. You want
fair
them
to
to
the
judge him.
citizen. It could
You
be
want
you.
them to
It
judge
could
him
be
without
you
defense.
tomorrow. Listen
So
to
do
me.
you want them to judge him? Do you want them to
Let
judge
me
him
explain
without
something to
defense?
you. It could
Is
be
that what you say? Is that
you
what you're saying?
tomorrow. It could be
No.
anybody tomorrow.
No.
It could be
Hey,
any
wait.
Nigerians tomorrow.
Answer
And this
my
is why you
question.
don't understand.
Do
This is why you
you
don't
want
understand.
them?
This
Do
is why
you
you don't
want them
understand
to
the
judge
fight.
him?
Hold on.
Do you want them to
This is
judge him?
why you don't.
Answer my question.
This is why
Answer
you
my
don't
question.
understand the fight.
Answer my
You guys,
question.
Yeah, I will answer.
hello. Sorry, excuse me. Can we
Answer my
have order
question.
in this? Okay, I think maybe we have overflowed this issue of Kanu. Can we discuss some
Answer
other
my
things?
question.
I think it's
Okay,
Yeah, this is what we do now. We want to jump because you know your argument has fallen flat like a pack of
Let
cards.
him answer my question. Let him answer my
Which
question.
what you don't have any question.
You are not the one. I'm directing you to the
What's
other
your
guy, not
question?
you.
What's your question?
I said, do you want the government to put him in prison without him having a defense? Is that what you're saying?
If you want the government to do what?
Do you want them to judge him without him defending himself, without defense?
Does government even know what they are doing? From treasonable felony to terrorism, they have no facts of the matter.
You are biased. You defending the criminal anyway, so I'm not
The
supporting.
same way they detain Sowore'S
I am
Nnamdi
not.
Kanu.
Listen.
You saw what they
I'm
did
not
to
saying
Sowore'S.
government. I'm not saying government should put him in prison. I'm saying there should be a time frame to the whole thing. Look,
There should
if
be
a
justice.
politician loses election, they go to court. There's a time frame as to that. That case never get delayed. It doesn't get delayed. Why is it that ordinary Nigerians, average Nigerians, get rotting in prison for it's
Over
not cases,
nothing.
not even committing any
For
crime?
stealing a tuber of yam.
Yeah, if we just then they get rotting in prison without having judgment made against or without or not or the other way around. It is not
brother,
like this is why you don't or you cannot understand the fight that Sowore is fighting. It's not a fight for Nnamdi Kanu. It's not a fight for Nnamdi Kanu. It's a fight for injustices. It's a fight for fairness.
In an unjust society, the best place for the just man is the jail. You don't know the value of Sowore until we loses him.
Sowore is not
Sowore does not need your validation to do what he does. That is not even what is giving him the strength.
Yes,
most of them cannot do what he's doing. I've never seen whether people fighting for their enemies. Only Jesus Christ died for everybody. You know.
No,
he doesn't need your validation to do what he's doing. That's where his extra strength comes from.
You know, brother,
you didn't value Gani. Today he's gone.
Omoru, you wait now. You be talking now. Let me hear your conversation now. Let's interjecting us.
Brother, let me tell you, I support a lot of Tinubu macroeconomic policies, okay? But it doesn't mean that when I see something that is not right, I cannot say this is not right. Okay? When you bring in a government, when the government come in, you expect certain things you expect them to behave in a certain way. Okay, like the other day now when they talk about this pardon list, and there was outcry from the society. The government have come out and say, "Oh, okay, no, maybe we made a mistake." Okay, so the issue before, when they will arrest people for crime, they'll be parading them on TV, and the government have come and say, "Oh, that one is going to stop." So all of this kind of reform is what we are asking for, and we need to continue. Take Nnamdi Kanu out of the picture now. We're just talking about an average Nigerian. They are all there in prison without any judgment. You know, 2 years, 3 years. Sometimes what they done, maybe some of them are even innocent, but because they have no means, they just lock them up for no reason. You cannot be supporting that kind of system. How can you come and say?
Listen,
you cannot for honest truth be supporting that kind of behavior.
Listen, the one I'm supporting, and what I'm asking for, I don't support anybody supporting criminality.
And your government recently just pardoned murderers and the kidnappers. You don't have problem with that.
That's not what
Someone that has not been tried, someone that has not been found guilty, you have problem of releasing him or trying him, giving him justice.
Who is the criminal? Who is the criminal here? Who is the criminal here? If you really want to talk about it.
Oh, are you the court? Are you the court? What power? What authority have you to criminal?
To allow people to talk.
There is the assumption of innocence before the judgment.
Until court pronounce it a criminal. So you don't have that right to call him a criminal yet.
I
don't know many of Nigerians.
Don't go there. If you call your age criminal, you must be a murderer. You must be a murderer.
Your father is a murderer. Your father.
You are the murderer here.
We don't
know the value of Sowore'S. You can't even prove a in the same environment. Who are you? What authority?
Hello. Hello. Can anybody listen? Can anybody hear me?
We are hearing you.
All right, sir. Sorry, I don't know where you guys start from, but with my own view of the whole situations, I've never seen any crime that will make you to call Nnamdi Kanu a criminal here. Somebody. Allow me to talk, Oga. Allow me to talk, Oga. Let me talk. Simba, hold me. Let me talk, please. Let me talk, please. Please let me talk. This same you guys. You always come here to defend some criminals here too. What do you want to talk about? People that is carrying KPS, AK-47, and you are having meeting with them. What has the criminal done? What has things that Nnamdi Kanu done that those guys have not done?
Give them canopy, give them pepper soup and beer to drink.
What are those idiots doing?
Police protection.
What are those idiots doing that you guys
what are the things that
Nnamdi Kanu have done that those guys have not done? That your military are having meeting with them every day. That you are surrounding them, these guys are coming to the street and nobody's talking about it. Why you guys?
Careful with this one.
Somebody is defending his...
with people life.
Amuri, can you just allow people to talk? Are you the only one there?
You are causing confusion here.
No, I said it's the criminal. But anybody that support that thing, support
Sowore'S not criminal. Sowore'S not criminal.
We are not talking about criminal. We are not talking about whether Kanu is a criminal or not criminal here. But what I'm saying is, what has he done that the idiots that your government are pampering have not done?
Can you make your submission on Kanu alone? Leave the other alone. This is the topic we are talking
about. I wonder.
The same crime that you guys are crying on, that Nnamdi Kanu have committed. We have people committed the same crime every day here. And your government are looking at them. They were giving them titles.
Give us a name. Give us a name of people that have committed the same crime like Kanu. Give us a name. Don't generalize. Give us a name, please. A name.
Is it Remi or Timba? Is this Remi or Timba?
That's Remi. That's Remi.
We are the same. It's Simba. Give us a name.
No, Remi, don't escape your own.
Simba, Remi is claiming to be you. You have to be careful.
You know what? In any country that justice is lacking, okay, that country will never be. They will never have peace, no matter what you want to do or what you want to do about it. If injustice is lacking in any country, okay, if justice is lacking in any country, that country will never have peace.
So what you
guys call peace?
In case of Kanu, where's the injustice? Tell me.
Okay, now let me now tell you. Do we have terrorizing people? Do we have people that are terrorizing Nigerians in the country? Do we have?
I said in the case of Kanu, I'm not talking about
I want to throw the question back to you as well. Do we have people terrorizing this country apart from Nnamdi Kanu? Do we have?
Of course we do.
What is different between what Kanu did and what Eboho did? What's the difference?
Are they living inside Nigeria or not?
Can you stop this?
Wait. Are they living inside Nigeria or not? Please answer me.
They live in the bush. They live in the bush.
Yes. So if a country that have power to go and pick somebody all the way from Kenya cannot pick somebody inside their own country, how do we even reason about that kind of system? If a country can go all the way from Nigeria to Kenya to go and
let me
pick
ask you
somebody, a
this.
criminal.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. How many of those criminals they find? Their leaders. How many of the leaders they find? Tell me.
Okay. Are you aware that some terrorists are having meetings with community, with chieftaincy, with military personnel in this same country? Are you aware of that? That they
I'm not
came
aware
out
of
with
that. I'm not
cartridge,
aware.
they came out with AK-47 to come and have meeting with your security forces. Are you aware of that in the same country?
I'm not aware of that.
You are not aware. Please,
No.
wherever you want to defend anything, let's call a spade a spade. This
So
country
what's that got to
is
I think for me, the conversation, in my opinion, is not the right. The right conversation is not to defend Nnamdi Kanu. The right conversation should be about the criminal justice system.
I
Okay,
wonder
it
how.
should be about the criminal justice system. For me, system work effectively. If you think he's done something wrong, present it to court, let the case go 6 months. If he's found guilty, fine. If he's not found guilty,
Akim,
let
what
him
I
go.
was
That
saying,
is all. That's all.
what I was saying earlier, if they are saying, okay, we are protesting for speedy justice delivery for Kanu, is another case, is a case. But when you are not saying that the guy has not committed any offense, you should free him, or maybe
No,
because
it's not.
some criminals are just being free, so they should
No,
also free him. It's what I don't understand.
It's not in my position to say Nnamdi Kanu has not committed any offense. Okay, let the court have to work. Look, the system must work. We must call for a functioning system, a judiciary
Maybe
system.
Akim, you just listen now. Somebody is using bandits to compare to Kanu and say, okay, if they can free, that's what we do, and that's why I said we are not ready, because we use
Yeah,
one
but there's
vaccine
nothing
to compare another and say, okay,
there's
because
not.
one is free, the other one also should be free. So what are we talking about?
No. The
Dr.
way I
Simba,
see
can I say
Simba is
something?
that
Can
my
I say
brother.
something?
What we are talking about here,
that
what we are talking about, what is good for the ganja is good for the other side as
We are
well.
not ready. That means
You
we are
can't
not
be
ready.
pampering. You can't be killing some other tribe, and you are pampering some other tribe. That's in the same system. That's what we are telling you.
Simba, I have a
Yeah, but
question for you.
You can't be playing this game.
you cannot bring this to tribal issue as well. That's the problem.
Oga, we can go tribal. I'm not an Igbo. We can go
No.
go tribal. This
If
It's not even about tribe. It's
the
about
something is
justice.
looking
It's about
tribal
justice for
here.
everybody, irrespective
you're
of the
making it
tribe.
tribal
here.
issue, then if
It's
you're
looking
making it
like
a tribal issue, then we're not having a proper
my
logical
brother
conversation here.
is looking like that here. It's whatever we are seeing here as well.
Foley, let's not reduce it to tribal.
Why would somebody be doing something? Another person is doing the
Let's
same
not
thing, and you are
reduce it to
pampering the other side, and you are killing other people.
discussion.
Give them the same
We have been
judgment.
discussing peacefully. Let's discuss peacefully. We are talking
Yeah,
about.
can I say something?
So please, I beg you. Let's talk about
Let's
Nnamdi
Remy
Kanu.
finish, comrade, before you talk.
Simba, can I have a question for you?
Let Remy finish.
Let me
All
finish.
right.
What I want to say is very simple. The crime, sorry please, the crime against Kanu is terrorism and felony. Banditry and the rest are different. If Kanu, when they apprehended him, if he had pleaded guilty and then let's settle out of court, maybe this thing would have been over for a long time. His lawyer, they deliberately saw the case. They saw it very well, and because the Nigerian judicial system give them that opportunity to solve the case.
Is Remy, a lawyer has no power to stop case.
No. Let me finish.
A lawyer cannot be more powerful than the judge.
Let me finish.
I don't know why people do this. If look, the highest Nnamdi Kanu lawyer can do. The highest Nnamdi Kanu lawyer can do is to make a submission or write an appeal or something. You can deal with it within 2 weeks, a week. What are you talking about? Why do you need 1 year, 6 months?
Let me finish. Let me finish. I beg you. Even if it said the lawyer does not have the right to study the case, because these are lawyers, there's a loophole on Nigerian constitution that gives them that opportunity to use that avenue to deliberately study the case. a novice here. On technicality, they can do that, and that's what they have been doing for a long time.
Remy,
But to
loophole
cut
as
the
to
word short,
time frame.
so in conclusion, let me conclude. You will comment. In conclusion, let Kanu enter his defense. And then let's see what happens after next.
Remy, can I ask you a question, Mr. Remy? Mr. Remy,
go ahead.
Are you there?
Go ahead, please.
All right. Were you happy or were you satisfied the way Sowore was detained under Buhari for 4 years without trial? At the end of the day, they could not even. They were moving from one charge to one allegation to another. At the end of the day, the same court said there was no case. There was no case, to answer. After wasting his time for close to 5 years.
Your question is too long now.
It's not too long. I'm saying the same thing. I'm just making an emphasis.
Let me answer your question quickly. There's no record that shows that Sowore was detained for 4 years under Buhari. That is not true. So that's number one.
He was detained for almost 4 years, I said.
There is record for that.
He was not detained for 4 years. Give us the record.
He was detailed.
He was restricted to a
If somebody is being forced to say
hold on, Remy, how long was he detained for? No, now, guys, it's okay. Remy, how long was he detained for?
No, you people first give me the record by yourself. Give me the record.
How long was he detained for? How long was he detained for, Remy?
He was not detained for 4 years. I repeated.
So how long can you tell us how long was he detained for?
You cannot be asking me fully. That is a foolish question. You make it.
How is it a foolish question, Remy? How is it a foolish question?
It's a foolish question now. You said somebody was detained for 4 years. That means
so, me, I'm asking you now, how long was he detained for? You are the one that said it was not 4 years.
Calm down.
Yeah.
Calm down, please. From what you said, the guy said he was detained for 4 years. If I was,
I said for almost 4 years.
Mr. Mori, please wait. Let me go ahead.
Finish now. Let me finish. They said he was detained for 4 years. 4 years means year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. So give me, and I ask the question, give me the proof from what time to what time he was detained.
Remy, you said there was no record. You said there's no record anywhere for Sowore being detained for 4 years.
Then
so I'm asking you. I'm asking you. See, you are the one who said there's no record. So it means that you have record of something. So you tell us, how long was he detained for?
There's no record. There's no record of that. Okay.
Okay. Let me tell you what happened. Hakeem. Let me say this.
No. Forget what happened. How long was he detained for?
He was not detained for 4 years. He was not
how long was he detained for now? How long was he detained for?
Let him explain. Please let him explain.
He was detained for 5 months in 2019.
Okay.
5 months. And then he was, after some international pressure, he was released after 5 months on a bail condition.
Okay.
So he was not detained for 4 years.
Okay, what's the condition?
So Simba, but you are okay with that. You are okay with that. No, hold on. Hold on. So Simba, you are okay that a citizens of a country.
Okay. I'm just telling you. You said, wait now, don't shout. You said he was detained. When they say somebody was detained, somebody was not detained for 4 years. That's what we are telling you.
I didn't say he was detained for 4 years. I didn't say he was detained for 4 years.
Are you not the one shouting?
I was asking. Remy said
something. I said I'm okay with it.
Remy said he was not detained for 4 years. And I'm asking for the time he was detained for.
4 years.
Hold on.
My question, what's the condition?
What is your point now? What is your point?
My point is that is it okay that a citizen of a country will be locked up for 5 months for no reason? What do you forget whether it is okay?
The issue is this: somebody said it was the same for 4 years, and we said no, it was only 5 months. So you are not saying, is it okay? I don't understand. What is the meaning of this?
So hold on. So what do you call detention?
So if it is not okay,
what do you refer? Simba, what do you refer to as detention?
What is your own definition of detention?
So somebody who was restricted to a certain area by government, is that not detention?
Is that detention in your own
Okay, do you go to school? Do you go to school at all?
Is that not when your right to freely move as you wish, your right to travel is restricted? Is that not a detention?
Why are you talking nonsense? Why are you talking nonsense here?
He's not talking nonsense.
He's talking nonsense because that's not detention. How can I call that detention? So
that is not a detention. How do you think they have to lock you up in prison for you to be detained?
Free movement.
Do you think they have to lock you up in prison for you to be detained?
He was moving now.
Come on, man.
He can move.
What ward are you from?
Listen. He can move from one house to another. He can move from. I mean, in Abuja. He can move
from one house to another within Abuja.
So within Abuja, business in Lagos, you cannot go. What happened to you?
Is that detention?
If you have a business in Abuja, if you have a business outside Abuja and you cannot go, what is that?
What do you mean? You have right now. You have right to phone order. You have right to phone call. You can call. You can do everything. What do you mean? You call that detention? How can you call that detention?
No, I was asking Simba. Simba that was telling us that he was only detained for 5 months. I was asking Simba, he detained for 5 months. So the conditions that follows his release.
They can detain for 5 months. They have to, because they went to court that time. I remember. And then when he was
given bail, even contested for election. Somebody that is in detention contested for election. You are saying that it was in detention. Eh?
The domiciliary not contest for election. The domiciliary not. Hold on. Simba. The domiciliary did not contest for election from inside police custody. It matters.
If you can have it, it was not detained. It was not detained for 4 years. So forget about it. But
Simba, I have my part now. I have my part.
No, comrade Omoruyi.
Somebody asked for part. I have my part, so I want to punish you with the part.
Hold on. You have your part. The truth is, Sowore was not detained for 4 years. But
he was detained for 144 days. Restriction to Abuja was another form of detention.
Forget about story. Forget about that's not even the issue.
It's not story. Restriction to Abuja is another form of detention.
Hold on. The thing is this, like Akim said the other time, if you accuse someone of a crime, then go to court and conclude the case. Stop using tactics to detain them. That's what we're saying.
Why bringing reasonable charges against somebody when you know the charges are frivolous? Why frivolous charges? Just to put them in incarceration.
It doesn't matter whether it's go to court. That's what we're saying. So for those people that are saying go to court for issue of Nnamdi Kanu, I think they are correct.
Do you even have court in Nigeria? Is there court in Nigeria, so to speak?
Okay.
Can you just allow people to talk? Are you doing one day? I don't know what I have.
Can we change the topic, please? Can we change the topic now, please? Like if you guys have something to say, please.
Oh yeah, actually to another topic. If there's another topic on ground to discuss.
Insecurity. They should not play politics with insecurity. Let's talk about insecurity. Whether Christian or Muslim.
It's not insecurity. Is it not insecurity?
Whether Muslim or Christian or genocide, it doesn't matter. Human being is human being. Human life is human life.
Why are you always like this? Why are you behaving like a baby? Why are you so difficult to control?
You don't want me to go there. I know you will try to avoid that.
It's a baby. It's on drugs. It's a baby.
Buhari was not.
I don't understand you.
Now we have
this is the way you do your comradeship or whatever.
You don't want to go here. You don't want to go to this angle at all.
Wait, you and I will be on this platform. Is it not the same insecurity that we talk enter Kanu?
No, it's high on this thing.
Is it not the same insecurity that we talk enter this Kanu?
Simba, yes? the reform that they are bringing into the education system, what do you think about it? Like, not making jam necessarily to go into the universities, and not making mathematics.
That's fake news. No, say that. Don't discuss that here. It's fake news.
I don't think it's
not true. It's fake. It's not true.
You see that issue of mathematics, you understand? That is scandalous. You understand? Because the thing is this: we don't know who want to lead an organization tomorrow. You understand? We don't know who want to lead an organization tomorrow. And if you don't know simple accounting, you cannot do some mathematics. I think it's not good. Now, example is whenever we are discussing economics now, even though economics may not be mathematics, but like financial things, economics, you need some basic knowledge of mathematics to be able to go along with some things. And we know if you understand mathematics to some extent, you can be imaginative, you can be so abstract in thinking, you can figure out. Basically, what I'm saying is this: mathematics can sometimes be good and can be linked to problem solving. You understand? I don't know whether you want to receive someone to a situation where you are not seeing the person at the topmost job tomorrow.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? What somebody that wants to go and read drama, to be an artist, got to do with mathematics. What they do is very very right. Being a drama or someone that wants to go and do art, what has that got to do with mathematics? You understand? Moreover, Constitution that said if you want to be a president, all you need is a primary school certificate. Did they perform that?
You will get the likes of Buhari. See, let me tell you something. The fact that hold on. The fact they said there's a minimum requirement does not mean that we should restrict ourselves to the minimum requirement. You can as well just go on the streets and pick someone that just managed to get like 2-3 credits just because secondary school is the minimum, and the person can just become. The input you put, you get the output. So this idea, let's just go beyond the minimum, and let's just
I don't see the need of you having mathematics for compulsory because want to go and do art or theater art or drama. You don't need it. They do the right thing. They should just leave it for those that want to go and do science or do anything that got to do with other subjects. You want to go and read animal philosophy. What do you need? What do you need mathematics for? Do you use mathematics to kill animal or to give animal injection or something like that? No, you don't. That is right.
So I think.
Let me tell you something. Does an artist deal with something they call geometry? Do you deal with something they call music and mathematical patterns? No, we're talking about.
I think you mean.
You are just somebody that can do that for you.
Every course needs mathematics.
Every course needs mathematics.
Because you are going to be a professional in your field or a career, so you need math. So I don't think they should scrap it. They should just
no. Like that. You don't see, my brother. You only need minimum knowledge of mathematics. No, you want to go and do this thing. You're not going to do the accounting now.
Yeah, that is the minimum. Mathematics as a criteria. For you to get
as long as you know, they shouldn't make it compulsory. That's what I'm saying. As long as you know,
they should make it compulsory.
They shouldn't.
Have you ever heard about proof before? What they call proof? When they say proof and functions, have you ever heard about that?
No.
Have you ever heard about cipher before? When you say when you relate a pattern with something, have you ever heard of those things before? That you understand? So, have you ever do artists they deal with a 3-dimension? Artists do they deal with 3-dimension, 2-dimension? Whenever they are doing this thing, when you as an artist,
my brother, I'm an artist. My brother, listen, I'm an artist. Yeah, I'm a musician. I don't need mathematics to write my songs. I don't need mathematics to go to studio and sing.
I hear you.
Okay? So, and I did music in school. I know about music. They when I was doing my music.
As an artist.
Kenny, you need basic mathematics even for your day-to-day life living now.
No, they will teach you that in school now. They will teach you for primary school, secondary school. They will teach you the basics. But don't make it compulsory. That's what I'm saying. Don't make it compulsory. My point is, hold on, sir. My point is, don't make it compulsory that I must have credit in mathematics before I can go and do my drama. No, that's not the point.
You can no artist does not need to go to school as well. A musician doesn't. A singer. Let me say a singer now. I'm not going to say a musician. A singer now does not need to go to school at all.
No. Don't get me wrong. If I don't go to school, the little broken English I know how to speak, I will not be able to speak it. Understand?
Oh, you know that.
My point is, listen. My point is, if I want to go to university or anywhere to go and read music or art, don't deny me that course because I don't have maths. I don't pass maths in my subject. That's the point I'm making. You understand? For instance, now, I see for mathematics now, maybe I'm supposed to have pass mark about 60 and I have 40. Then you deny that I don't have mathematics. I don't go and do my course. That has nothing to do with mathematics. That's what they're saying. You understand? I don't have to be perfect in mathematics. I don't have to have credit in mathematics before I can go for that course. That's what I'm saying.
Guys, the music on the background can lead to copyright. You know, you guys need to be careful.
Exactly. I don't know who is playing music. I'm just wondering who is that.
It's me. I've left the place. It's me. I'm at work, so they play the music on the speaker.
So to me, you need basic mathematics.
My brother, that's the point I'm making. My brother, my point is, I want to go and read art, right? Maybe even now I passed my main subject. Now I have maybe 40, in mathematics. You now say I cannot go for that course because I didn't pass mathematics. That's not fair.
Tell me a course that you think that you don't need some basic mathematics. Tell me.
I just tell you now, as a starter half, you don't need mathematics. As a starter half,
there's a lot of them. Philosophy. If you are studying philosophy, what does mathematics have to do with that? If you are studying arts and culture, what does philosophy? Studying literature. If you are studying literature, what does mathematics have to do with all of that? Look, the idea is not
even that you will not know mathematics. They are just saying that you don't need to pass mathematics before you can
you don't need to pass mathematics.
Before somebody can actually pass, pass literature, pass all these necessary courses that will make you to be qualified to be an art student. That means you have a touch of mathematics from your primary school basics or secondary school basics.
I think let me ask you guys a question. If you have been to university before, that's what they call general study. Even if you are a science student, they will still make you to have knowledge of some other things. For you to have a broad knowledge of everything and make you a human being. So I don't know why people just want to be restricted.
And that's why we have borrow course.
Look, you guys are misunderstanding this whole thing. The idea is not that they're going to get rid of mathematics. No, we are saying if you are going to do art and culture in university, English will be very, very compulsory. Art will be very, very compulsory. But mathematics, you can get a D, and you still should not stop you from proceeding to
let me
mathematics.
When we are doing fine arts, let me say this: when we are doing fine arts, even in secondary school, we do some measurements.
Exactly.
That is the little mathematics we make you to pass that one.
Enough. Why are you?
Yeah, but if you no, not to mention. I should be doing Pythagoras theory now because I'm doing measurement. Is it not me? So they did not teach you. When you are going through secondary school, they did not teach you centimeters. They teach you centimeters. So what are you talking about?
Akim, let me shock you. Now, in a programming, some people, they are graphic designers and they're artists. Now, why those people software developer, they code? Now, when you want someone to design graphic for you, when you are designing your graphic, you put your graphic on Cartesian. You understand? Or Cartesian, you have coordinates. So when you are doing all those stuff, when you be placing your things, you understand, by zero at a particular degree, just to draw. Because I saw someone here that say I'm an artist, you don't need mathematics. I'm just looking at you. You only know as far as you are experienced. You understand? If you are a graphic designer, which is artwork today, in fact, you need calculus, you need algebra. You understand? You need algebra because when I say you need calculus, you must know about displacement. You must know when you say you need algebra, you must know about geometry. So you know, sometimes we just talk based on our experience and we assume. Now,
bros, my brother, sorry, my brother. Do you know graphic designer is done for hacked students?
I wonder.
Do you know it's a science? Do you know it's a science student? It's a science course.
I wonder.
You know, is it for hacked? Is it for hacked students?
It's not for students now. I can graphic design be for students.
Is it not for science?
What are you talking? What are you talking about? Okay, what is an art? What is art? Just tell me, what is art?
No, we're talking about art to theater arts in school. Graphic designer. Graphic designer is more or less a science student.
No, you should ask Folly. If you want to study graphic design or whatever in the university in Nigeria of today, what are the criteria, the results you should have? Answer the question first.
No, is it an art course?
It's a science related course.
That's what we are saying. That's what it's not even about art. We're talking about art here. We're talking about science related course. That's what I'm asking you.
Let me tell you, graphic design.
It's not even art course.
Baba,
it's more or less like a computer.
Don't argue. Don't argue.
Science student.
Baba, don't
which
argue.
needed maths.
Ola, you are wrong on this. Ola, you are wrong on this. You are wrong on this.
Hold on. Just hold on. See, graphic design is an art.
It's not.
You understand? What do you do? No, hold on. What do you do with graphic?
It's an art.
What do you do with graphic?
It's got to do with mathematics now. That's an art.
Don't just argue. Wait, let's just qualify this. What do you do with graphic? Graphic is a form of communication. You understand? And it involves a lot of creativity, and they have their own functional purpose. So when you talk of graphic, you use graphic to communicate. So when you are saying
ask yourself, if you want to do graphics, it's under with subjects or department. Tell me, is it under art or science?
It's under science.
So what are they saying? What with anything?
No. A simple ChatGPT will help you. A simple Google will help you.
Let me ask you this question.
Stop arguing.
You say you are a musician, Abi, and you say you don't need mathematics, Abi.
I don't.
Music itself, do you know? Do you need to know how sounds are mixed and what actually produce sound? Is that one?
You don't need math for that. You don't need mathematics for that. You don't need mathematics for that. No. You don't need
mathematics.
No, you even need mathematics, but the little mathematics you have in secondary school will help you. The little mathematics you have in secondary school will help you. They are not saying you should not do mathematics. You have to pass mathematics. That's what I'm telling you.
Basic mathematics, you know, from primary school.
You have basic mathematics, but you don't need to pass mathematics.
Yeah, they didn't say they should know further maths or add maths. It's elementary maths that we are talking about.
That's what we're talking about now. That's what we're saying.
You have that already.
The government did not say. The government did not say you don't know the basic. Simba.
I've been fighting for you since.
Kenny, I thought you said you were at work. You shouting in your office like that. If I were your boss, I would fire you this morning.
I'm the boss.
He's the boss, though. He's the boss, so you better keep quiet on that.
Is it Kenny that is at work?
Yeah, I work now. I can talk. No problem for me.
Let me. You have made me to even lose my thought.
Voila. So what we're saying is.
Okay.
Sorry. Do you even know for you to even drive? For you to even drive. Just ordinary driving, do you know it requires mathematics?
It requires everything in life requires mathematics.
So the driver go to school to go and study mathematics. Are they not driving?
Is that why they don't even know how to drive?
That's not the point. They know how to drive? Simba, let me explain.
But the fact that somebody is moving a vehicle, does that make you a driver?
Simba,
somebody that drives you from all the way from Abuja to Lagos, because he's not a driver.
Hold on, let me explain something to you. What you don't know is this: even as it is stand today, they are not asking for mathematics for some of those art courses in the university. But the problem with making it not compulsory is that people that were already lazy, that are poor in mathematics
will not be lazy. Yes.
will now be totally
We encourage them. We encourage them.
You understand? Let me tell
them.
you, a person like me, I failed economics in secondary school. You understand? And I ran to do further mathematics. But when I wanted to get admission, my admission, they made that I must have a social science, either economics or geography. If not because I had geography, I would have got no admission. Now, along the line, I realized that working, that knowledge of economics is even more important at the starting stage than my own technical, because the technical thing, you got to say the business people will be telling you that they can outsource your job, and they are not lying. If you look at many technical jobs today, especially in computer science, all this programming, you can outsource anything. But your knowledge about business and some other knowledge that's yes about business, they cannot outsource that. You understand? Because a business environment will value someone that can contribute, someone that knows about a little bit of marketing and some other all those stuff. So the idea is not that when you are going to university, you want to go and study like fine art, and then I say you must have distinction in mathematics. That's not what we are saying. In that your secondary school, it must be part of the credit you must get out of that secondary school if we are serious as a country. Because the danger is this: many people that are saying this thing is not compulsory, tomorrow they want to fight, they want to become the governor of a state, and they want to become the president, and they will give them the basic accounting for them to even look at the book. They will not even be able to even add, they won't even be able to make anything out of it. So the thing is, like someone is telling us that secondary school now, it's good now. Let us go and bring all those cars. Let's go. I want the driver that just managed 2 credits and make him the president of the country. And tomorrow, if they perform worse than Buhari, let's not complain. So the thing is, there's nothing wrong in you getting your credit in mathematics.
Actually, in any country that wants to actually excel in life should be able to actually encourage their citizens to do more of things that can actually develop them, not trying to reduce the standard. I understand what the area you are speaking from. They should be able to at least allow people to begin to start to know more, not trying to weaken their way of. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What I don't know is some people
yes, sir.
They deny opportunity for going to school because of that little things. Because me, for instance, I don't want to do science. I'm an art person. I want to be an actor, right? And because I didn't pass the mathematics,
yes,
that have no meaning. Because I want to do.
Respond to Kenny Mighty?
Then you deny me.
You're actually right, because.
You understand? You deny me. I was not able to go to school. Then I ended up being a bus conductor.
Kenny. Oh, like mathematics.
Let me respond.
But you know what? I think.
Please, I beg, let me respond quickly to Kenny. In life, you might study accounting or maybe economics. Does that guarantee you that when you graduate from university, that is where you are going to get a work? Things are changing. We live in a globalized world where you need a lot of skills. So you cannot say because you are an art student, you don't need mathematics. Why are people retraining themselves? Why are people that even do art and you find them at the end of the day in cyber security and the rest? Come on, man. I think this.
Uncle Remy, do you know one thing? One funny thing there is
my name is Remy.
Some of them may become. Hold on now.
Okay. Some of them
may want to become a project manager.
Ola, there are so many Sowore people on this platform.
Matilo,
you don't allow this thing to be organized now. Everybody
what's the problem with Sowore on this platform?
Masalo. So what is going to join APC very soon?
Sowore join APC.
Who is that? Who is talking there? Who's that person?
It's me.
I think you are daydreaming. I thought you said you are at work. If Sowore wanted to join politics, Sowore would have joined politics under Jonathan.